Peep this. We got a 15-year-old kid, yoked like he's on that Zik level juice, but it's all natural, no gear. This dude's got god-tier genetics, straight up could wreck a personal trainer. But yo, his story starts off mad tragic. He was straight up paralyzed, couldn't feel his legs, and got so down in the dumps, he was thinking dark thoughts. He kept begging the docs at the General Hospital over on 123 Elm Street, Chicago, to double up his meds just to kill the pain. After a messed up accident where he got ran over, half his body just quit on him. He was just popping pills and chasing them with water. The only thing that gave him a break from the misery was getting lost in novels on his phone. Man, he read a ton of them. He'd run back the same books over and over, just searching for a happy ending to make his own whack life feel a little less bitter. Then he stumbled on this one novel, all about jack dudes and a whole lot of magic. In this story, the main character basically nukes the whole world to make everyone equal and happy. Our guy thought that was some straight-up nonsense. And just like in that book, it felt like his own life wasn't getting a happy ending either. Then bam. A system screen pops up out of nowhere, talking about the world of the ruling mage has initiated. He jumps up, freaked out by what he's seeing. But yo, he ain't in that hospital bed anymore. His hand looked way bigger than he remembered. When he peeped his reflection in the water to see what was up, he realized the face staring back wasn't his own. No cap. And that's when it hit him, he could feel his legs. Our paralyzed homie was now inside the novel he was just reading. He could walk, even feel the chill of the wooden floor on his feet. What a trip, right? If you think this is wild, smash that like button. From now on, he's Morde Vern. Only 15, and he's the secret son of the Archduke from the top dog Vernar family. Just 15 and already built like a brick house, the son of a seriously powerful dude. Even the original story's main character would think twice before throwing down with Patriarch Vernar. Wasn't no guaranteed win. But in the book, that same hero and his crew backstabbed the old man and put him in the ground. So Morty's got to flip the script, stop the world from getting wrecked, and if he pulls it off, his biggest wish comes true. All he wants is to get his old body back before the accident jacked everything up. So the plan is to soak up all the intel on this new world, get ready to clash with the OG hero, and save everybody. It's a tough road, especially since his mom wasn't in the picture when he was born. She passed away, so from day one, life didn't cut him any slack. It was just one L after another. People even called him a scumbag, blaming him for his own mother's death. In the Vernar bloodline, cats get their powers when they hit 15 years old. They call it the awakening of new blood, and it's supposed to be crazy painful. But if you can tough it out, you get some insane power. Real talk, the odds of making it through are next to zero. But Morde was already wide awake, juiced up with that gamer-level focus. Turns out, his mom left him a letter before she dipped. She told him to track down the Vernar family if he managed to survive till his 15th birthday. You already know he's on it, because he's trying to level up. Time to find his pops who, you know, just went out for a pack of smokes. Suddenly, someone shouts his name, like, "Yo, what are you doing?" You forget what today is. It was Instructor Todd, the dude who's about to test him. By 15, Morde was already bigger than the instructor, built solid. Todd rolled up to grab the kid for his test, to see what he's really made of. Looks like there's no ducking this one-on-one showdown today. Drop a comment below, who do you think is gonna win? On the way, they chopped it up a little. Todd hit him with a low-key warning, "Ayo, keep it on the down low that you're the Archduke's son." When they finally get to the testing spot, probably some old warehouse down at 44 Canal Street in New Orleans, Morty clocks that the other kids look way too old to be rookies. He's got to throw down with a kid named Vince, and how this fight goes is going to shape his whole future. Vince is looking shook, probably thinking, no way this dude is only 15, he's built like a damn Mack truck. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. No doubt, he peeped who this kid had to be, that big dude's son, and hollered at him to come over. Out of nowhere, Morde squares up. Quick as a flash, he was all up in Vince's grill, ready to throw down. This whole thing threw the kid for a loop, but he still weaves out the way of the first swing. He was straight up bugging when he heard the kid claim he didn't even know how to scrap. And it's all 'cause Morde messed around with boxing a little back in his old world. Morde sends a boot right at Vince, and the dude goes flying. Then the blonde cat starts yelling that he was capping about not being able to fight, but my guy just says it's no lie. He was just jacking other people's moves, you feel me? This gets Vince hella tight. He charges Morde, with that mana energy popping in his fists, looking to clock him with everything he's got. The crowd's like, yo, someone should break it up, but the teach just lets it rock. Vince is thinking Morde's just playing him and ain't gonna show no mercy, but the big homie just slips the punch like it's nothing. And right then, the blonde dude knows he messed up, big time. Morty's like, yo, I had no clue rocking this mana stuff was this easy, and then says, my turn to run it back. The blonde, who's been grinding this stuff for years, gets on high alert, real quick. But the hit was so nasty, it didn't mean squat. Next thing you know, he's spitting up like half a liter of ketchup. Yo, that was a clean shot. Smash that like button if you felt that one. Everyone's jaw is on the floor, all because Vince was a legit warrior, and this 15-year-old kid just one-shotted him into next week. After he straight up dismantled the dude, not even giving him a chance to clap back, our main man strolls over to the kid, laid out on the pavement. Morde pulls up on Vince and just stares him down for a hot minute, not saying a word. The kid's thinking to himself, man, that could have gotten real ugly if I hadn't slipped Vince's last shot. He finally gets how to use this juice now. But peep this, the blonde kid, still on the ground over at 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA, starts doing some weird hand thing, balling up his fists. Morty gets ready again, looking at the blonde like, yo, you really think you can take another hit like that? He was trying to prove that real warriors are built different. Even though Vince is basically out on his feet, he's still trying to pull something. And our guy is just floored by how much heart this dude has. One of the other students asks the teacher how Vince got bodied with one punch. Everyone's wondering, who even is this new guy? Morty turns to the instructor and says he thinks he can get a handle on this power now. He was legit worried he might put the dude 6 feet under if they kept going. Todd, the instructor, is deep in thought, telling himself that Morde's just a student and he's the one in charge here. He's telling himself his job is to size up his student's potential and power, push him to their breaking point, and that no student has any business taking him down. But for real, he had no idea how it would have gone down if they had actually thrown down. To keep things from getting any crazier, Todd calls the whole thing off. Another student comes over to 456 Oak Avenue, Springfield, USA, and helps Vince get to his feet. The teacher, who's clearly annoyed, walks up to our guy and gets in his face, asking why he was capping before. But Morde's answer just leaves him even more confused. Todd's like, you said you never learned to scrap, but what I just saw was a whole different story. Morde swears on it, saying he's never been trained to fight in his life and hasn't even won a single round in anything ever. But the teacher ain't buying it for a second. He's like, there's no way someone who's never learned to control mana can just start whipping it out in a fight like that. What do you guys think? Drop a comment down below and let me know. Morde, trying to play it off, says he didn't even know it was called mana. He could only tap into it when he was seeing red and had zero clue what the stuff even was. Todd wasn't buying that weak sauce explanation for a second and called the kid out. Like, did he really think he could just play a vet with decades on the job with some lame excuse? Still trying to keep his real identity on the low, the kid starts spinning this yarn to Todd about how his bloodline just kicked in and all the crazy stuff that went down. The word on the street is Morde knew how to handle Manitou even before his big awakening, which is why the dude's a natural. Peep this, he's basically a demigod, descended from Vernar and the goddess of the heavens. He's got the blood of 2 gods pumping through his veins. That combo created some insane synergy, turning the kid into a straight-up prodigy. Long story short, Morty hit the genetic lottery, but until he was 15, he didn't get any real coaching. And still, in just 7 years, my guy is going to be tougher than Archimedes, Verar's heir, and the baddest dude to come from the God of War's line. That's how this whole saga started to pop off. After cooking up a story that was believable and kinda true, Todd started to bite, saying if that's the real deal, then this kid was a legit freak of nature when it came to talent. The instructor then hit him with, yo, you even got a clue who Vince is? And the kid played it cool, saying he'd never seen the blonde dude before in his life. So nah, he had no idea. Turns out, Vince was a warrior for Vernar, been trained since he was a shorty, and went through some seriously brutal trials. And even with all that on his resume, a complete rookie like Morde just rolled up and bodied him. But then Todd, real casual like, drops that our hero scored 200 points on a test capped at 100 and asked what his next move was. Homeboy just froze up, totally lost. He didn't know what to do, because the instructor hadn't explained a thing. He even admitted he still didn't get the point of the test. So the instructor started breaking it down, saying the test was to see where he was at, skill-wise. In the Archduke Vernar's crew, warriors got 3 main levels. You meet the standards for one level, you move up to the next. You pass all the trials and hit the top tier. You're officially one of the squad. The catch was, these tests were no joke, a whole different beast. For most dudes, it was like trying to climb a mountain with no gear, and even more was starting to feel him. The kid asked his instructor, Todd, if he could just get put on the first level. The man looked at him like he had 3 heads. It was clear our guy needed to learn mana combat from square one, and Todd was thinking, hold up, don't they teach that at level 2? Todd shot back with a nah. Our hero asked if he could just level up every time he passed a test, and Todd was like, yeah, sure, but he was still tripping on why the kid wanted to do it that way. Even with all the clout he just earned, Morde was dead set on starting from level 1, and he said it with this ice-cold confidence. If you're feeling that determination, smash that like button right now. Todd just stared the kid down, realizing he was dead serious. And since Moore was just a bastard, Todd figured this was probably the smartest play for him. The man turned, gave a nod, and said he couldn't roll out the red carpet just because he clapped one warrior. And before he bounced, the instructor added, "All right, we're done for today. Tomorrow, I'm sending someone to break down the first level for our guy." Later, kicking back in one of the rooms at their spot, probably somewhere swanky like 10100 Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, the kid started thinking the test was a total cakewalk. He wondered if the original Morde went through this same grind, because the novel barely touched on how he became Archduke Vernar's ace in the hole. And it was obvious our boy was just a side character in that story, so there was no reason for the author to dive deep into his backstory. The kid only remembered that Archduke Vernar tried to max out Moore's potential and completely control him, basically turning him into a living weapon. He remembered that as a kid, Morde was always getting his clock cleaned and never once threw hands back. What a setup, right? Drop your predictions in the comments and make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. Probably in a past life, this minor character was beaten and remained at the first level. Memories and thoughts overwhelmed him, and the boy said he understood why he had inhabited Morty's body. In a past life, to be honest, he was not an important person to the world, but every time he felt something was wrong, he rushed into battle. On the contrary, in the novel, Morde lived a completely different life, the complete opposite of him. The boy stood up and headed towards something in the room, firmly deciding in his mind that he would save the world from destruction. And for this, he needed to stop the main character of the novel, the one who gathers the fragments of the world like puzzles that hold the very essence of this world, who can be called both the supreme god and the sorcerer who conquered the world. Just as in the title, the great wizard Aiden manages to gather the fragments and become a being who conquered the entire world. But once he was conquered by darkness, he became corrupted and brought destruction to the world. He not only killed his enemies, he even killed his own allies and ordinary people. Aiden fights enemies to become the destroyer of the world. The next day, he watched a shortened summary of that story about the boy. He thought he would stop Aiden no matter what it took, because this might be his last chance. And now he will live as Morde, not as the one he was before. The Vernar family is led by Archduke Vernars, and their fame is known throughout the world. Vernar's castle is the true heart of the nation, as luxurious as any other royal palace. But what truly distinguishes this place is the warrior training center located outside the castle in the 3rd region, impressive in its extraordinary massiveness. The carriage rattled its wheels towards some place, and someone informed the main character that from now on he would live in a first-level dormitory. He felt that the training center was much larger than the campus of most universities in his world. However, that was the least one could expect. The clash of swords and the cries of warriors immediately thundered nearby, and our guy instantly became alert. The person next to him explains that this is probably the 3rd-level training center, and Morde asks if the noise in Sector D comes from a group of trainees. Receiving a yes, the guy thought that although these people were only 2nd-level trainees, they clearly managed to surpass human capabilities. Also, Vernar's warriors are known for their ability to merge different powers into one. The same man who earlier explained to Morde says that they will soon reach the 3rd region and that the boy's instructor is already waiting for him. Getting off the carriage, he sincerely thanked the one who brought him, and glancing aside, the guy noticed that the 1st-level instructor was another strong man. A giant, burly man with black hair introduced himself as a 1st-level instructor, Hayes, and asked to be called Instructor Hayes. Morde does as instructed, calls him as requested, and immediately after that, the instructor asks if the boy's name is really Morde, and decides that he probably failed the test terribly to end up here. Catching the instructor off guard and leaving him in shock, that bastard replies that he defeated Vince in the first test and mockingly asks if he was really a warrior. Receiving confirmation, the man was confused. He couldn't believe what had happened and wondered why that young man was here. Morde says, "There's no point in lying. Soon, everyone will find out anyway," and explains that he never learned combat techniques, so he came here to learn the basics. Still shocked by what he heard, the instructor confirms and asks the boy to follow him, thinking that the novice defeated a warrior without any basic training. So the two of them bounced over to the battle center, and Hayes laid it down. "Yo, people are getting their grind on in there, so our boy can't be messing up their flow." My man is thinking this has got to be level 1, but he figures the coach has to be a beast, because he's training the cats who are going to be Vernar's heavy hitters. When they rolled up, a whole crew of jacked-up kids was standing there, and the instructor introduced the new blood, Mort. The coach is like, "This here is Mort, a total greenhorn, and our hero, already dripping sweat, is looking around like, no way, this is the kids' league." Mort's already thinking he should have just skipped all this and jumped straight to the 3rd stage, and if he had a do-over, he'd be out. Hayes hits him with, "You ever messed with manhwarecap, the technique?" And Mort's like, "Nah, man. But for some wild reason, he could still tap into that mana. But the coach reassures him he's already blessed just by that divine blood waking up. So since you ain't got no formal training, what we're about to drop on you is gonna be a cakewalk. Hayes starts breaking down a few steps our boy probably already has on lock. So the final piece is getting a handle on the mana basics and amping up his senses. Our hero chimes in, "Aight, but don't I need to learn at least the basics of throwing hands?" Then the coach claps back, "You trying to set up camp here for the long haul? 'Cause if so, I can make that happen." But he's betting the kid is aiming for bigger things. Yo, if you think Mort should just skip to the final boss, smash that like button. Mort got all shook and was like, "Nah, forget I said anything." And the coach just nods, like he gets the picture. The man says, "Look, I'ma show you a few things, and then you're on your own, 'cause on level 2, the coach only steps in for your weakest links. He's got to learn everything from the ground up and has no right to sleep on himself just 'cause this is the first level. He needs to start from square one to truly own his power. The other kids are just frozen, bug-eyed, like they can't believe it. For real, does it even make sense for a rookie to train for just 10 minutes and pull this off?" One of the kids yells out that the newbie's mana is probably running circles around the instructors, and that dude is a straight-up beast. And you can even see our boy is rocking a blue aura. He asks with a stone-cold look, "Is that it? Or is there more you gotta teach me?" All while pushing out this heavy aura. Instantly, looking a little spooked by all this, the instructor stammers out that he's already cleared the first level. The boy just thinks to himself, "For real, it's that easy." Now, moving on to level 2, he starts breaking it down in his head, figuring the physical grind here is split into 2 parts. First up, you gotta make your body rock solid. We're talking tanking hits like you wouldn't even feel it if you got clipped by a truck on Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. And the second stage is all about jacking up your skills, letting you bust past the ceiling you hit with regular muscle training. For instance, when my dude throws a punch at the wall, all that's left is a crater. And he's admitting that learning to beef up your body is tough as hell. Turning back to check out his new level 2 coach, he heard that only the practical test was left, but the instructor was already convinced the boy had passed level 2. The man is dead serious, telling him he ain't gotta do another thing. What he's already thrown down is more than enough to punch his ticket to level 3 tomorrow. The instructor laid it out. The second level is a walk in the park. Let me know in the comments down below if you think he's ready for level 3. We're coming to you live from 123 Main Street, Austin, Texas. But the third is going to be a whole different animal, because you'll be squaring up against cats from the Vern bloodline. With a dead serious face, he tells the boy he's about to face other heavy hitters with zero defensive training, running purely on gut feeling. It suddenly hits our guy that he hasn't actually learned a single move yet, and Hayes just bumped him to the second level because he figured the boy was sandbagging his real strength. The new coach puts a hand on his shoulder and says with total confidence, "That raw power you got is more than enough for the second level. But making it as a warrior on the third, man, that's a whole other world of hurt. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next." Homie got the heads up. He knew the deal. Level 3 was supposed to be a whole other beast, and for real, he was amped to finally clash with Cats rockin' that divine bloodline power. Next day, first light, we're at the barracks for the level 3 warriors. The word on the street bout Morde was spreading fast. Man blew through 2 levels in 2 days flat, like he's just built different. Then there's Fain, this red-headed dude from the same bloodline, talking trash, saying, "Cats like our hero are just clout chasing," with a hard look on his face like he's asking for smoke. He runs his mouth that he's gonna school this scrub and show him the Vern family has levels to it. Someone tipped Fain off that the new guy just rolled up, and a minute later, Morde hits the scene. Figuring he should have been on this from the jump, Fain, trying to prove he's the man, steps to Morde asking if he's the new blood. Morde just hits him back with, "And who are you?" The kid puffs his chest out, says he's Fain, the shot caller for the second crew. Our boy Morde gets the vibe this dude is Vern fam too, and says he's from that line, already on level 3, before dropping his own name. Fain gets cocky, saying he doubts Morde will last long round here. Morde ain't feeling that disrespect, and you can see him getting tight. Fain lets it slip, asking if our hero thinks this is some kind of game. Morde claps back, dead serious, saying he wouldn't have shown up if he wasn't for real, which just gassed Fain up even more. Morde says he ain't got time for this drama and tells Fain to chill. But the kid fires back that this is just what you'd expect from someone with his kind of blood. Morde eats that pressure like it's nothing and says he ain't gonna be punked by some weak sauce energy. That just sets the other dude off. Fain starts cooking up this red glow in his hand, thinking to himself, he thinks the whole world's gonna bow down just 'cause he woke. That energy shoots right into his eyes, turning him straight crimson. He's seeing red, thinking only about wrecking and ending this new jack. The whole crowd is clowning on the new guy, saying nobody's gonna check that beast, and Morde's gonna get wrecked unless a proctor steps in. Yo, if you think Morde's in trouble, smash that like button. If he's got this, drop a comment. Fain growls at Morde, I ain't pulling any punches. After all, our boy is Vernar lineage too, so with no hesitation, the redhead makes a move on the new guy. Quick. He's going right for a dome shot, trying to end it right there. Blinded by rage, he says he'll make Morde pay for disrespect in the spot and school him on how it goes down at 456 Oak Avenue, Miami, Florida. But before he even knows what's up, he gets hit with a flurry of shots, kicking up a massive dust cloud, and nobody can see Jack. That one dude who called Fain a monster just shakes his head. Tough break, running up on the crew's top dog like that. But he was still praying Morde would make it out. As the dust starts to settle, you can finally see what happened. You see one man standing, the other on his knees, like he took a heavy hit and went straight down. The whole crowd is dead silent, just frozen, watching one of them shake. After that heavy shot landed, he's just stuck, totally lost and unable to process what just went down. He was thinking he had this on lock, that he was stronger and could at least take one of his hits. But looking at Fain, laid out on the pavement, leaking from his nose and mouth, Morde calls him out as nothing but a loudmouth punk with no heart. Defeated, with his pride all smashed up, Fain spits blood. The young man staggers to his feet, still shaken from the blow, and starts talking trash to our boy, claiming it was just a lucky shot. But Morde shuts that down cold, saying luck had nothing to do with it. And if you agree, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. Yo, his opponent was straight up washed. So Fain goes all out again, flexing his whole aura and mana, rushing the dude to end this thing for good and prove he's the real deal. But Fain got sloppy, all blind with rage, leaving a massive opening. Vernar, cool as a cucumber, slips the attack with zero effort. He sees his chance, closes the distance in a flash, and gets right on Fain's 6. He hits him with that same radial lander kick he laid on the first guy. Then the man juices up his leg with flames and boots the kid again, sending him flying back several meters. The poor kid gets ragdolled, bouncing off the floor a few times. He tumbles from the hit and slams right into the wall, coming to a dead stop. A whole cloud of dust just erupts from the impact. Looking down at his knocked-out rival, Vernar thinks he might have overdone it. He didn't expect him to be so weak, since the kid was supposed to be the shot caller for the level 3 Vernar warriors. He glances at his hands, shook. The young man then realized that Punch packed a wallop thanks to the basic CQC he drilled back on levels 1 and 2. Fain's homie is freaking out, runs over, and shakes the kid awake, trying to help him up and asking if he's straight. But this fighter ain't got no quit in him. Pissed off from the humiliation, he shoves his friend away and screams that the fight ain't over. But Vernar, looking at him with total disrespect and pity, says the kid was out cold for a good 10 seconds. Even so, Fain is stubborn, refusing to take the L and screaming that it's all cap. He claimed Vernar only landed a cheap shot while he wasn't looking. Mocking him, our hero says that dropping your guard in a scrap with a future warrior is just pathetic, some weak stuff you'd see at 1010 Lombard Street in San Francisco. Fain is consumed by this raw rage and power from deep down, declaring that just cause his opponent has a mouth doesn't give him a free pass to run it. And bam! This red aura starts flaring up around the young man, and the students feel it. They feel that insane power and start bugging out, realizing Fain just unlocked his true potential. They're yelling at the new guy to bounce or he's gonna get smoked. But Vernar stands his ground, not even flinching, thinking Fain must have triggered that divine blood awakening, but he's handling that power all wrong, and it tracks. The kid was born on the wrong side of the sheets and didn't have pure blood. In the middle of this chaos, someone walks up on them, shouting, "What's all the racket about?" This dude turns out to be an elder, and one of the students calls him the third-level instructor, explaining that Fain and the new guy started throwing down. The elder just watches the scene unfold, silent. When the student asks if they should break it up, the old man just says, "Do nothing. Just wait." See, the elder figured Fain could already hang with an average warrior, but never really got the chance to test the kid's true limits. And now, finally, the perfect opportunity landed right in his lap. He looks closer. He guessed that this kid was probably Vernar's son, the one who hit the 3rd level that same day. So, if one of them got wrecked, it wasn't a huge loss in his book. All of a sudden, electricity starts crackling all over Fain's body. With a nasty, super irritated grin, he says that Vernar's gonna pay with his life. Vernar sees the insane power his opponent is now wielding and knows it's real. He couldn't believe his enemy could pull off a technique like that. Fain claps his hands together and lunges at Vernar, unleashing several powerful lightning strikes from below, bursting right out of his body. Seeing the attack coming right for his face, Vernar knew this was some advanced tech. When your body or weapon becomes a vessel to spit out a powerful magic form, they call that power a body impulse. Let me know in the comments if you've ever seen a power-up this crazy. And then Fain came crashing down, almost taking Morde out, who barely jumped out the way. Like a bomb went off, a heavy hit to the dirt sent a shockwave rippling through the whole spot. It landed with so much force you could hear the ground crack. Morde knew right then, if a shot like that connected with him, it'd be lights out for real. But juiced up on that new power, Fain blitzed our boy, telling him he ain't going nowhere. Sparks flew from his fist again as he charged in to settle the score for all that disrespect he'd been shown. Morde couldn't even blink before a quick jab caught him square in the face, and he just froze up. Next thing you know, his nose is leaking all over again. Morde was shook that he got tagged so fast, but he wasn't about to fold. A whole barrage of hits came at him, but the kid was weaving through every single one, clapping back with some lightning-fast counters. Even with that new juice that let him take a hit, he was still ducking everything Fain threw, not even tapping into that special sauce in his blood. The students watching peeped that the new dude wasn't getting touched at all. And get this, even some of Morde's own shots didn't seem to faze him. He stood his ground. But the old head instructor, he saw what was really up. The redhead was hurting bad and was straight up gassing out in the fight. The ginger kid was running on empty, and the old man could see Fain was about to break down. After a little more jawing, it was time to quit playing games and switch up the strategy. Now Fain was pressing the action, and his rival fired right back. The kid buried a single, crazy fast shot right in his gut, catching him completely off guard, not giving him a second to react to that blitz. The second it connected, he buckled and let out a grunt, spitting up some red stuff. Looked like he just got his lunch handed to him from a spot down at 123 Main Street, Austin, Texas. The dude went flying back again, and the one still standing gave a fake apology. Like, my bad. I tried to pull that punch, but I guess I still came in too hot. Recovering, Fain just angrily told Morde to shut his trap. He started yapping about how Morde was just ducking and dodging like a punk the whole time. They were trying to bait him, but Morde was getting seriously ticked off. He took all of Fain's noise and used it as fuel. He got dead serious and said he was done moving around. He said Fain had pushed him too far and now he was going to finish this for good. Fain was cheesing, thinking he played our boy like a fiddle. He really thought the kid had walked right into his setup. Rushing in for the kill shot, he yelled out that Morde was going to be sorry he ever stepped up to him. And yo, the kid just stood there, watching this haymaker fly right at his face, didn't even flinch, just like he said he would. The impact sent all this energy sparking everywhere, lighting up the whole area with a blinding flash. When the light died down and the students could see again, they couldn't believe it. Morde had caught Fain's fist clean. Our boy looked him dead in the eye and said, "Them little tricks don't mean nothing when your opponent's just built different. Yo, if you think he's built different, smash that like button right now." So he chose to just eat the hit, because Morde knew he was on another level entirely. A blue aura was swirling in his hand, and he was like, yeah, this is a teachable moment right here. Fain, completely wrecked with despair, finally gets it. The dude with the special move is supposed to win every time against a regular Joe. It's simple math, but this guy, Morde, just flipped the whole script. The last thing the redhead saw was a fist coming right for his gut. And in that moment, Fain knew he was never even in the running. He gets launched back again, groaning, and hits the deck, totally beaten. Finally, he slams into a wall and throws up a hand like he's tapping out. He tries to get a word out, but it's no use, he's out cold. Man, what a showdown. Don't forget to drop a comment below with who you think's winning the next one, and make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss it. We're sending a shout out to everyone over at 4567 Cypress Avenue in Miami, Florida. Yo, the instructor couldn't even take the heat, just watching in horror like, where the hell did a monster like Morde even come from? This dude just bodied Fain without even using an impulse. Peeping the whole scene, he's muttering about how he's trained a ton of Verers, but he's never seen a young gun this gifted. Morde just closed the distance in a flash, getting right up in the grill of a direct descendant. He spun around and yelled, "Who else wants some smoke?" And the instructor finally registered that the kid is only 15, but he's already a certified beast, a straight-up monster. He gets the hell out of there, sharply ordering the other students to get their butts to the medical center over at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. One of them snaps to it, knowing if he doesn't take charge, the whole chain of command is about to fall apart. And no matter how much raw talent Morde has, it doesn't change the fact that he's still just a kid from the wrong side of the tracks. Picturing him as a little puppet, the old man knew he had to find a way to get that boy on a leash, whatever the cost. Our hero starts explaining that Fain got seriously messed up in yesterday's brawl and is now stuck in the medbay. Man, those hits put the kid in a straight-up coma, and he hasn't woken up since. Because of that, they tossed Morde in solitary for 4 days, and he spent the whole time with his nose in a book, studying comeback tactics. Closing the book he was reading, the kid figured this theory test was going to be a total cakewalk, especially considering in his past life, he was already on that grad school hustle. The written exam wasn't going to be an issue, he'd ace it. But the boy starts stretching, saying how sitting in the dorm all day is a total drag, so he's been practicing that mana technique to kill time. A mysterious figure slides into view and says he heard Morde was already stirring up trouble in the third-level training zone. When our hero looks up, he recognizes Todd and asks his instructor what he's doing here. The man explains that the Archduke wants to see him. Our hero is shook, asking why some top-dog VIP wants to meet with him specifically. And the man just calmly says all the answers are waiting for him at the spot. Todd also threw in that the kid doesn't need to change, since the Archduke isn't expecting him to know all that fancy noble etiquette. Our hero just shrugged and agreed, thinking that even in the novel, Archduke Vernar didn't really give a damn about all that high society nonsense. And with that, they rolled out. Todd starts explaining that the streets are talking words gotten around about how the kid blazed through the first and second levels. He admits he never expected it all to go down so smooth. He also cops to thinking the kid is wicked smart and bets everyone else thinks so too. Morty's still lost, asking what he means, and that's when Todd drops the bomb. This was all a play to get the Archduke's attention. Morde hits him with a curveball, saying he's not about to sell out his principles just for some clout from the Archduke. If you respect the hustle, smash that like button and subscribe for more. He's like, if he wanted attention, he'd just become the baddest warrior around. Todd thinks the kid's dead wrong, believing this move was the smartest thing he's done so far. Then he breaks it down for the student. The Archduke got a full report of what happened down at the warehouse on 355th Avenue, NYC, and it immediately got his attention. Todd knew beating Vernar would be big news, so he wasn't surprised one bit. When they get close to the Archduke's training grounds, Todd whispers to the guy, "Don't do anything stupid." Stepping out of the carriage, they both just freeze. A heavy-duty fight is popping off right there. Our hero's own father is in the center of it, surrounded by this crazy pink shield while a bunch of warriors are trying to get through to him. He's this dude with long hair and a beard, looking like a legend. He pegs him as one of Archduke Vernar's heavies, feeling a vibe that's off the charts, and the dude himself is built like a straight-up titan. The soldiers rolling with Vernar immediately rush the spot to bust through the shield protecting him. The whole crew starts wailing on the shield. It's spiders with cracks, but ain't nobody breaking through. Seeing that his main event finally showed up, the Archduke tells him, "Aight, that's enough," and starts cooking something up. A swirling orb starts forming in his hand, straight up vacuuming the energy particles around it, till it's glowing a deep blood red. All of a sudden, that little marble-sized flicker blows up into a full-on soccer ball in Verna's grip, and that massive sphere morphs into a gigantic, heavy-duty magic bomb that starts pulling in everything around it. For some reason, seeing this, Morde clocks the move, like he's seen it before. As Vernar gets ready to drop the hammer, the kid says that's a wild power that just eats up both physical and magic hits and flips him into a shockwave that sends cats flying. That once huge magic sphere shrinks down into Verna's palm, and he just yeets it at his enemies like a pure energy nuke. The blast tears a massive crater straight through the wall. A thick curtain of smoke rolls out, and all the other goons are thrown back hard. The kid was thinking the move was called the God of Combat's Reflector, and he figured his old man was still working the kinks out of it. After the dust settled, the man feels like that still wasn't enough, and our boy gets the picture. Man, even in its raw form, that ability is stupidly powerful. If you think that was hype, smash that like button and drop a boom in the comments right now. Turning back to the instructor, he gives a sincere, "My bad" for the holdup, and the two of them quickly hit their knees, bowing down to the big boss. The man steps to Morde and says since he called the kid here, he ain't about to stand on ceremony. He can get up. In front of his son, the man looked like a giant from downtown Los Angeles, California, 90012, just looming over him. Then he says, "So, I heard the kid was pulling some wild stunts on the practice field." Tilting his son's chin up, he asked who his mom was, and the boy answered straight up that her name was Rena. The man says he remembers her from the files, pointing out that our hero definitely takes after his mother more than him, and asks if the kid's gone through his blood awakening yet. Vernar also threw in that he heard about some even more broken impulse user, one who was all about that raw physical power. He wanted to test what his son was really made of when suddenly the Archduke bellowed Kesner's name, and a young cat appeared behind him, addressing him, "Your Majesty." Our hero's father says he wants this knight to square up with Morde, but the knight's hesitant, asking if he really needs to throw down with the young buck. Hearing that, the man said that this was his own blood. He just rolled in and wanted a little preview of what the kid could do, so his subordinate better not go too hard on him. Peeping his opponent a little closer, he realizes this is one of the dudes who was sparring with the Archduke earlier. Kessner tells the kid to come with him to the dueling arena. Kessner tells the young man he can grab any weapon he wants and that he'll wait while the kid picks, but Morde just says he don't need one. Getting into a fighting stance, Morde explained he never learned how to use weapons, so he was going to fight with nothing but these hands. Kessner let out a little scoff, totally sleeping on the kid, and asked if he was for real. Right after that, he blitzes forward and throws out a test shot to see what the boy's working with. He threw a sharp jab at the kid, but the youngin weaved it clean. Morde's thinking his opponent is quick, but that's no surprise for someone in the Archduke's inner circle. Kestner notes the kid is dodging with mana, and that gets him real hyped. A whole storm of blows starts raining down on Morde. He's trying with all his might to block up, but he realizes in a heartbeat that this dude is on a whole other level compared to Vince and Fiend. This is about to get ugly, y'all. After catching that beatdown, the kid got knocked back. He was barely on his feet, but he was still in the fight, no doubt. Kestner starts flaring up his aura, all fiery and wild. He's digging our boy's style, seeing how he don't back down even when he's cornered. Morde starts breaking a sweat from this crazy heat that's just choking him out. He can feel his opponent's rocking a certain technique, and judging by that power, it's got to be straight from Vera's crew, no cap. It just hit the kid, too. Now that he's thinking about it, turns out he's been holding back this whole time while watching his opponent roll up on him. The kid started juicing up his own mana, declaring that since this dude is from the Archduke's squad, it's time to go all out. So yeah, he ain't holding back no more. A dope, bright blue energy starts bringing Morde's body back to life. The auras of these two heavy hitters clash like a straight-up turf war in the concrete jungle. R2 was shook by what he was seeing, and Kestner couldn't believe this was the kind of heat a student was packing. He felt like the kid probably never got a chance to show what he was really made of. He grew up hearing everyone call him a jinx, the cat who took out his own mother. The boy probably never got a real shot to flex his full power. That guilt was a heavy piece on his shoulders. Now, right here in Vale's stand, a world away from somewhere like 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in D.C., things are going to change. The crowd's starting to feel it, believing this time it's going to be different. He's doing it for the kid who never got to let his real power loose. Squared up with a dead serious look, Morde starts talking smack to Kestner, daring him to make a move. Kestner just laughs and says, bet. With some insane speed and explosive force, he blitz Morde, yelling that he was about to school this young blood. Morde manages to throw up a block with his hands, salving his face from getting rearranged. Kestner peeps his opponent with some respect and says he gets why the big boss was checking for this kid. The streets weren't lying about him, but it don't mean a thing in the end. And while one fist is still pressing our boy's guard, the man unleashes some slick, unseen attack. Morde got sent flying back. He was dead, sure he blocked that shot, so now he's thinking this is some technique that doubles the impact. Kestner ain't giving him an inch to breathe. Realizing the kid's still green, he rushes him again, looking to shut this down for good. Before Morde could even process the massive power difference between them, he catches a wicked shot to the gut. The kid gets slammed into the wall, hard. He feels the full force of that fist and spits a little. Kestner cracks a small smile, hinting that he ain't even warmed up yet, so the kid better not be a letdown. Yo, if you think Morde's gonna make a comeback, smash that subscribe button right now. When the dust settles, the Archduke's crony starts clowning him, asking if that's all our heroes got. Still messed up from the hit, the kid struggles to get up, realizing there's a whole world of difference between their levels. And this is without the man even pulling out any of his slick moves. Dragging himself to his feet, he thinks about tapping into that divine blood power, but then deads that thought. If he does that, his opponent will probably pull the same card. Kestner's already getting pissed, saying it looks like the kid is just overthinking this whole thing. Morde stays quiet, groaning and wiping the blood from his mouth. Done waiting for an answer, Kestner snaps, barking that if the kid won't go all out, he's gonna make him. He's coming to him again. Kestner sees the youngin is finally about to get serious. Our hero throws a haymaker at him, but the man ducks it clean, forcing the kid to punch the ground. Both hyped and totally into the scrap, he says this is the exact action he was looking for and instantly gets back on the offensive, prepping another strike. He wasn't about to show his whole hand just yet. Let us know in the comments who you think is holding back more. The beatdown was getting stale, so he decided to clap back. A real scrap kicked off between them, starting with some light taps as they tried to land a clean shot on each other. Kestner weaves out of the way and calls out the kid for making too many useless moves. On the side, some dude notes the young gun's got talent, but he's still a rookie in a real fight, and now he's starting to cook up some mana in his palms. The man charged in to attack his opponent, but only clipped his forearm. Kestner was like, I thought you were done with blocking. Another red. It's like he already knew what he was going to do. And then came a counter loaded with mana. Landing smacks his opponent's weak arm hard, but Kestner surprisingly realizes the hit on his arm was the same damn move he just used. A two-piece combo. Our guy clocks that his opponent didn't just block his attack on purpose, he straight up jacked the move, repeating it way too fast. Kestner started getting seriously heated. He balled up his fists when it hit him that the kid managed to copy his double tap that quick. A golden aura, crackling with lightning, starts popping off the man's hand. and he says he's moving past, interested, and is straight up impressed with our hero. Because of that, Moru's now gotta give it his all. Seeing his opponent powering up, the kid wondered, is he finally about to show his true strength? But out of nowhere, Archduke shuts the fight down and orders them to break it up. This leaves Kestner completely stunned. The old man told his subordinate that they'd done enough to test Moru's power. He walks up to his son and says it's incredible to see a young buck on that level, especially since he just had his blood awakening. If you think that's wild, hit that subscribe button right now. But he cut the proud moment short, saying he wants to see something else and starts gathering a blast of energy in his hand. Our hero instantly knew it was an impulse sphere, and he was bugging over one question. Why the hell did his own pops suddenly whip that out on him? The kid shoves his hands forward, trying to absorb the hit to keep from getting smoked. Curses against Vernon are running through his head, and he's asking himself if his body can even handle this much juice. Pushing his own limits, the young dude firmly decides he's not going to use his secret skill, and will tank this with his body alone. Memories of the throwdown with Fain flashed in his mind. Back then, the kid only managed to shut down the impulse because he was stronger than his opponent. That strategy ain't gonna fly here. But if he also used the impulse, he could have straight up blocked it. Quick on the uptake, the kid summons a white aura in his palms that dead stops the attack. His father cracks his smile, and Todd is just floored. They're all saying it's impossible. I mean, our hero just had his blood awakening. Seeing the blue energy flowing from the student, he answers their questions, explaining that the kid already gets how to use the ability. Looking at his hand, he was shocked to see even more talismans and realize his body's natural gifts are way better than he thought. Like he's got a secret training spot at 44 Beacon Street in Boston. He sees someone use a skill and just instantly copies it. Archduke is practically glowing with satisfaction, saying that's what you expect from his bloodline, and hearing that just gets on Moru's nerves. He remembered this guy just uses people. Vernon, smiling with pride, promised to reward his son for passing the test and then asked what he wanted. The nobleman said the kid could get unbelievable wealth or a mentor who'd teach him he could ask for anything. Our hero was thrown for a loop. He never saw this coming but already knew what to ask for. He only had one mission: gather the fragments of the world before Ed did. Only then would the world not get wrecked. The kid replied that he didn't need that petty stuff, so his father asked what he really wanted. What do you think he'll ask for? Drop your best guess in the comments. But out of nowhere, Morde threw everyone for a loop, saying he wanted to run up on the God of War's tomb. Tayson had to break it down. So in the stories, they got these spots called dungeons. Mad, dangerous, crawling with beasts. But see, the dungeons in this world, they hit different. The walls are all worn down, like they're being chewed up by other dimensions. Basically, they pop into existence where our world collides with another. Most of these spots link up with the demonic dimension, for real. But word on the street is the God of Battle's tomb is the exact place where ours was born and bred. And it's that very same crossover spot where a piece of the world is stashed. The Duke heard what his son was asking, and his whole vibe changed, went dead serious and quiet for a few ticks. He's stroking his chin, really mulling it over. Our boy starts wondering if he jumped the gun, asking so soon. The old man's like, for what? You ain't got a good reason to be heading there. The kid makes his case, though. He's like, look, I heard that's where the legend of Verars is at, and I gotta see the source of this bloodline. This power I woke up with, for myself. Kestner, the same dude he was just squabbling with, chimes in. This kid is way greener than anyone thought. He explains that the tomb is a proving ground, a rite of passage for the direct family line. And what he's asking for, that's a straight-up challenge to the main bloodline. We can't let this hard-headed kid anywhere near that place. But then, plot twist, Vera is with it. Kestner's shook, like, boss, why would you let this slide? But the Duke of Arts just cracks a smile. He's already reading his boy's mind. He says, it ain't the first time someone not from the line tried to hit the dungeons on a mission. Happens every generation. Vera then asks his man if he wants a piece of the action, but Kestner just stays quiet. Vera figures Kestner's had a rough go just because he was born on the wrong side of the sheets, and he's dead sure both Morde and Kestner want a taste of that privileged life. But he looks at our hero and says it's too soon for him to roll out, promising he'll get his shot once he's an official G in the warrior game. If you think he deserves a shot now, smash that like button. Clenching his fists, he realized becoming an official warrior ain't even that deep. You just gotta be quicker on the draw than the book's main character, Aiden, and snag that fragment from the tomb first. Gassed up and seeing a brighter future, the kid tells his pops he's on the same page. Kestner, still cooling off from their scrap, just watches the kid walk off without saying a word. The blonde dude asks his boss, that kid's name was Morde, right? But the Duke just ignores him, which is wild, because he's picturing the kid as his heir after their little throwdown. The man explained, he was holding back something fierce. I'm positive that kid wasn't going 100% in that fight. Hearing that, Vera shot back, nah, looked to me like Morde used every ounce of juice just to hold that impulse sphere, and he picked up the skill on the spot. Kestner had to admit it. I know some cats are just naturals, picking stuff up on the fly, but what really got me was the amount of mana that young Buck was packing. Even if he can't control it yet, his power level was just ridiculous. We're talking penthouse suite at the Four Seasons in Austin, Texas, 78701. Vera points out Moore's mana feels a lot like Ernina's, but right when he was about to say more, he just shut down. Kestner asks what his boss was about to say, but he just stays silent, then waves it off. Nah, it's nothing. Ver's thinking to himself that there was zero ambition in the kid's eyes. He looked almost hollowed out. In the eyes of his other kids from the side, there was always that spark, that hope that their pops would finally claim them. But this kid's eyes were a whole different story. Drop your theories in the comments below. The old man cracked a smile, saying the kid was a dead ringer for his mom, Rena, a real curious cat. Meanwhile, over at the third-tier training grounds, a bunch of warriors were limping around like they just lost a street brawl. Morde gets to his feet, taking the chance to scope out the throwdown between his crew. The kid's thinking to himself, man, these last 4 days of doing nothing almost put me in a box. But now, he's finally about to get the lowdown on something real as he eavesdrops on a conversation. Some cat nearby says they heard Vera is about to take 5 kids born on the wrong side of the sheets and toss them into a trial in the war god's tomb. The dude with the chestnut hair chimes in, saying it's a mission to figure out the tomb's layout, cause that joint switches up every time. Hearing this, Morde figures Kestner's also planning to run that same gauntlet, and he knows he's gotta hustle to become a warrior, like yesterday. Just then, Daisy flies onto the scene, yelling, "Yo, is the whole squad here?" A background character pipes up, "Everyone's here. We're just missing Fina." The instructor, standing there, looking like a straight-up boss, orders all the students to get ready to grind. After that, the man rolls up on our hero, gives him a look, and asks if he's the new blood. Without missing a beat, the kid says, "That's me." The old head tells Morde he can't jump in, cause it's his first day, and he should hit up his boys to get caught up. Morde, getting heated, asks why the instructor is frontin' and refusing to teach him. He ain't trying to take lessons from other students. Fired up, the instructor shouts that the young man needs to fall in line right now. On his very first day, he laid out Captain Fain. The kid snaps back that he already got disciplined for what he did, but that just pours gasoline on the fire. The instructor gets even more ticked off and orders the kid to watch his mouth, asking if he was raised to talk back like that. Morde keeps a stone-cold look and says the instructor must have got it twisted, cause he's just speaking facts and the old man needs to listen. The instructor ain't having any of that backtalk. Lost in rage, he decks our hero. Before Morde can even shake it off, the old head snatches him up by the collar. He called him a punk and made it clear he was given an order. The instructor lays down the law, run laps around the center until training's over, keep a fast pace, and listen up during the lessons. The instructor just laughed at that defiant look on his face and said the boy would pay the price if he couldn't answer a single question later. What do you guys think of this instructor? Let me know down in the comments. Morde tries to keep his cool, but lets a little bit of that power leak out, clenching his fists over getting punked. Seeing his authority getting checked again, the old head completely loses his grip. The old man's thinking, this little brat dares to disrespect me, his instructor? That was a line crossed. And so, he starts laying into our hero again, saying he was mocking his own mentor. Morde was beyond mad but was trying to keep a lid on it. Right then, the old man starts preaching, stressing that around here, the instructor's word is law, no questions asked. If the kid kept pushing back, he'd be kicked out and shipped to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue for all he cared. The instructor got in his face and asked if he got the message. Wiping blood from his mouth from the old man's cheap shot, the kid curses him out in his head, debating if the beef was worth it. But he cooled off, realizing another fight could get him booted and ruin his chance to become a real warrior. That's why he had to swallow his pride. He had his eyes on the prize, that tomb of the war god. So the young man just says he gets it and will call the old man sir. If you think Morde made the right call, smash that like button and don't forget to subscribe for more. Once he felt like he was back in charge, Daisley was like, "Yo, what's this kid even doing?" Cause he should have been moving. Even though he was quiet, just bottling up all that rage inside, our dude started booking it just like the instructor said. Staring at the back of the student who had the nerve to step to him, the instructor was thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna make this punk pay for that lip." He was gonna make sure of it. So, Operivness breaks it down, saying ever since that whole thing went down, Daisley had it out for him. Always coming at him for nothing. It got real clear the old head was constantly laying hands on the kid. The kid also said Daisley was on a serious power trip, that the authority totally got to his dome. If he even felt like someone was checking him, he'd come at Ian with trash talk and his fists, not feeling a thing, no regrets. He was always putting all the trainees through hell with drills, so nobody had the guts to step up to him because he held all the cards. That's how Daisley ran that joint, the third level of the Vera Warriors. Y'all feeling this? Smash that like button if you think Daisley's a straight-up tyrant. Fast forward a few days, and you could see him pulling off a whole workout balanced on just one finger. One finger, man. But even with that, the instructor still wasn't chill, just bitching and asking if he was trying to step out of line. The young'un figured he knew why the instructor was acting like a clown. It was 'cause Moore flexed his mana in front of the whole crew that one time. He felt that burn in his chest where he kept shoving down his anger. He clocked that the kid wasn't going to say squat, but the man ordered him to stay locked in that position till the sun went down. And if he so much as flinched, he knew he'd catch it again. The more Joanny thought about these messed up drills, the more he had to ice himself out and stay still. He was hoping the old head had some real game to drop, but it just seemed like he was handing out whack lessons. Meanwhile, back in his spot, Daisley was just sitting there, deep in his thoughts, chin in his hand. The dude was cussing out Morde, couldn't believe he had the balls to talk back. The beatdown he gave the kids should have shattered anyone. But Morde, they looked up to him right to the end, 'cause if you ever stepped out of line, you were basically calling him out. The man couldn't wrap his head around how this shifty kid with no background could be so tough, and he just slammed his fist into the wall of his office at 1520 Main Street, Houston, Texas. He got up, saying that kid's gonna crash and burn, and he was gonna be there to watch it. Then, the very next day, our main character straight up announces he's jumping in the trial to become an official warrior. He gives the instructor a dead-on stare, and all the other cadets are bugging out over what he just said. The old head is shook, asking if he's for real with this, and our hero just confirmed it, cold as ice. The old man immediately jumps down his throat, telling him he ain't learned a damn thing to be a warrior. But Ka ain't backing down. He claps back that it's all 'cause the instructor straight up quit on his job. Then he gets right up in his face and says the old man can't even teach. That lit a fire under the elder, and he barks at him to cut the crap, 'cause he's the only one who decides who gets to take the test. Drop a comment below, who do you think is right in this standoff? And the whole time, the old man still wasn't chillin'. He was just muttering that our hero had this slick grin on his face and kept saying, "You can't be talking like that." And then he officially lays down the gauntlet, challenging the instructor to a duel for the spirit of God. The second the old man heard what the kid proposed, he was completely floored. He remembered that the spirit of the god of war is all about this sacred tradition of one-on-one throwdowns. See, all the heavy hitters stick to these old-school, savage traditions, and this duel basically means might makes right. They believe the god of the comet only got the backs of true warriors, so in a duel, the righteous one always comes out on top. The old man is bugging, asking, how the hell you know about that? But our guy says it ain't important because it's all in the Vera code. It's like the street code out on 456 Liberty Avenue, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. Yo, check the lore. Any student can straight up challenge their mentor for the spirit of the god of battle. This whole thing comes from the legend of the god of battle himself, who grew up not even knowing he was the main character. Back in the day, all the heavy hitters clowned on him. The second he got the throne, he laid down the law for his whole crew, saying anyone trying to rule gotta be the real deal, no faking. That's why the rules in Inveror let students step to their teachers for that god of battle spirit. At first, our hero thought the old-timer was tripping with this idea, but now he's about to flip the script and use it to his own advantage. But a second later, Daisley grabs him by the collar, barking that he's just some punk kid for even asking. He's all like, "What? You think you're grown enough to be talking about a sacred rite this heavy?" But our main man claps back hard. "Yo, shut your mouth and stop playing yourself. You don't even have the option to duck this fight for the god's spirit." He breaks the instructor's grip and takes a few steps back, with the instructor just eyeing him down. Then our hero starts powering up his mana and yells loud enough for the whole spot to hear. Student Moore is calling out third-level instructor Daisley to a duel for the spirit of the god of battle. He screams it again, and the message echoes all over the palace. Daisley's probably hyped about this, but before he can even talk, our guy spins around and says, "Don't you even think about trying to back out of this. But if you do, I'll put you on blast, telling everybody you ran from a dude who ain't even at 100%. Daisley's tight about this kid's nerve, but our hero ain't backing down one bit. He presses him. "You still not getting it? This is your last chance to prove you're a legit instructor. Besides, Moore is done wasting time on this clown." Feeling the pressure from the kid, the instructor starts thinking he should have worn his brown pants. It's looking like he wasn't going all out when he squared up with Fain. He figures he can still handle Moore. Yeah, the kid's got game, but he's still just a kid. Daisley starts talking junk about how he'll regret this and gets ready to fight. but he doesn't even get to finish his sentence. Our protagonist cuts him right off, reminding him that the challenger calls the shots on time and place. The duel's happening right here in 1 hour, cause he ain't got time to waste. Drop a comment below if you think Disley's about to get wrecked. As he's walking away, he adds that he won't stop the instructor if he decides to bounce. This totally shakes the instructor to his core. He's wondering where this punk came from and how he got so much heart. A shout echoes from the training grounds, probably over by 4,455 Paradise Road in Las Vegas, catching the attention of a blonde dude by the window. A student is challenging his own instructor for the spirit of the god of battle. The man knew the kid was something else, but he never thought he'd be this entertaining. Stoney calls for his assistant, who shows up in a flash. He tells him he's heading over to the third-level training center. And that's when it hits us. This is the same guy Morde bumped into a few days ago. Showing up at the training center, we see a whole scene going down in the middle of the hall where two dudes are facing off. Our main character looks mad chill while everyone around is buzzing. Is that for real the kid challenging for the spirit of the god of battle? Nearby, Instructor Disley is standing there, fully kitted out for war with a weapon, a shield, the whole 9 yards. Morde strolls up and says, "So, you chose to throw down instead of running." The instructor snaps back, "I'm about to beat that arrogance right out of you." This whole fight feels kind of pointless. Make sure to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss what happens next. Our guy says, "All bark, no bite." The instructor gets even more heated by the kid's lip, while he just plays it cool with a smirk. Then, out of nowhere, someone busts in. Did we miss the show? I thought I wasn't gonna make it. A second later, they both realize it's the big man, Mr. Kesner. And right away, the question on everyone's mind is, what's he doing here? The thing is, when the instructor hears how casual our boy is talking to this official, he immediately starts to smell a rat. He figures out the kid knows this big shot, and he's convinced all that cockiness wasn't just for show. He must have some heavy hitters backing him up. They say the kid's just messing around and has some tricks up his sleeve. This gets a quiet chuckle out of Kesner. Our hero actually amused him. Then he asks if our boy really thinks he's gonna win, and adds, "Even though the instructor's retired, you can't sleep on him." The old-timer chimes in too, talking tough that he's gonna beat our hero till he's crying uncle. But the throwdown can't pop off just yet. The witness he called is a no-show. But Kesner, smooth as ever, turns to the instructor and asks if he can step in, since the other guy bailed. When that news hits the training center down at 718 Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts, everyone starts whispering. Like, why is a VIP like Mr. Kesner vouching for this kid? Even the instructor is standing there baffled, and the blonde with Kesner snaps at him. "You really think you're not cut out for this?" Man, that rattled the old dude. He immediately backed down and started stumbling over his words, mumbling about how Kesner is a very busy man and all that. But hearing the man talk to him so informally, the blonde got suspicious. Is this dude disrespecting him? And shot back a warning not to mistake kindness for weakness. This makes the old man apologize and bow his head real quick. And of course, getting clowned like that is a tough pill to swallow for a proud guy like him. Then our hero apologizes for interrupting and says it's about that time. That makes Mr. Kesner ask what he's talking about. But in a flash, it all clicked, and he sincerely wished the kid good luck, hoping he didn't show up for nothing. What's more, he tells the instructor, it's go time. And the old man, fuming because he's been humiliated so many times, is ready to rush into battle, too. He says the protagonist just juiced up his body and that's how he got that fierce momentum. Getting ready with his sword, he says grimly that Morde's gonna regret it big time if that's all he's got. That line right there makes our hero get a little more serious. Then the old-timer adds he wants to see if Morde can block the sword with that same kind of power. But before he could make a move, our boy calls him a real comedian, leaving him stunned and totally lost. While powering up his aura, Morde states bitterly that he was dead wrong and asks if he really thinks a student would have the guts to call out an instructor just for that. In his battle stance, he looks confident as his aura flares up around his whole body. This made the old man realize Morde is using body impulse, and he asked himself, shocked, when the kid learned that. But before he could finish that thought, our hero instantly blitzed forward. He channeled all that red aura into one fist and got ready to let it fly. But the cocky old man says it ain't gonna change a thing. A moment later, two attacks collide, and a powerful shockwave just explodes from the impact. But in the end, our hero's fist came out on top. The old man froze up, shocked, as he realized the attack was coming right for him, and a second later, our hero's power slammed into him. He got blasted backward, digging his heels in with all his might to skid to a stop. The old head was straight up shook, wondering how Morde just blew past his attack and sent him flying. But our boy's already moving up again, ready to throw down. This time, the instructor's shield soaked up the hit. He admits, "Yo, our hero's got hands, for real." But with skills like that, He ain't gonna beat me. Then Morde clocks something coming at him on the quick. That's when the instructor juices up his shield with an impulse. A fat wave of mana rolls out and shoves our main man back. He's talking trash, like, "You're strong, but you got zero game. Your whole mana technique is straight up basic." That's why he's still too green to rumble with someone who's a seasoned vet. Our hero gets blitzed and barely ducks out the way, but his dodge wasn't clean. He still caught a nasty slice on his cheek. Seeing that our boy was in a bad spot, the instructor starts going on about how he's been to hell and back in countless fights. He's saying when a lightweight like him dares to challenge a heavy hitter, it's pretty much a wrap for them, and that he's not some nobody like Morde, who's easy to write off. With the final blow, the instructor yeeted our hero clear across the room, almost sent him to an address like 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. He somehow lands on his feet, but now he's way more careful. He knows the old dude is spitting facts about needing more experience, and the blonde chick watching the fight says even though the kid's got talent, his fight IQ is still on the same level as Avis. If he takes an L here, he's got a dip. And that's precisely what Dazzly is hoping for. He's just standing there, curious. What's the young gun gonna do now? Hey, if you're digging this breakdown, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Back in the fight, the instructor's taunting him. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue." But let's keep it a buck. Even though the instructor's a cocky dude, his skills are legit, and his swagger is even impressing the old man. Morde stays ice cold and claps back. "If you think I'm gonna lose just by looking, then you're the real amateur here." The old man just busts out laughing and says he's about to school him right here, right now. But Morde's like, "Nah, that's impossible," which throws the elder for a loop, because he can't figure out where all this juice is coming from. But when he takes a closer look at our main character, he spots it. Besides the wild aura coming off him, his whole body's changed, too. When the instructor sees the kid's hair has gone completely white, he knows in that instant it's over the kid's divine blood just woke up. Our hero's just opening his eyes, looking dead, set on putting those old dudes in their place. And as he steps up, the old man is 100% sure of it. He really should have worn his brown pants to this throwdown. Morde says this is his first time truly letting loose and he doesn't think he can hold back. So, he better not be salty when he gets sent to the Shadow Realm. When members of the Vern family turn 15, they awaken their divine blood and start tapping into its crazy power. But most of them just use that power to supercharge their mana reserves. And that alone gives them some insane strength. But if someone can fully master the divine blood, that person gets power on a whole other level, something you can't even measure. Everyone in the training hall was frozen stiff, couldn't believe our guy is only 15 years old. Jim Tassner is bugging out over how a 15-year-old kid managed to pop the seal on his divine blood power. And get this, even though everyone thought he was the most gifted of the bunch, it took him 4 whole years to unlock that ability. Now, this new kid, who just rolled up, has already hit that level. Instructor Dazzly is starting to get it now, too. He's gasping for air because one look into the kid's silver eyes and he knows for a fact that blood has been awakened. The hero's flexing his higher instinct all over the place, and he can't even believe it himself. He tries to be the bigger man, show a little mercy, saying, "Look, if you want to tap out, now's the time. You'll only lose your pride." But the instructor just screamed back, "Cut the crap." Even if the kid unlocked some god-tier powers, there was no way he was going to lose to a rookie. But before the old dude could even finish his trash talk, our boy slid up on him, saying, "You're gonna wish you never said that." But that rush was exactly what the old-timer was baiting him into, and he was dead certain he could shut it down. He throws his shield up to block the hit, talking real slick, saying it ain't gonna change a thing. Yeah, right. The exact opposite went down. With just one flick of the wrist, our hero sent him flying. Dude hit the deck hard and got dragged through the mud like it was Bourbon Street after a hurricane. Suddenly, he's been run through, and the old man finally gets it. This is that god blood power. Our guy's thinking maybe he overdid it, since he still can't really handle the juice. And the old-timer's just realizing he got bodied by a 15-year-old kid. Still, homeboy's got too much pride for that. Even with his shoulder messed up, he ain't quitting. He starts channeling all his juice into that blade, gearing up for one last, desperate play. He charged our main dude, loading up a hit that could straight up delete him. But before he could even swing, our hero was already in his face, shutting him down cold with a simple, "Check that ego." Then out of nowhere, slick as you please, the old man dodges, weaves behind him, and yells out not to let his guard down. Yo, if you're vibing with this comeback, make sure you smash that subscribe button. He's talking big, saying it don't matter how tough our boy thinks he is, because when it comes to the counter game, he's the OG. Then the old dude lets loose, and a massive explosion lights up the whole block, bigger than the 4th of July over in Chicago. Even Kesner had to give him props. Couldn't believe he flipped the script like that. But for these burners, the ultimate weapon and the toughest shield is their own flesh and bone. It ain't long before we see that hyped-up sword was too weak to even leave a scratch on our main man's body. A little blade like that ain't gonna do squat to someone who's already running on god-tier software. That's when it hits him. Instructor Disley felt that real, ice-cold fear, realizing the blade he'd mastered for decades was useless against some 15-year-old punk from down on 125th Street. So he just starts swinging for the fences, wild and sloppy. There's no way he's cutting this dude, but our hero just stands there, tanking the hits like they're nothing. Then he drops the bomb, saying he's disappointed because Disley ain't just weak, he's a straight-up fraud. Hearing that, Disley lost it and wound up for another swing with everything he had. But our boy just catches the blade dead in its tracks with his bare hands. Man, drop a comment below if you saw that coming. See, the thing is, descendants of the war god throw these hands, because there ain't no weapon tougher than their own body. Our hero looks at him and asks if the instructor seriously thought a little poke like that was going to hurt him. He tightens his grip on the old man's sword. Then, using that divine power, he unleashes a wicked electric charge, making the old man dance and feel the burn from over 1,000,000 jolts of pure pain. Next thing, the old-timer drops to his knees in front of our boy, who's just looking down at him like he's nothing. Our hero lays it out cold, take the L, or I swear I'll end you right here on the spot. And that shock, that otherworldly jolt mixed with all that pain, it put the fear of God into the old man. He finally admitted to himself that from the jump, he never stood a chance against this kind of raw power. He just hung his head and took his L in front of our hero. And just like that, the crowd watching this throwdown from their stoops on South Street in Philly went absolutely nuts. Vernar's kid just took down Disley. Even the blonde was shook, impressed with how this cat who tapped into his divine blood was already wielding its power. And that ain't even the half of it. In that scrap with the returned god's spirit, he nearly put his own mentor in the ground. So, dude can't even wrap his head around how strong this kid could get. Watching our hero walk him to the gates, he has to admit it was a respectable fight. Off in the distance, we catch a glimpse of two other figures, creeping and watching the whole thing go down. What do you think they're up to? Let me know in the comments and don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Yo, this hooded figure was a straight-up beast, had mad courage, and didn't back down from a scrap. But plot twist under that hood is a dime piece named Vernar's, the 7th in line to the whole Vernar dynasty. Alright, so now we're bouncing over to the Vernar's castle. The OG is posted up on the throne, giving our main man a hard stare. He admits the young gun is an official warrior now and that he straight up smoked Mr. Hasley in their duel. Our boy just says, you already know, and that he's here to collect what he's owed. Then the Lord hits him with a question. Was he just trying to get juiced up with the battle god's spirit to power level faster? Our hero claps back, saying he couldn't just sit on the sidelines while his mentor was making a play. The patriarch then steps up, booming that the strong always make the rules. That's the Vernar's creed, straight up. That's why he sees no problem with how our dude handled business. But the one thing that's really bugging the old man is why these powers kicked in ahead of schedule. Our hero explains he's being real careful with his mana and impulse, since it's his first time on the block and he's still learning the ropes. The patriarch figures that explanation holds water. He had a hunch our guy only rolled up to challenge the tomb of the battle god anyway, and sure enough, our hero confirms it. The head guard tries to tell him to pump the brakes, though. If they let him run this fade with the tomb early, people are going to start beefing. What do you think? Drop it in the comments below. But the second his underling tries to put his 2 cents in, the patriarch just snaps. He's like, who do you think you are? Giving me advice. The guard practically crawls on the floor, begging for forgiveness. While that dude is thinking he should have worn his brown pants, the patriarch just says, a deal's a deal, and gives our hero the green light to challenge the god's tomb. He's not even sure why he's more hyped for this than Alazia, who was thanking the Lord for the decision. Rocking a little smirk, he knew he played his cards right and was finally about to snag that first fragment of the world. They finally roll up to the entrance of the battle god's tomb. Kessner is right there with our hero, laying down the law. Only one person gets to go inside. The next one can only enter after the last one bites the dust. Morde was tripping. This was way more intense than he bargained for. He only knew the tomb was stashed in the archive's basement, not that it was some next-level setup like this. The blonde dude, Kessner, can't believe it, saying Morde's the first to actually step up to this. He adds that this whole mess is Morde's doing, so he better make it back in one piece. Man, the pressure is on. Smash that like button if you think Morty's got this. Morde starts walking to the gates, trying to look like he knows the deal. But before he can enter, they freeze solid right in front of him. Just standing in front of this thing is giving him some serious chills. According to the Vernar family legend, the war god Vernar never actually died. Instead, he just ghosted his human life and leveled up to a god. That whole combat god's tomb name is just something he made up, putting a whole different spin on it. Morde remembers a line from the novel saying some god-tier beings still crashed at this spot. He finally shoves the door open and gets blasted by a blinding light. As he moves in, he knows that in 7 years, some guy named Aiden is going to get the first fragment of the world, and he's going to need a right-hand man. But for now, the freemen of the world have got to still be kicking around in here. And just like that, the doors slam shut, locking our boy in that space. He pushes deeper and deeper into this joint and starts seeing all kinds of wild, extremely trippy structures. He shuddered because this whole scene was nothing like how it was described in the novel. He knows that in the tomb of the battle god, 6 spatial sketches are stashed somewhere. This is getting intense. Make sure you're subscribed with notifications on so you don't miss what happens next. So the book only mentioned one of them, but peep this, no matter which one it is, it's gotta have a seal. So my man's on the hunt. The seal's gotta be some stone statue, probably showing the whole life story of this god dude who's making a comeback. But then he's like, hold up, something's watching him. After strolling for a minute, he says this whole joint looks fake. For real, it looks like someone in a studio down in Burbank slapped it together in Photoshop and didn't even finish the job. But then, out of nowhere, something catches his eye. He sees smoke and flames kicking up. And it hits him. Hellhounds are about to get on his case. There's 2 of them, and our homie looks like he's backed into a corner. Some gnarly-looking dogs are giving him the evil eye. Morty was tripping, thinking he wouldn't have to throw down with a whole squad of monsters, but then he sees a hellhound barreling right at him. But with one quick sap, he just drains the juice right out of the first hellhound. He's instantly ready to run it back for the second one, and he don't even need to get close. He just slings some mana and splits that thing clean in 2. While he's still hunting for these statues, he's grumbling about how this is all extra and hella draining. Before long, though, it looks like he finally hit the jackpot and found a seal someone tried to stash away. He spots a statue where it looks like the god of war took down an Eton back in the day, but he can't figure out why they'd turn it into a seal. He noticed you have to be pretty full of yourself to put up a statue like that, and he's probably the dude standing on that creature's back. Then our main man starts spraying his mana all over the block, and with one leap, he sticks the landing right on top of the statue. He's now face to face with the statue of his ancestor. Looking at it, it all clicks. This thing was supposed to be Verith when he was just 10 years old, and just like that, it all made sense why his descendants look like they've been hit in the juice box too hard. He quickly fires up the god of war bloodline and gives his arm a little slice. Yo, if you're feeling this breakdown, make sure to smash that like button for your boy. Now he steps to the founder's statue and, without even thinking twice, spills some of his own blood on it. He figured without a heads up, this would be next to impossible to find. Who would have guessed that after you wake up your god blood, you also gotta bleed on a statue of the guy? He hops down from the huge statue, thinking the god should be pretty stoked about this. He's the first one with the guts to pull a move like this, but he's gotta bounce and get to the next seal. The second he's gone, we see the statue's head turn, looking right at him, and its skull starts to crack. A little later, we see our protagonist has been through the ringer. He's squared up with giant snakes, hellhounds, skeletons, suits of armor, and a ton of other freaks. Right now, he's actually putting the finishing touches on some bonehead. But these monsters just keep popping up out of nowhere. He's thinking that down here, in what looks like a back alley off Bourbon Street in New Orleans, you can't get away from them. As a massive snake lunges at him, an idea flashes in his head. The dodge test in a real scrap should be way easier than this training. He starts packing his mana straight into his fist. He's decided he's gonna clean house and take out any enemy that gets in his way, because he's dead sure this is the trial the god of war set up for him. Up top, a couple of flying monsters are keeping a close eye on our hero. What do you guys think they're planning? Drop your theories in the comments below. Then it clicks, these creatures ain't just chillin', they're running security on top of the wall, making sure he can't climb over. At least that means he can focus on the ground game. Man's already snagged 5 seals, you feel me? Only one more to go. He'll finally be able to get his hands on the remnant of the world. The deeper he goes, the stronger he can feel the mana, which is probably why his god blood has already fired up 5 different times, and his own mana's on E, for real. Suddenly, something makes him freeze in his tracks. Morde looks up, dead serious. It seems he's finally rolled up on the 6th seal, which is a straight-up giant stone dragon. Yo, just like the rest, this statue is massive, and climbing it looks like it's gonna be a straight-up mission. But before he can even make a move, some noise makes him whip his head around. He glances back and sees this gigantic blue ogre eyeballing him. It's on sight, the brawl kicks off instantly, and he knows this ain't no regular chump. Even the top dogs with that magic flow would struggle with this beast. The blue beast lets out a roar and gets ready to charge our boy. In a flash, it slams its fist into the ground, shattering the whole floor, but Mort, quick on his feet, smoothly weaves out of the way. He clocks that this ain't no garden variety monster. Your average ogre is about 13 feet, but this dude in front of him is easily clearing 16 feet. The throwdown rages on as the blue behemoth keeps pushing, trying to tag our hero. Meanwhile, Mort's using his insane speed, ducking and dodging hits while looking for an opening. He's thinking to himself, man, this is almost too easy, like squaring up with this thing is going to be way more fun. Then, out of nowhere, Mort just starts letting loose, throwing a whole storm of hands at the ogre. He actually shoves the blue monster back a step, but while his head's in the game, the ogre snatches him midair and just launches him into the wall, messing our hero up bad. That's when it hits him, his basic power level ain't gonna be enough to clutch this win. Smash that like button if you think he can pull through. He sees this absolute unit of a creature barreling down on him. He cocks his fist back, bracing for the hit, and right then, he accepts it. He's gonna have to pull out that move. But it might be a wrap already. The ogre lands a direct hit on our guy, feeling all high and mighty after bodying the kid it saw as an enemy. But the ogre freezes up when a massive explosion erupts from the dust cloud, and our hero growls that the beast knows nothing about his bloodline. The blast sends the ogre flying, knocking it back a good 20 feet. He had to tap into that next-level instinct, because he knew if he flinched for even a second, it was game over. The pissed-off ogre gets up, ready for round 2, but it has no clue our man is already cooking up a giant energy bomb in his fist. Mort looks the blue giant dead in the eye and just says, "Be quiet." Then he unleashes a hit that detonates through the whole area, completely wiping the ogre off the map. Even though he got the W, Mort's feeling kinda down about it. He only won because he had to pop his divine bloodline. He figured that now, after using this power, he'd be scared of it. He walks on, thinking how this whole dungeon is just a training ground for 15-year-old kids from the main family. It's becoming crystal clear that fight IQ and raw training are what really separate the champs from the chumps. So the second he gets out, he's planning to restart his whole training from square one. He finally makes it to the top of the stone dragon and eyes the god statue, thinking something's off about how tall it is. I mean, his old man is a legit 80-foot giant, so you think the war god ancestor would be even taller, right? Maybe as tall as that building at 83 Maiden Lane in New York. But at the end of the day, it really don't matter. He drips some of his blood on the statue, trying to get his hands on a world shard, but a minute goes by and... crickets. Nothing happens. Mort starts thinking something ain't right here. According to the book, the second he woke up all the statues, he was supposed to merge with the world itself. Now, he's paranoid he's about to get locked away, so he decides to double back and check on every single one. Let us know in the comments what you think is about to go down. Then all of a sudden, he hears this voice boom. I'm disappointed. I expected my bloodline to be a little tougher than this. He spins around and comes face to face with some mysterious dude just staring him down. It doesn't take him long to realize this dude is the god of war statue, now fully alive. It tells him that if it had just stayed put, it would have completely missed out on meeting its own descendant. So why'd our boy Morde roll up into this so-called tomb of the returned god? Cause you gotta remember how my man got that piece of the world stuck inside him, but all he's seeing is this one statue, and yo, this thing is moving and talking. Our homie started wondering if this was some kind of hidden test. He doesn't ask the dude who he is, and the guy just plays him, asking how old Morde is instead. But when Morde taps into that higher instinct of his, he's still dead set on finding out who this cat really is. That grit, it actually impresses the old-timer. Our main man rushes in and throws a punch so heavy it kicks up a nasty shockwave. That hit didn't even faze the dude. He just calmly said Morde was crossing the line. He claps back instantly, sending our hero flying backwards. He gets slammed into the wall, left completely spun out about what just went down. But then, out of nowhere, he sees this massive figure jumping at him, talking about it's time to give him a proper welcome to the block. Morde sees a fist coming straight for his gut. I'm watching him get slammed into the floor like a cannonball. The impact was so wild it kicked up a huge dust cloud. A moment later, we see our boy, a little banged up, crawling out of the crater. He can't even believe his eyes. Is this some kind of illusion? 'Cause just a few seconds ago, that was nothing but a stone statue. Then the old head asks if Morde is for real that clueless about who he is. Morde starts talking, saying he knows he's a stone statue of the battle god, but the man cuts him off, quickly laying it out that he wasn't exactly a stone statue. He's more like a human shadow left behind by the battle god, and our hero was straight up shook by this. The old story said the battle god's tomb down on 125th Street held his human remains. So this whole spot was for him as a man, not some god. But the stories also said that these statues were all about the achievements of his entire life. You gotta assume that means they were juiced up with his will, too. The old-timer says that even though it's hard to swallow, it's the truth. But he's gonna show a little more of his power just to make him a believer. Then all our hero sees is his shadow, a hand just creeping towards him. Meanwhile, the elders talking about how reality checks are called shocks, because they hurt like hell. He clocks his descendant with a fist, and the kid barely manages to get a block up. The old man's kind of feeling it, saying our boy turned out to be weaker than he thought. But our hero falls back and starts charging up his one-punch man special. This gets the ancestor all hyped. He's juiced that Morde still has enough gas in the tank to throw down with him. Suddenly, a straight jab comes flying, but our hero ducks under it and slips right into the old man's blind spot. That young blood speed just blows the old-timer's mind. While Morde is cooking up a shot that could put him in the dirt for good, he charges up the cannon packed with his own style. No cap. It's clear the old-timer is heated that he had to pull a slick move like that. He just casually swats away the ball of thick energy head in his way. Morde uses the smokescreen from the blast to land a hit on the old man. He was shook that the pulse bullet was just a fake-out. But right then, the old man snatches the kid by his dome and launches him, whispering that he's a weak and foolish punk for trying to deceive him. Even while he's airborne, the old man catches up, dishing out more hits while manically saying how much he loves to throw these bare hands. Taking this beatdown, Morde knows he can't win this with just his divine power. He's even starting to doubt himself. Is this whole thing just a dream? 'Cause for real, the power gap between him and the old-timer is just insane. Then he gets slammed into the ground something fierce, and the old-timer just keeps laying into him, saying Morde still has a long way to go. He suddenly stops, and a big grin spreads across his face, 'cause our main character is now completely wrecked. What a beatdown. Drop a comment below if you think Morde deserved that, and don't forget to subscribe. But he lays down the final boot, and Morde goes slamming into the wall. Then the old head says he's disappointed, claiming our boy is weak sauce. He breaks it down. If this was a real throwdown, Morde, you'd already be out of here. But you see him shaken. Our hero pulls himself up, saying it ain't over. But low-key, he was shook when his divine power and that bloodline system of his started acting up. The old man is not impressed. Just a couple of hits was all it took to shut down our hero's whole game. And the old dude's wondering how his bloodline got so watered down. He steps up, asking if that's enough proof that he's spitting facts. And my man Morde is looking skeptical, thinking, is this dude for real, the god of comebacks? But the old-timer claps back that around these parts, you can call him Vern. He's seen plenty of his descendants try to run this dungeon. But Morde is the first one to wake up in this specific way. And when Vern finds out it took a whole 500 years before someone finally hit his alarm clock, he can't believe that much time just slipped by. He's like, that makes zero sense. This shouldn't have been some impossible puzzle to solve. Morde explains that after he bounced to the heavens, 2 of his sons started beefing. Each one claimed he was the true heir to the god of battle, and the dude who lost took his crew and dipped. Vern had no clue that him leaving would kick off so much drama. Then he gives our hero a look, dripping with a little disappointment. He muttered that he never should have let the kids see him like that. He turns back and asks if this young buck even knows what weakening really means. Our hero, straight-faced, says he has no clue. Hearing that, the old man is floored and asks why he was out here dumping his blood on statues then. Morde says he was hunting for the fragment of this world. In the book, when Edna got her hands on the fragment, the comet god was a no-show. So, he figured the god only woke up because this whole bloody spot, probably down at 456 Oak Avenue in Austin, Texas, was his direct family turf. Then, the OG breaks down what the awakening is all about and why he left this shard behind to school them on how divine blood gets activated in a physical form. Our hero, Morde, is imagining the old dude is about to drop some ancient knowledge on how to really use his blood and power. A question pops up real quick, though. Why wasn't this secret sauce passed down the line? But the old man explains there's a catch. The first generation that got the memo couldn't pass it to the second, 'cause using that divine juice all depends on how potent it is. So, with every new generation, the blood gets thinner and weaker. In other words, the further down the family tree, the harder it is to level up. And if someone pops up who can't handle it, it becomes a major L. That's why they built the tomb of the god of battle. It was basically a gym for their descendants and a way to school them. Once you manage to juice up the blood and hit this level, you get it. You'll be able to master that divine power perfectly. Our boy knows it, too. Compared to 5 centuries ago, the bloodline has gotten seriously diluted. Let me know in the comments if you saw that twist coming. And because of that limitation, the big taboo you broke came into play, which is why the Archduke went full villain mode. Even though things got messy, Morde lucked into a chance to learn a super OP skill. So yeah, he's got to start grinding with this old-timer. Morde says for real, if this is training, I'm all in, and asks him to lay out the syllabus. But come on, you already know this old man ain't about to be some sweet professor. The training method is going to be simple. They're just going to scrap, and scrap, and scrap again, and that's the whole program. Hearing about this wild training plan, our hero feels that disappointment creeping back in. The old dude gets sarcastic, asking if kids these days need everything handed to him. But nah, our boy's just trying not to get sent to the Shadow Realm for good. My man just got over 4 cracked ribs, but the old timer with a slick grin on his face says that pain's probably ghost now. And when our hero checks, sure enough, the pain was gone. Then the old dude drops 2 absolute game changers on him. First off, as long as you're in this spot, any damage you take and all your mana just snaps right back, instantly. And second, he ain't the one Morden's gotta square up with. This gets our hero's gears turning, wondering who he's about to throw down with. Next thing you know, a massive wave of pure power just erupts from a statue, spooking our boy. But the old man just shrugs, saying, "That kid always has to be extra." In a flash, a younger version of the comeback god himself rolls up. He's giving our hero the side eye, straight up sizing him up and muttering, "For real? This is the dude I gotta get in shape." Morden put it together real quick. This kid version is scrapping at a 10-year-old's level, and since his hair ain't silver yet, it means he probably hasn't unlocked the full juice of that divine blood. That's a whole different vibe from the old timer, who's rocking pure white hair and stone gray eyes. And it's this OG who's gonna school his descendant on how to take a lickin' and keep on tickin'. When the little dude steps up, the young god starts talking trash, acting like Morden wouldn't even dare lay a hand on him. Just the idea of getting clapped by a 10-year-old is straight up embarrassing, and it's got our hero shook. But our hero, at a ripe 15 years old, ain't backing down for a second and fires back. "You here to throw down or just run your mouth? 'Cause all that talk is cheap. Less jowin', more drowin'." Our boy says this 'cause he's dead sure his physical game is stronger than the kid's, so he plans on keeping that divine blood on the bench. But that kind of pride, it's about to get our hero absolutely wrecked. But that comeback just pokes the bear. The young god lunges at him, hoping our hero can back up that talk. Turns out, it was all talk, 'cause Morden eats dirt, face first, not even lasting 10 seconds in the ring. The two gods get it now. The kid's got the muscle but zero fight IQ. They're gonna have to build him up from square one. The young god is straight up baffled. How is it possible one of his own bloodline can't throw hands? But Morden just shoots back, never had to learn. The old timer is lost. How can one of his own kin not even know the basics of a scrap? But soon, our hero breaks it all down. The whole story about the Archduke messing with the gene pool. Hearing this, the old man sees red, saying if he could get out, he'd personally deliver a beatdown to that Archduke. Drop a comment if you think that Archduke deserves what's coming. He puts a hand on our hero's shoulder, and with a grin, he's like, "All right, let me put you on game on how to handle that little punk." The OG explains that our hero keeps falling for the exact same move, over and over. To flip the script, he's got to tap into that raw, unpredictable style, like a street brawler from 200 Elm Street in Chicago. Meanwhile, the kid lets out a big yawn and says, "Look at you two grown-ups acting like children." It's kinda sad. But our hero, who's only 15, is starting to get seriously ticked off. So, it's on again. Morden throws the whole kitchen sink at him, trying every angle he can think of to get a piece of the young god. He's hunting for an opening, any shot to turn the tables, but it's the same old story every time. He just keeps eating shots while he's looking for his moment. They're 74 rounds deep, and Morden is still coming in hot, just reckless. But the kid is just weaving and ducking his attacks like they're nothing, even sidestepping our hero's surprise moves. Make sure you smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Then bam, a hit connects so hard it actually forces Morden's divine blood to kick into gear. As the transformation starts, our boy is just on the ground, wiping dirt from his nose. Finally, a punch comes flying right for his jaw, but at the last second, he ducks. And the fist smashes the wall right next to his head. The 10-year-old god wonders, did he just flinch? He's trying to figure out if our boy lost his nerve, because Morden is absolutely fuming after getting schooled again. But then, our boy finally clocks it. A thin slice appears on the kid's cheek, proof that his attack actually landed and he put hands on the enemy. The throwdown keeps going, and the old god of battle keeps feeding our man the plays, right up until you can see the 10-year-old war god's next moves and exactly how he's gonna clap back. Out of nowhere, our dude lunges forward and unleashes a storm like a downpour of yard-long haymakers, aiming to plant the 10-year-old god of combat's face in the dirt. Our protagonist is hyped that he finally tagged him, but right then, he sees a flash of lightning, and in a blink, a hand shoots out from the smoke. But before it even connects, our hero is quick enough to dodge back, and he hears the young gun say, "Looks like he's learning. Guess I don't gotta hold back anymore." And right there, you know the god of battles is feeling some type of way, especially because he's seeing his own blood for the first time ever, and also because nobody's ever touched him before. So he decides the games are over and really brings the heat. Just trying to block the little man's onslaught is knocking our protagonist clean off his feet. He's realizing that if this keeps up, his body's gonna get shredded like a document at an office on Wall Street. So he makes a hard jump back, trying to get some space, wondering why the big god ain't running any interference, Seems the old-timer with the slick hair couldn't care less about what's going down. The little dude walks up and asks if he really thinks he has time to be looking around, then sinks a nasty blow into our hero's gut that sends him flying way back. He slams into a rock, finally drawing some real blood from our protagonist. That look of pain puts a sick smile on the god's face, and without giving the guy a second to breathe, he rushes in again. And our hero has zero time to react. He just sees a blur coming at him while a whole storm of hits gets unleashed on him. The 10-year-old god of battles grabs our hero by the hand and just yeets him into the air like a ragdoll. Then the little red menace jumps up too, getting ready in midair to drop his finisher. Yo, if you think this is wild, smash that like button right now. He kicks him midair and sends him crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. At this point, his divine blood is tapped out. He can't even move a finger, but then he sees something falling right for him. The second he lifts his head, it's already too late. A huge chunk of the statue comes crashing down on him, and as soon as it hits, a massive cloud of dust kicks up. While the god of peace is over there wondering if our guy is even still breathing, believe it or not, he raises a fist, showing that little fighting god that he's got the guts to take all this. But damn, it looks like guts are all he's got left, because the statue straight up crushed his legs. When he looks down, he realizes they won't move, and you can see the pure panic hit him. The 10-year-old jumps from the top, coming right down on him. Meanwhile, our hero can feel his divine blood will be back online in about 8 seconds. The clock's ticking, and he's probably not going to have time to power up before this next hit lands. But in that moment, he shows how clever he is and says something caught his eye. Make sure you hit subscribe so you don't miss what comes next. And then we see something zipping straight for the 10-year-old's eyes, moving fast like a midnight train through Chicago. He says that in Vernar's bloodline, they've got some scary physiques, but their eyes are just as soft as any regular person's. And just like that, his theory is proven right. When the battle god's eyes fill with tears, he can't even see the hero standing right in front of him. But right then, Mad Dog angry, he taps into that divine juice. Just when he's about to put the main character on a t-shirt for good, and before his fist could connect, the clock finally hits 0. The war god's haymaker just smashes a hole in the dirt. Right after, our boy flips the switch on his own divine blood and pulls a slick dodge, then comes at him from the blind side. When the kid clocks this and whips around, he sees our hero just looking at him, asking what's up. After all, the kid was the one talking all that trash, saying he'd take him out if he powered up with that divine blood. But let's be real, he's the one getting clapped in this throwdown. He lands a solid shot right to the kid's dome, hyped that he finally connected. But nah, reality hits different, cause the kid's got a head made of concrete. That heroic punch did jack squat. The 10-year-old little man snatches him up by the collar, ready to throw down, talking about, let me show you how to really throw hands. Our guy is straight up bummed out. Looks like this kid is on a whole other level for him right now, but just then, the old head steps in, no games, and bellows for them to cut it out. Next thing you know, our hero gets yeeted across the room, leaving him totally bugging. He had no clue what just went down, but when he looks up, all he sees is the old man's back. It clicks, he straight up blocked the kid's attack with one hand. He turns to the little dude and is like, yo, what do you think you're doing? After all, I told you to school him, not to send him to his maker. So this whole thing is a wrap. The kid claps back, asking if he'd be singing the same tune if the roles were reversed, but the OG just gives him that ice-cold stare. Man, I swear, kids these days got no respect. The little dude immediately snaps back to his normal self and starts playing it cool, all agreeable like. Watching this all unfold, our hero pieces it together. The kid is shook of the old man and is just glad he's still breathing. But right then, the ground starts rumbling. He looks up and sees the whole freaking dimension is falling apart, and the old man says it's time for a reality check. He breaks it down that our hero's divine blood hits different from his, probably cause he's a descendant of Orida, who also hails from the Vera's crew, probably from somewhere like 450 Verrars Avenue, Miami, Florida. Truth is, even the old head has no clue what this mix is going to cook up. Even though he's the son of a legit goddess, he never in a million years thought the Vernar family's bloodline would get mixed with hers. Then he points a finger at our hero's forehead and says that as a reward, he's getting the God of War's body upgrade. All of a sudden, our boy felt this low-key energy start flowing through him. It seeped into his bones, juiced up every cell, and gave him some next-level power. Peeping his own physique, he's thinking he's never seen nothing like this in any story he's ever read. And then the old man lets out a sigh, whispering, "This is the most I can do for ya." He says he hopes they cross paths again and tells his younger self to holler at him later. But the little man is clearly salty about it. Suddenly, his focus snaps back to our hero. He says that up till now, he's only run into a bunch of scrubs, but this dude seems to be built different. He thinks this new generation might actually have what it takes to get on his level. That's why he gives him a genuine thank you for the lesson. And even though this 10-year-old kid's body is jacked, like some dude from Venice Beach who's been on the sauce for 50 years, deep down, he's still a simple kid and totally lights up from our hero's praise. Just like that, our boy Van wakes up, sprawled out on the ground. And when he pulls himself up, he's wondering if that whole warm, trippy dimension was just a dream. But when he looks forward, he spots his mission. Right there in front of him is a fragment of the world, the very tool the ancient OGs used to build everything. Yo, this shard is like a whole perfect universe. Aiden tapped into to get juiced up, just to wreck it all later. Our boy puts his hands on it and starts soaking up its vibe, figuring, since he copped it first, the book's main dude won't be able to power up like before. It's a trip seeing the lead get played by a side piece, but hey, it's all for that happily ever after, you feel me? And boom, we're back in the real world. Someone's hitting up the lady on the phone. The dude's like, yo, Morin's back from the war god's tomb. This shorty breaks down her whole scheme for us. For real. She cooked up a plan to look like the coolest big sis ever to her adopted bro. It ain't like other crews, nah. In the Vera family, it wasn't just the Duke's kids fighting for the bag. It was every kid, blood or not. And you had 5 of them, all squared up, ready to throw down for the top spot. You had the 7th, the 6th, the 4th, the 3rd, and my man Archduke. But once the squad cleared out the war god's tomb, it messed with every single one of their heads, big time. Then we spot this young buck, sipping tea, talking about how all the heirs are trying to get Morin on their team. He's all like, can't let a prodigy like that fall in with the wrong crowd. And bam, plot twist, this dude is the villain, the 6th kid himself. Next stop, we're rolling up to Archduke's castle, probably located somewhere like 1010 Newtons. Roxbury Drive, Beverly Hills. A couple of servants walk our main man in and show him his new digs. And yo, his room is straight up palatial. Turns out, they put him in the castle's first outer ring, the spot where all the cash is stacked. Even though most of the regular grunts crash in the 2nd zone, they send him to the 3rd. Probably because he's got that Vera blood in him and his divine power just got unlocked. They even hooked him up with a spot right next to the training grounds so he could get his grind on. On top of that, they gave him 2 servants to handle his every need, and my guy was feeling it, finally living that high life. Then, out of nowhere, there's a knock at the door, and someone's banging on it, yelling, "Is Lord Morin in the house?" The maid cracks the door to see who's there and just about jumps out of her skin. But these dudes just blow right past her, like, you Morin. So, get this. The warriors are split into 4 tiers, from your basic fighter to the real top dogs. Our boy starts sizing these 2 up hard, guessing they're probably mid-tier. One of them whips out a scroll and starts reading a message from his young boss, Brent, who's mad impressed with what Morin's been doing. He thinks Morin's skills could be a major asset, so he's really hopping. Morin will take him up on the offer to be his go-to enforcer. The messenger basically says our boy should be honored to be offered a spot as his blade. But the dude just freezes up when Morin's like, who sent this? Our hero's drawn a blank on who this young lord even is. There are so many heirs in the story, he only remembers the ones who made it past the 7-year mark. This comeback from our main character totally sets the 2 messengers off. They get all up in his face like, you trying to start something? But then, someone cuts in. Hey, if you're enjoying the drama, make sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you don't miss what happens next. You know the young Lord Witten, and just like that, the 2 goons recognize the voice. They whip around, looking spooked. And that's when we see him, a blonde dude with a scar across his face. Our boy sees how they're acting and clocks it right away. This new guy's gotta be a mid-tier warrior, and that means Witten is the 6th junior master. The blonde dude steps to them and says he's there for the same reason they are. He lays it down that the strongest has to earn our hero's respect, which ticks off the other warriors so bad he calls him out for a one-on-one right then and there. Let me know in the comments who you think is gonna win this throwdown. But that warrior never saw it coming. The blonde cat with the wild eyes was actually down to scrap, one-on-one, and told him to take it outside to settle things right then and there. And if that dude was feeling himself, he better have tucked his tail and bounced, but not before telling him his young boss was a straight-up chump. The powerless fighter couldn't do nothing but chew on it. He tells the wolves they're gonna regret this. Seeing those 2 back down from the blonde dude, our guy realizes these mid-tier fighters are a whole different breed. Soon, the man comes back and asks if he's sweating it. He introduces himself as a hero from the Wolf War, and our guy wonders if he should call him an OG, but the man shot that down fast, saying, nah, those 2 clowns might be older, but they're weak sauce. The real way you measure a fighter ain't by age or rank. It's all about that raw power. Our hero had to agree and told him he came to try and get him to roll with Vit's crew. The wolf says that's the play, and since he's the next big thing, he dropped this wild offer, getting all up in his face and warning him he'd do whatever it takes to make him accept and bend the knee to his lord, even if he had to get physical. He's worried our hero's head is getting too big after dropping a few scrubs, but it's time for a reality check. Realizing the blonde was itching for a fight and wanted to bag him by force, our hero felt a rush. This was his shot to finally see what all that training was for. In just a few minutes, they were outside on the training lot, looked like that abandoned spot over on 121 East 98th Street in Cleveland. Our hero asks if the man's gonna pull out some kind of hardware. After all, he ain't from the Vernar bloodline. The blonde just smirked and said he didn't need that noise, he was packing something way heavier. He fires up this ability in his hand, explain it's an impulse glove. He heard our main man almost got cooked by the instructor, even while using that divine blood, and his chalice is some next-level tech that new jacks like him couldn't even dream of copying. And right as he's saying there's zero chance of beating him, something just blows his mind. He suddenly clocked that our main dude just straight up jacked his impulse skill, easy. The shook blonde asked how he picked that up in just 4 days. Seemed impossible, but our hero threw it right back at him, asking if he was really buying that story. And those 4 days, that was more than enough time for him to level up completely. The two of them start throwing down, moving so fast they were just blurs. Yo, if you're feeling this action, smash that like button and drop a comment on who you got in this fight. But the wolf was struggling, big time. He couldn't keep up with our hero's speed, and while he was trying to think of a comeback, our hero's fist nearly took his head off. Now he's laid out on the ground, helpless and spooked, with only one thought in his head. He really should have worn his brown pants. With one single shot, the main character punched a massive crater into the training grounds. The blonde suddenly gets it in those 4 days. Our guy either got way stronger or he was sandbagging this whole time. But he spits at the main character through gritted teeth. Don't you dare sleep on me. And our guy does just that, starting to juice up his mana even more. Looking down on him like he was nothing, he said he was just getting warmed up. The wolf starts to lose his nerve, whispering that this can't be real. He almost lost to the instructor with that much juice, and even for a Vernar descendant, there's no way to hold that much power. So, he figures the protagonist was holding back and asks out loud, "Were you sandbagging during the fight with Instructor Disley?" Our hero knew that if he told them what really went down, nobody would ever believe him, even if he said he really did change in 4 days flat. The truth is, this insane glow-up was thanks to the blessing from the body of the war god himself, and it didn't just unlock his natural-born talent, it's got his physical game and his mana steadily stacking higher and higher. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss the fallout from this. On top of that, this world shard is basically a bottomless well of mana, and even though he ain't even tapped into that juice yet, it's hilarious watching how they're tripping. My guy ain't even showing his whole hand. The blonde dude cops to underestimating him, but now he's ready to get serious, claiming he wants to see what our hero is really made of. Peep what this dude is doing. Our hero starts getting a little shook when the guy's clothes rip. His hands morph into these nasty claws, and his jaw straight up looks like a wolf's, packed with fangs. Our guy can't shake the thought of what this monster truly is. He's recalling how in the story, some people are hit with that full moon curse. When that moon hits, they flip out and start running up on anyone in sight. But some of them, the real ones, learn to tame that power. That kind of human-monster fusion is called a lycanthrope, and it looks like wool, with a name that's already on the nose, is a legit lycanthrope who's got his powers on lock. He ain't looking bloodthirsty. He just asks our hero if he's ready to throw down. Watching that wild transformation, the only thing on our hero's mind is this dude just got way scarier, but he still charges in, knowing he's got more juice in the tank than the wolf. He throws the first punch, but his shot does like 0 damage. He's just standing there confused why Wool didn't even flinch. The monster mutters that, while our boy's technique is clean, the difference in their raw strength is just insane. Then the werewolf squares up for a swing, and before our hero can even put his hands up, that massive fist connects, no warning. He gets sent flying, straight back into the wall behind him. The hit was so heavy it left a massive crater right where our protagonist slammed into it, probably somewhere down on 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA. He's even spitting a little sauce from that hit. Realizing this werewolf is tougher than he thought, our hero still ain't about to use his divine blood. Even with more mana, this fight is still dead even. He gets back on his feet and asks the wolf if he's ready to call it. The beast gets heated, thinking our hero knows he's about to lose and is trying to duck out before using his ace in the hole. Our hero's like, "Look, I don't know what'll happen if I use it, and I'm worried I might accidentally put you in the ground." This just pisses the werewolf off more. Like, who is this arrogant punk? Instead of that divine blood, our guy decides to tap into the world shard. As he focuses up, he quietly lets him know that he still has more tricks up his sleeve. He breaks it down that folks with a world fragment can only draw mana from it after they've cleared the tomb of the battle god. And guess what? He already handled that business. The training method from the book actually worked, but since he's only got one fragment, That body of the battle god blessing only lasts for 20 seconds. Still, that's more than enough time to flip the script. When the beast sees our boy's whole vibe get way more confident, he yells out that our hero is the real monster here. Drop a comment below if you think he's right. Still, he launches a slicing attack right at the kid, but our main character just chills, watches it come, and then smoothly ducks every single slash. Then, he instantly closes the distance to get a hold of the wolf. He's dragging his shin on the ground, using his whole body to lunge forward with some serious force. By the time the werewolf figures out what our hero's play is, it's way too late. Our hero gathers a crazy amount of mana in his hands. The wolf gets blasted with a hit so hard he's launched into the sky, taking out an entire building nearby. Make sure you hit subscribe so you don't miss what's next. Everybody else watching this throwdown is sweating the wolves, but my man is over here just stressing about his crib getting wrecked. Thinking the wolfmen might have cashed out, he hustles over to check for a pulse. They were all tripping about him, but turns out the dude's straight. He's just salty about taking the L and can't show his face to the big boss after this flop. Then, he starts tripping on this convo he had with Vidine. Vidine was like, Morde could be a game changer, so get Aspelis to bring him on board. Even if you gotta pull some wild moves to do it. The werewolf starts dragging himself up off the ground. Our hero's like, yo, the throwdown's done. But in the chaos, he lost his house. And right then, he gets spooked by something coming in hot. The werewolf barely gets back on his feet, but his whole vibe is flipped. Some shady energy starts crawling all over his body, and it looks like the beast has gone completely feral. Morde's wondering if this dude's still got an ace up his sleeve, cause he switched up his look again. The guy got ridiculously jacked, and our hero knows he can't play nice no more. He's gotta tap into that divine juice. But before he can even power up, someone yells out, yo, cut it out. And in that split second, something smokes the werewolf from behind. The hit sent him flying a good 20 feet and snapped him right out of his transformation. Two guys rush the person who did it, yelling some woman's name. And for our hero, it's clear she's built different. The fellas are freaking out over the beatdown, but she's like, if Volsek kept going, he would have been toast cause he can't handle that beast mode. She says even the wolves would back her up, long as she gets him to a medic. We see the dude just laid out flat on the pavement. She turns to our main character and says they've never officially met, but she's heard nothing but good things. If you're digging this story, make sure to smash that like button. When she gets closer, my man catches himself thinking she's about his height. But her face is all soft and gentle, while her body is built like a linebacker. She asks him to call her big sis, and our guy's immediately like, nah, I'm good, thinking this chick is a total weirdo. A little later, we catch her back in her room. She's scrambling for a pillow, and lets out a cringe scream. Her butler points out that this is exactly why he told her not to play the cool big sis role. Morde came from the wrong side of the tracks and has felt like an outsider his whole life. So it's mad weird that some high roller would want to be his homie out of nowhere. But that's exactly why she was so sure he'd be down with it. He is just plain shook. He clapped the wolves without even using his ace in the hole, that divine blood. Even her butler is floored. Even though Volsek was green, his skills were like a real deal pro fighter's. Of course, word of the wolf's defeat spread like wildfire all over Artucha. Soon, from the high-rises on Park Avenue to the projects down on 99th Street, everyone was talking about how he put the paws on the wolves. Just as the butler's saying they should try to butter him up with a sweet deal, some dude just busts into the room. The woman doesn't even get a word out before the guy announces that this new job order trumps everything. He announced that Morde is rolling with him on a lockdown op. The next day, we see our hero pulling up to his block and he can't believe his eyes. The whole place is patched up. He figured the wolf would be super salty about losing, but it turned out the pack took the L with class and even coughed up the dough for the damages. But the second he steps out of his newly fixed crib at 123 Main Street, Mr. Tessner rolls up on him with a stone-cold stare. Tessner says our boy's been stirring up drama since he got back, but the hero claps back, saying, everyone's trying to get a piece of me, so how's that my fault? What happens next is going to be crazy, so hit subscribe and ring that bell. Tessner lays it out. In 10 days, he and his squad are rolling out for a heavy mission, and he wants our guy to jump in. Our hero's already clued in on the op, so he just gives a solid nod. This whole play is to stop cats from flipping into straight-up demons. The whole demonization thing kicks off when their world starts leaking into ours. Monsters get all jacked up, and some big bad demon spawns to anchor the dungeon. Bottom line, turning into a demon happens in 3 stages. Stage 1, some freaky, unknown vortex just tears open out of nowhere. Stage 2 is when that vortex solidifies, becoming a straight-up portal you can walk into. Stage 3 is where it gets real grimy. The zone around the pit starts to rot, and the creatures crawling out of the demon world get seriously juiced. When that 3rd stage is done, you get a dungeon break. That's when a full-blown horde of demonic monsters floods our world. To keep Stage 3 from wrecking everything, You gotta shut it down in stage 2. Kenizer explains, look, this is a prime opportunity, but this mission is a one-way ticket for a lot of folks, so I ain't gonna make you. But our hero knows that Knessner, the Archive's right-hand man, is a key piece on the board for the future, making the risk worth it. And since that throwdown with the wolf put a spotlight on him, it's smarter to take Knessner's deal and get under his protection. He pushes back from the chair and says, count me in. He thinks to himself, might as well hit the training grounds after chow. Next thing you know, our main character is heading over to Knessner's gym. Looks like it's time to meet the new crew he'll be running with. The blonde chick speaks up. That's the guy they're all talking about. The one who bodied instructor Dilly and just won the intermediate tournament. Morde scans the team, sizing them all up. He clocks that none of them are really paying him any mind, but he gets it. They're all vets, probably thinking why some rookie got tapped for a high-stakes special mission like this. So, he ain't got a choice. He's got to show these guys what he's about. One of the dudes steps to him, and our hero braces himself, ready for a scrap if it comes to it. But before anything can pop off, the guy grabs his hand with a big grin. He says, so you're the wolf everyone's been talking about. It's good to finally meet you. That friendly vibe totally catches our hero off guard. He was expecting them to press him, but he realizes quick that they're all cool with him. To keep things from getting too lax, Knessner barks out, snapping them to attention and telling them to focus up. For the next 10 days, you're going to train like a real unit. He says he's got his own business, challenging the tomb with the god of war, so he won't be around. He tells Erickson to look after Morde, and Erickson gives the nod. The man walked up and got straight to the point with the main character. First off, let's get acquainted. He introduced himself as a seasoned warrior, Reek from the Vernar clan, and laid out the strategy. Our hero would back Reek up, and together they'd support Knessner. He says teamwork is everything and hopes they all gel. But our hero looks at Reek's deadpan face and thinks, yeah, how am I going to get along with this guy? Erickson cuts in, yelling, we ain't got time to waste. He pointed to the training yard and shouted, let's go. 10 days later, Vic Countess walks out of the tomb of the god of war. His men ask if he wants to grab a bite before they roll out, but he shuts it down, saying the mission is what matters. Knessner says his goodbyes to his crew, and they're all on him, telling him to watch his back out there. He'd been worried about our main character, wondering if he was holding up, but as soon as he steps onto the training field at 450 Sutter Street in San Francisco, he sees Morde is fit in too well. The two of them are sparring, their divine blood flaring up. The power surge was so wild, even Knessner couldn't tell who was who for a second. When he eyeballs the kid, it hits him that he's a whole different beast from when he first tapped into that war god juice. Just then, Erickson rolls up, and Knessner's like, yo, what's the word on Morde? Erickson's all, we had to put him on game, showed him the ropes on how to throw down, cause he was green. He adds that Morde even figured out how to keep that god-tier blood juiced up longer. And Knessner, feeling it, is like, that ain't something you just pick up overnight. Meanwhile, our boy is having a straight-up blast getting his spar on with Reek. He's all about this life. Every time he learns a new move, he feels like he's leveling up. He thinks back on how messed up it was, drifting with no hustle, couldn't do jack. And now he feels like he can run the whole board if he puts his mind to it. A few hours later, the cap rounds up the crew, says they're shipping out to the drop zone. He's like, anybody got cold feet about this gig? But Erickson just shuts that down. Nah, we good. With Knessner rolling with us, it's gonna be a cakewalk. Knessner, though, is thinking that being a solo act is cool, but the real power is in the squad. So he was sweating if the new blood could hang. But it looks like Morde's got his head on straight, and Knessner's low-key shook. Kid's got an old soul for a young buck. Then he tells him he's gonna need everyone to step up, and our hero just fires back. Let's get this bread. Knessner can finally breathe a little, peeping that fire in the kid's eyes. He orders the team to chill and save that energy till it's go time, then they'll hit him hard. After a while, the crew finally pulls up to the spot, looked like somewhere off Route 66 in Arizona. But when Knessner gets eyes on the dungeon, he realizes the demonic vibes already hit stage 2. One of the spot's lookouts appears, and knowing this dude ain't no joke, Knessner is all stressed. Like, yo, why'd this corruption pop off sooner than we clocked it? The guy breaks it down, saying it's all cause a new demonic hotspot just fired up in the region. He keeps going. Look, when this mess starts in one place, it's like a signal, making more pop up. It speeds up the rot and jacks the danger level way up, you dig? Even though the whole crew is gassed, Knessner tells the squad to get their game faces on. He creeps forward on the low while the rest hunt for the dungeon's core. Drop a comment below if you think they'll find it. Our guy is straight up frozen, just locked on the view. Cause dead in the center of nowhere, maybe near that old address at 101 West Main Street in Boise, there's this massive, evil-looking castle jutting into the sky with a crazy lightning storm raging around it. It clicks instantly. That's got to be the heart of this whole mess, but getting there is going to be a straight-up mission. A whole pack of hellhounds materializes, and they're all looking for a snack, spitting hot fire, literally. And that ain't even the half of it. Peep this. Right on their six, a whole gang of orcs. Kessner yells at the chosen ones to juice up that god blood stat. At the same time, the three of them start to power up, and a shockwave of pure chaos just blasts out from them. While they're transforming, the cats with the Vera blood are just kicking back, watching the show. Aight, it's go time. The hunt is on, and the whole squad charges the monsters. Everybody picked a target and went all in. Even the regular Joes without that special juice were pulling out all the stops, holding their own. They're smoking every demon dog and beast that steps to them. The big ugly ogre finally gets that he's getting clapped and starts to get shook. Make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss what happens next. Then you see it. One of the hunters powers up this glowing spear. The ogre makes a move, trying to charge in, but with one clean yeet, the hunter unleashes a blast that rains down on the monsters like artillery fire, straight up. Even though it looked like they had the drop on him, Kentner was getting a real bad vibe. Something was way off. The whole pace was jacked up for this many monsters. And Rick peeped that the demonic hookup was already popping off. Our boy said calling for backup was a wash at this point, so the plan had to be flawless. They needed to bust a path to the center, and they needed to do it yesterday. Kessner told our main man and Rick to handle the Cyclapes while he took the rest of the scrubs. Without missing a beat, our hero started cooking up his next move, charging up mana in his fist again. With one solid pop, he sent a couple of Cyclapes flying. Rick was bugging out. Even though it was his first time seeing this demonic glow up, he wasn't shook. It finally hit him that our boy wasn't just some regular dude. But the problem was, Rick kept getting sidetracked, just staring at his homie throwing down like it was a show. He didn't even clock the demon standing right in his face. The creature started juicing up, and a nasty wave of fire began to blast from its mouth. Rick knew he had to cast a spell like, right now, but it felt like time was running out. But before that demon could let loose its beam from the sky, all of a sudden, something just dropped down and straight up wrecked the monster. It was our hero, coming in clutch to shut down the attack. He looks at Rick and says, "I'm your backup." Rick nodded, feeling it, and they both rushed the creature together, bringing it down to its knees. That was the opening our hero was waiting for, to finally hit its weak spot, the eye, which was wide open now. With one clean shot, he iced the demon. Watching this whole scene, Rick was legit spooked. He thought the dude was special, but nah, he was a straight-up beast. Yo, if you think that takedown was savage, smash that like button and let us know in the comments. Before the creature's guts could even splash him, he threw up another shield to keep him clean and yelled that the Viscount probably already made it to the center, so they had to bounce. But when he looked up, a wave of dread hit him. Rick was frozen solid, locked on to something up ahead. It became real clear, real fast. A whole crew of demons was coming into view. Turned out there were 5 of them, which meant the fusion had already gone down. Kessner broke it down, saying the fusion kicks the transformation into demons into overdrive. And deep in the dungeon's core, 2 high-level demons were laying low. But as our hero was following his boy, he suddenly stopped cold. Something had snatched him by the legs. The monster let out a nasty laugh as our main man got yanked down hard. He tried to yell for his chief, but when Rick whipped around, it was too late. Our hero was gone. He hit the ground with a heavy thud, completely lost about what just happened. Then he heard a voice, saying how he fell from way up high, like from the top of the One World Trade Center at 285 Fulton Street, New York, and was still in one piece. So he was probably some young buck with the blood of the comet god pumping through his veins. Looking around, our guy started to get the picture. They dragged him to the demonic gates, a straight-up portal to the demon world. This had to be the deepest, darkest part of the dungeon, and the man standing before him was the heart of it all. The demon introduced himself as Baron Ultras, straight from the root of all darkness, the cat who brings death and chaos. Back on the surface, it looks like the backup crew is all tied up. They got their weapons jacked. The Fox Warrior tells him to follow, saying he knows where they were taken. But when they get to the spot, they're straight up floored by what they see. Meanwhile, downstairs, our main character asks Baron Ultras, "The hell you bring me here for?" The demon explained that when 2 demonic zones merge, so only one top dog can run the show, and this time, it was his turn to be the main man. For now, the other shot callers up in the penthouse are sleeping on him. He lost that one-on-one, but that just made him the kingpin. But when he found out there were 3 cats with that special sauce, he decided he was going to at least run up on the rookie. He breaks it down, saying he always goes for the young bloods over the vets, cause that new just hits different. Even my dude is feeling himself, confident he can throw down with a beast on this tier. They say the bigger the dog at the core, the deeper the squad of goons he rolls with, from basic grunts to elite hitters. But even among the big shots, there's a pecking order. Marquise, counts, all the way down to a baronet. This baron is no joke. He could smoke most of the top-tier fighters from here to Miami, Florida. That's why Kester, watching from his spot up on 125th Street, knows this is a bad look. He can feel the kid's got mad potential, but it's still locked up, so squaring up with a high-class demon is gonna be a straight-up boss battle. Kester's looking sick, calling this demon a real piece of work. He's out here preying on the youth, just waiting to chow down. Rick's like, I got you, fam, but just as he starts to power up, the captain shuts him down, like, nah, stand down. He fully taps into that god-tier power and says, I got this on my own. Meanwhile, my guy down below is done playing games. There's no more feeling this dude out. His only goal is the fade, and he's gonna give it everything he's got. He's on his god flow. The demon, still cocky, starts talking trash, asking mockingly, you really think that little power-up means you can run things around here? But before he can even finish his sentence, my boy sends him flying with a nasty kick that could have landed him in Austin, Texas. But damn, the demon sticks the landing and has to admit our hero is tougher than he thought, but warns him his time is up. The red-skinned fool claps his hands, starts cooking up some magic, and a wild circle pops up behind him. Yo, fireballs start blasting out of that thing, heading straight for our hero. But when the heat gets close, my man just balls up his fist and gets ready to swing. He straight up punches the demonic magic, and the whole thing just shatters. Man, if you think that was hype, smash that subscribe button right now. The Baron's laughing, saying he's just gonna play with his food a little before finishing him off. But before he can spit more nonsense, he catches a fist right to the jaw. My dude launched him into the air, kicking up a massive dust cloud over the whole block. The demon's touching his chin, probably checking if his grill is still in one piece. Our hero ain't waiting, though. He's already winding up the next move. He cooks up a few energy orbs in the air and just lobs them all at once, setting off a huge explosion. Thinking back, they scrapped with a lot of crews since they pulled up to the docks, but this is the first time he's had to go all out, for real. The problem is, as soon as he looks ahead, he's straight up shocked. The demon, down half his health bar, just entered phase 2. A psycho rage just blows up inside him, and my boy is shook. How is this dude still moving after taking that much heat? But Mort knew that taking out this Stephen Cat wasn't going to be a walk in the park down in New Orleans. The Baron starts pressing forward, and every step he takes cracks the concrete beneath his feet. With no choice left, our hero starts juicing up from that crystal. His energy levels start skyrocketing to match the demon's. The two powers clash, and a massive shockwave blows everything back. But then, out of nowhere, a sword starts forming in the demon's grip. This thing is enormous, as tall as our hero himself. Baron Ultra is ready to swing for the fences, but my guy is locked in, watching every little twitch of that blade. Even before that blade could reach him, he rushed the Baron and struck with all his might. After that solid hit, another massive cloud of dust erupts from the impact site. Let me know in the comments if you think that's the final blow. Our guy glances back, thinking it's a wrap, but nah, the demon just flipped its berserk switch. Its whole dome is lit up with rage. Then, just like that, the monster's body starts to crumble, leaving nothing but that floating dungeon core hanging in the air. Realizing what he's looking at, our hero just freezes up, completely stunned. The way that core was glowing let him know he'd finally, for real, finished the job. Knessner was also stacking W's in his own fight. He gives the order, yo, grab everything that ain't nailed down. He's got to blast through to a deeper level, as soon as possible to try and save our boy. Rick's telling him it's way too risky to roll solo, that he needs to wait for the squad. But Knessner ain't hearing it, just tells the man to chill and jets off. But when he finally gets there, he sees our hero is 100%, not a scratch on him. He freaked, looking around like, yo, where are all the demons? Our hero just says he was holding the sword, and the dude's like, bro, that's the blade of a noble demon. You telling me you iced him? The hero tries to play it off like he got lucky, saying the monster was slipping, but then he rethinks it. Nah, even a chill noble demon ain't gonna get clapped by some kid who basically just woke up. He says that sword is gonna bring in some serious bank, gives the kid his thanks, and finally admits he's a true warrior. We all know Knessner brought the hero on the mission just to keep him out of all that drama between the heirs. The plan was to get him to the protective shield and just hang back until the big boss could decide what to do next. And for that, he figured it'd take at least 5 years. But now, he's thinking 1 year is all they'll need. After they wrapped that mission and stopped the demonization, they got slammed with a few more jobs. So a whole month blew by before they had to get back to Archditch. The crew's geeked, explained that some big shot banquet is coming up in a few days. It's the spot where everyone who aced their missions goes to get their rewards. It goes down every 2 months because the rewards are handed out by the Archduke himself. This is a massive deal, so he's dead serious about not being late. Hey, Speaking of not being late, make sure you smash that like button before the video ends. Our hero knows all the major players are going to be there, and he's positive the candidates for the top job will be in the building, too. In the novel, the main character and the Archduke had some serious, long-term beef, so he's already skimming on how to squash their problems. The whole play is to get in good with Leon Ver, the cat who bounced from home. He got named Archduke, and boom, a war for the throne kicked off with Leon right at the center of it all. In the end, Leon won and got officially recognized as the Archduke. The Vernos family became a key ally. Since our hero is against the protagonist and all his enemies, his best bet for an ally right now is the Verner family. He absolutely has to pull the Archduke over to his side. As it stands, there are 5 strong candidates, and you can bet your last dollar all of them are going to be at that banquet. So, he's got to keep his eyes peeled for everything going down. And look who it is. Erikson shows up calling for Morde, and when asked if he was waiting, he sighed, saying he thought nobody was going to roll with him, like a forgotten letter at a post office on 163 Main Street, Anytown, USA. He invited him to grab a drink after the awards ceremony. Then someone called out for Erikson, the seasoned warrior, and our regular warrior still had to make his entrance. The second they walk into the banquet, the whole room is buzzing about our main character, the guy who took down the Baron Demon all by himself. They're gossiping about his build, saying he might be even stronger than the legitimate sons. Then some dude strolls up to Erikson and gives him a greeting. Long time no see. He quickly bows his head and, almost like he's confessing, explains what he really does for a living. He introduces himself to young Lord Dren, the third candidate who was supposed to be the Verner's successor. He asked the young lord for a minute because he wanted to chop it up with him in private, but then out of nowhere, some dude rolls up, calls him out for being foul, and hits him with a brother. The light-haired man with the beard looks around, all confused like who you talking to, before he clocks that the young buck is Biden, 6th in line to the throne. Biden says it's obvious what his so-called brother wants with Mort, trying to get him on his squad. But the bearded dude claps back, saying his brother's got it all twisted. He claims he actually came to say my bad for his crew's whack behavior. Last time, he sent a message to the main man's allies, telling him straight up, be cool. But it looks like they acted a fool with our hero, so he's got to own it, because he couldn't keep him on a leash. He slides our boy a small gold box. He's hoping he'll take it as an apology, but our hero knows this is just a public make-good, so he can't really say no. Turns out this guy is way sharper than he looked, probably got the whole political game on lock. Mort gives him a genuine thanks for the gift, and the man just cracks a smile. But the red-headed dude ain't feeling it at all. Watching this go down, he's getting heated at his brother, thinking he's just trying to make a power play for himself. So, he starts making his way over to our hero. He starts explaining that he knows him through some lackey named Waltz, the one he previously wrecked, but he doesn't get to finish. Someone calls out to the protagonist, and the redhead instantly recognizes that voice. A second later, our hero turns, gives his sister a warm what's good, and she just smiles, telling him to chill with all that formal stuff. She then looks at the brothers and says she needs a quick word with the main man. This just gets the redhead even more pressed. He's like, he ain't about to lose this connect over his little sister. His sis fires back that he's all about the Amber fam, saying she even felt his hand at their last get-together. But the redhead snaps back that it was a necessary check because she messed up his kicks. As they keep beefing, our hero's thinking Biden is the Duke's son. Erna is his sister's daughter, so it makes sense they don't vibe. Peeping the scene, he sees only 3 real players here for the top spot. Dren Verers, who's careful but seems kind of flaky. Then there's Biden, a spoiled rich kid, and Erna, who's a bit of a wild card. He still can't get a read on what she's really about. Man, who y'all think has the best shot? Drop your pick in the comments below. Ara couldn't believe her eyes. Her brother was actually here, even though she thought he'd be tied up. Even the redhead is shocked he showed up. He ain't feeling the Beckwoods, not one bit. But the kid steps up, saying he only rolled through to meet the top dog of the West, introducing himself as Hiron, a real heavy hitter. As he goes to shake our guy's hand, he grins and says his palms are rough, meaning he's been putting in that work. He's impressed by his latest move, how he dropped that Baron with just his hands, and says he'd be down to ride with him one day. Our hero remembers. This dude was one of the finalists, a real good guy with some monster-level talent. But hold up, someone's missing from this whole shindig. He starts looking around all lost, trying to spot where young Master Allen is at. Just then, his search gets cut short by the dude running the party, announcing that the Archduke himself wants to say a few words. The old man says he's impressed by what he's accomplished, all of it going down in the last 2 months. And now, it's time to hand out the awards. Don't forget to smash that like button if you're enjoying the recap. First one up to get his props is Kessner, who takes a knee in front of the Archduke and spits a few words of loyalty. Mort's up next, celebrated as a hero, a 15-year-old kid who iced the Baron's demon. And since the payout fits the hustle, the trophy ceremony is going to bump his rank up to a mid-tier warrior. He's got all the other blue bloods shook, even though he's only run a few jobs. But since he iced the Baron, everyone's saying Hugh is a legit heavy hitter now. The Duke says our boy ain't the same dude he last saw, and he's amped to see what he's packing these days. And our hero, looking kinda salty, says, "You'll be counting the seconds." A minute later, everyone's at the banquet, but our guy gets cut off by Kessner, who says he needs a word with him. Then he pulls him to the side and tells him to lay off the sauce, cause tomorrow he's gotta roll out to a new spot. He explains that the big boss is paging him. Later, we see our hero creeping through the castle hallways. He stumbles on these massive doors and he's tripping for a sec. Should he push him? But before he even lays a finger on him, they start swinging open on their own. He figured someone was on that mind mover tip. Inside was this cat, and our hero could tell this dude was radiating some serious juice. The man with white hair says he made a long trek to get here. Stepping closer, he drops his name, Eldon Varys. He's the shot caller for a top squad of warriors called the Watchers Legion and also the older bro of Kern Archuk. If you're digging this breakdown, smash that like button. Even though he was the firstborn heir, he ended up getting smoked in a throwdown of pure will against his half-brother. After that, Eldon went ghost, never seeing in public again, leaving our boy scratching his head. Why'd he even get called up to Eldon's crib? Reminds me of one of those mansions at 121 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. The old cat with no sight asks to see our hero's face, peeps his features real close, and says he ain't a spittin' image of his old man. Then he asks if our guy gets why he was summoned. Seeing that he's clueless, Eldon says he wants to drop a proposition on him. But first, he wants to see what he's working with. Our hero remembered, in the story, Eldon needed a hand to take down Neon, who, thanks to Eldon's backup, had mad potential. But if he flexes his skills right here and now, the old man's gonna pick him for the job. As our hero unleashes that god-tier bloodline in front of him, the old cat can't help but crack a smile. He's about to bounce when our hero jets forward and rushes him, dropping in on Eldon before he can even blink. But his rush gets dead stopped when an energy orb just pops up, hanging in front of him. The second his fist connects, he gets launched backwards. Realizing the orb bounced his hit, he knew this wasn't your average force ball because it was wrapped in an aura, the kind of heat even master-level fighters can't pull off. On top of that, he's juggling dozens of them at once. That's wild, because wrangling an aura is no joke. It's way past just controlling mana, and you can only do it when your mana senses are on another level. Drop a comment below if you think you can handle that. But when he gets ready to attack again, he's thinking maybe this aura ain't as solid as it looks. He's got to dodge the ricochet from his own hit and just shove back with raw power. Our boy blitzes forward, and the old-timer clocks that his mana just juiced up. Soon, he starts popping off one hit after another, which just cancels out the old man's aura orbs. Even though he saw the kid's got speed, he still figured he had the upper hand because he could just whip up more shock orbs, but our homie saw that coming a mile away. So he cooks up his own shock ball and charges in. Hoisting it up, he starts spraying the orb's energy all over the room. He made a few more mana orbs pop into the air out of nowhere. And then, like a whole storm of lightning, all the old man's hits started getting swapped out, one, by our hero's own moves. The old dude was floored, realizing the kid used his own momentum against him and shut the whole thing down. Now that's what I call a pro gamer move. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. The old head was shook, couldn't wrap his mind around where the young blood learned his moves. But then, out of nowhere, our hero pops up behind him and clocks him square in the back. But the hit just bounces off a straight-up invisible wall. Realizing the old man is rocking his own aura-like body armor, he decides to tap into a piece of the world itself to seriously juice up his mana. The old man just cracked a bitter grin. Dope that he's using the discovery against him, but the pressure was already fading. But while he was looking the other way, a heavy shot lands dead center on his spine, launching him through the wall like he was blasted out of a cannon on 4th Street in Austin, Texas, causing some serious damage. Morde was hyped. He finally tagged him, but as he stepped through the rubble, he heard a low chuckle. They say there are a few levels to this whole divine blood awakening, and the first tier is when your hair and eye color just washes out, turning all gray. Still laughing, the old man says, "About damn time." He's wondering if this is destiny, thinking the god of battles probably got front row seats to this throwdown. You can see that on the second level, gray lightning starts crackling all around your body, and hitting that level means you're basically one step away from being god tier. Our hero didn't even have time to blink before the old-timer was already behind him, ready to drop the hammer. But Morde ain't backing down and throws a counterpunch of his own, and their fists just collide in midair. In that exchange, though, it's only our main man's fist that's shaken, and in a flash, he gets blasted into the wall, a taste of his own medicine from earlier. Peep these comments talking about his insane reflexes. Real talk, he managed to land a hit even with the old man on level 2 of his divine awakening. On top of all that, our boy ain't showing an ounce of fear in this fight. Gildan's just like, alright, cut it out, cause he knows there's no telling how ugly this could get if things get out of hand. Meanwhile, our hero's like, you know that cat who got beat by Chuck's art? He's still got monstrous power. A second later, the old man walks up and says his legion needs a heavy hitter like our boy. Someone else chimes in, for real? Is that the offer? While the man confirms it on his phone, he's saying he wants more people to join the Legion of Watchers, a crew tougher than a $2 steak from a joint on Beale Street in Memphis. Over in Archduke Vernar's territory, there's this squad of warriors, the Guardians Legion, built to be the absolute elite, right alongside the Watchers. Down in the south of the continent, a massive demon turf has spread out. So, the Guardians are the ones holding down that border. The kingdom of the White Demons ain't completely gone yet, but its time is definitely coming, and the Guardians Legion is called to shut down any outside forces messing with the continent. The crew they're beefing with is an organization that's packing almost as much heat as the Vernar family themselves, the infamous Order family. One of the big reasons joining the Guardians is so sketchy is the non-stop static with this family, which is how most guys end up 6 feet under. It's no surprise Tessner wasn't feeling that idea. It's gotta be the most dangerous place on the planet for a warrior who just leveled up his powers. The old man explained that all the candidates for the top spot had his blessing, so perks and requests were flying in from all over. And Kessner helps him out, but even that dude's got his limits. But the White Demon Kingdom is a whole different story, a spot where even the Order's influence can't reach. Our hero is sure he's doing the right thing and knows he can get what he came for. So that's the move. He tells the old man he's got 2 conditions. This got the old man hooked and on edge. What could he possibly want? First off, the main character wants the old man to be his personal sparring partner. What do you think his second demand is? Drop your best guess in the comments below. Malone thought Morde wanted the old-timer to teach him the ropes, but Morde set him straight real quick. He just wants to test his might, to see who's really got the juice. This got the old man interested, and you could see him thinking it over. Is he for real thinking that just squaring up with him is going to make him stronger? So he drops the second demand, and the kicker is he wants a whole year to roam free, all under the guise of some secret mission. The old head asks what he's planning to do for a full year, but our guy stays quiet, even though he knows it's a hell of an ask. But see, in the original story, this is exactly when the main character levels up, so he's got to hustle and find those world fragments before anyone else gets wise to them. For a hot second, the old man just cracks a slight smile at the request. He knew his hands were tied, and he had to agree, but he's only letting the kid wander for 8 months, tops. That's about what he expected. It proves Eldon is mad generous to the ones he's betting big on, just like in the books. Man, if you think that's generous, smash that like button. Even though he doesn't fully get why he put his all into finishing the job for the Archduke, it's still a golden ticket, so he gives the old man his props for being a real one. He figures even the current boss, being an outsider and all, wasn't this tough at his age. He was never meant to be the Archduke, but he can definitely be his shadow, his right-hand enforcer. Next thing you know, we see our dude chopping it up with a servant. He's like, yo, what's with all these soldiers posted up? But learns they're the ride-or-die crew and that she's waiting for him inside. He steps into her spot, sees his sister sitting there, and goes to greet her. But she cuts him off, like, nah, chill with the formal stuff. It's just us. Then she slides a box, maybe shipped from an address like 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA, onto the table, and tells him to take it. But his sister asks if Aiden's gift was a hit, and then looks bummed to find out it was just some expensive dye and a potion. Then she mumbles real low. It's way better than some basic potion. The second he cracks open the box, a soft light starts seeping out from inside. He pops it open and sees a crystal orb filled with some blue liquid, and he gets it instantly. This is the kind of treasure that can seriously juice up anyone's core. This is his shot to make a huge jump, a game changer called the Tear of the God of War. In the original story, Aiden passed this to Leyen to power him up, but some side character snatched it instead and ended up taking a dirt nap. Erna says she got it for her 10th birthday. It's a heavy-duty item, but if you can't handle it, that thing will turn into straight-up poison. She told him to only use it when he's truly ready to level up. She breaks it down that when she was helping out the Imperial family on that expedition, she already got hooked up with the same kind of gift. So, she used the one she got for her birthday and stashed this one for later. Meanwhile, our hero is totally shook. Let me know in the comments if you saw this coming. She just handed him a potion that, in the original story, only the 3 cats gunning for the throne had. He didn't even thank her, but she just waved it off. It ain't no thing. I just want to chop it up more when you get back. A little later, outside, our hero is thinking she really rolled through all the way from her place over at 456 Oak Avenue, Springfield, just to drop off this gift. He'll never forget this, the fact she rated him so high when he wasn't even on her team yet. 20 days fly by, and our guy looks ready to hit the road. But right before he dips, he bumps into Kessner, who's side-eyeing him, doubting he's actually leaving. Our hero just says he was trying to bounce on the low. The blonde dude says that even though our guy is tough, he's still just a 15-year-old kid who doesn't get how grimy the North is. We're talking worse than the back alleys of Detroit on a bad night. But Kessner looks surprised when the main character just gives him props for everything, saying he'll never forget him looking out. Because Kessner took all kinds of heat from the other candidates just to keep him safe. And through it all, he never once tried to put him on a leash or get in his way. He was just a solid dude to Morde, so our hero swore he'd pay him back for everything he'd done. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss how he does it. Then he tells the dude to chill out, asking, "You really think you can't handle your own business?" and says he'll see him when he gets back, promising to bring a good bottle so they can pop it open. Over there, even though our guy tries to play it cool, Kessner's still looking kinda stiff, but then he cracks a smile, saying ain't nothing gonna stop him now, so he just wishes him good luck. Our main man genuinely wishes him good health so they can link up again. The second he bounces from the castle, we see some shadowy figure eyeing him from way up high. This person then pulls a slick move and leaps right off the castle walls, and as soon as his boots hit the ground, he just ghosts, blending in with everything and turning invisible. Our hero feels a weird vibe, like someone's watching him from somewhere on 1235 Sunset Boulevard, and scans the area. But when he looks, there's nothing but grass. So, let me break it down for ya. To get nasty with this impulse power, you gotta grind through a few levels. First up, you gotta learn to channel that juice into your blade and your body. The second stage is wearing it like a second skin. The third is wrapping that energy around stuff to power it up. The fourth is all about compressing it, till it's got that explosive kick. And the fifth, the final boss level that most of these wannabe mages never reach, is called the Aura. Hark's boy set the terms, 20 days was the deadline. Period. But just dueling wasn't gonna cut it for him. In that time, he schooled our hero on a bunch of other important game. Thanks to that training, he leveled up big time. But mastering that aura, man, he's still miles away from that. Turns out, this little creature in front of him has the cheat code to instantly unlock our hero's aura. A few days down the road, deep in the sticks, our hero gets this gut feeling that the goons' air routes sent to jump him are about to pop out. They're trying to bag him before he makes it up to the Northern Territory. Right then, something whips past our hero's head, and when he looks up, he just freezes solid. A whole battalion of soldiers is laid out, waiting for him. One of the shot callers yells out, "Light him up." A straight-up storm of arrows comes raining down on our guy. The commander's plan is working. There's no way he can dodge thousands of these things, but then tiny bolts of lightning start crackling out of the smoke. A second later, it's clear our main character is standing there without a single scratch. He's unlocked his divine bloodline. The soldiers are completely shook. They can't believe he flipped that switch so fast. The general orders the mages to launch some fire magic at him, and they all rush our boy. But he's already cooking up a new spell. He summons those same impulse spheres he used when he threw down with Eldon. Yo, if you remember that epic fight, smash that like button right now. And when the two types of magic slam into each other, it sets off a huge explosion, totally wrecking the whole forest. The heat was so insane, the place is nothing but ashes now. You can see a couple of soldiers just laid out on the ground. The last mage standing can't believe his eyes. It's impossible. He never even dreamed someone could snuff out fire with an explosive impulse, and he's realizing this dude is way more legit than the rumors said. Morde gives the last mage this ice-cold stare. Then he just rushes forward and slams his fist into the dude's barrier. The mage is all smug, but he flips the script on everyone when he says that wasn't even his real move. After smacking the shield, nothing happens, and it looks like he just needs to put more muscle into it. But before he can wind up for another swing, one of the last soldiers standing makes a play and attacks him. After landing a hit, the soldier notices something else is up. And then it clicks. Our hero is rocking the aura cloak. He finally gets it. Our boy can control the aura now. Drop a comment below if you saw that twist coming. But before the dude could even blink, our main character clocked him, catching him mid-air with a nasty uppercut to the chin, sending him flying like he was nothing. Even though the guy is seriously jacked up, he's still kicking. Meanwhile, our hero starts talking to him, and it finally dawns on the soldier who he's facing. He says his name changes all the time, but everyone knows him as the top dog, the best warrior in the game. You better subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. He broke it down quick, saying he clocked him once at the training spot on banquet day. He was asking about him because he was rolling solo at the ceremony, and word on the street was you're the top dog in magic throwdowns. The dude's slick as a fox but got a short fuse, so it's best not to get in his face. The heated dude asked who was running their mouth, but our main man, you know it, he stayed dead silent. Instead, he flips it, saying Vern is a ride or die for the Archduke. So, he's dead certain the big boss sent him, probably for that special fruit. In the story, the Archduke comes off as this heavy hitter who don't play no games and never forgives. And the reason? It's simple, man. He did something real foul. He took out his own kids. The beat-down subordinate is shook. He can't wrap his head around how our guy found out about that. And our hero just keeps his mouth shut, looking at him like he already knows the whole story. The novel explains that the Archduke always gave off this super chill vibe, which was a front for his real talents. But when he became an agent, he suddenly got spooked. That's when this shady crew called Silver Blood slid into the picture and offered him a way to absorb his own bloodline. But Virgo was the pure blood of the family, just fertilizer for the fruit that powered his forever young scam. And since it hit harder when juiced from someone who'd already unlocked their divine blood, the Archduke sacrificed all his outside kids, leaving just Morde in the game. The reason was basic. He was desperate for a body to take the Archduke's spot, because 5 years ago, the god of war put the Demon King's seal on his descendants, and it's their job to guard it. Every year, the Archduke has to square up, one-on-one, with the Demon King's reincarnation. Since the duel ain't happening in the real world, like on some backstreet at 456 Elm Avenue in Chicago, Illinois, he doesn't die if he loses, but the seal gets weaker. But he can't get back in for another round. Taking an L for him would mean losing his whole title as Archduke, so he needed a pawn to do that duty for him. We don't see the Emperor holding some twisted veiny apple. And meanwhile, on the low, someone's asking if he still plans on seeing something before he bounces. But he says he ain't leaving and can't figure out why his brother is leading the kid to the Legion of Guardians headquarters. He'd been training him for a few days at the estate over on 789 Oak Lane, Miami, Florida, so he can't understand why they sent such a valuable asset alone to a dangerous spot like that. But for real, it don't even matter. It helped me out big time if more people swore they were down with me. But he's a dude nobody can control, so the best move now is to just absorb it. Yo, if you're vibing with this recap, smash that like button and drop a comment on what you think's gonna happen next. Morde chomped down on the apple and closed his eyes to focus up. When the Emperor opens them again, his transformation is legit. Bolts of lightning are popping off his body. It's crystal clear he's in the second stage of that divine blood. Then he whips his head around to Dvarian and orders him to bring in the main character. No matter how much muscle it takes, he gave him a heads up that Kessner is also watching him, so he needs to be extra careful not to get pinched. Baron thinks only those handpicked by the Archduke can know about his dark side. Even though Kessner is a warrior the boss trusts more than anyone, he's clueless about this place. So Vaughn is pushing hard to prove that he, as the Archduke's right-hand man, is better than Kessner. But now, the guy who was so sure he'd bag our hero is laid out and seriously hurt. Meanwhile, our hero is bugging out, wondering if that guy really showed up to snatch him for the fruit. Our guy totally called it. For real, it wasn't hard to figure out that the Archduke wanted to grab him. For the kids on the side, there are only two ways it can go. If these kids keep disappearing off the radar more and more, then he's probably already run into the Silver Blood crew, and realizing he won't be able to use him, the Archduke probably just decided to take our hero off the board by absorbing him. He was dead, sure they'd send a top-tier master of battle magic. Make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on where this wild ride goes next. So my guy juiced up his aura using the tears of some war god. Then he rolls up on the dude, tells him to zip it, and lays it out plain. You're about to get smoked right here. He's like, let me be a pal and break down your future for ya. The head honcho is gonna go out looking like a straight-up punk, and everyone's gonna remember his name as Dirt. Hearing this, the young buck keeps acting like a clueless scrub, still hyping up Archduke like he's some kind of god with top-tier skills. But our hero just stays quiet, peeping that this dude is completely brainwashed by the big boss. Sizing up the whole scene, he took a beat to think. Maybe this ain't no joke. For real, just minutes ago, the kid whipped up an aura cup, and he's only 15 years old. His talent is way beyond even the OG masters, so he can't let this kind of monster level up. If you think that's wild, smash that like button right now. He whips out his steel in a flash and just jumps our hero out of nowhere. He fires up the aura blade, a technique that can even slice through the descendants of Verers with that lit divine blood. But that ain't gonna phase our guy. He's rocking the aura chalice, you feel me? But right then, Vaughn starts putting out this weird energy, and our hero instantly clocks that he's burning through his own life force just to get a power-up. And all this for a dead-end play, all for the dude he swore his loyalty to. And yeah, you gotta respect the hustle, but Vaughn has zero chance of actually taking him down. His energy was all balled up in these spheres, and right as they went boom, our hero realized he'd mixed his aura with impulse. And that's exactly what went down. That just shouldn't be possible. He's brand new to this aura game. But then our main character slides in, gives a nod to his loyal dog Archief, and finishes off his opponent with one clean shot. The masked dude watching from the cut over on 110th Street in East Harlem figured Morde was way more juice than the intel suggested. He's hip to the fruit and the silver blood, and that makes him a major problem for the organization. He immediately dipped to go snitch to the higher-ups. But the mage didn't count on one thing. Our protagonist didn't sleep on him and took him out with a single, easy strike. Let me know in the comments if you saw that coming. When the magic user hits the deck, our hero stares hard at the blood still on his hand. Peeping that silvery shine, it all clicked for him in an instant. This cat is a member of the organization's Silver Blood clique. He senses he got tangled up with their drama way earlier than he wanted. It's going to be a headache if they start hunting him. But whatever. It is what it is. He just needs to get his weight up and run through anything that gets in his way. But right then, he throws a punch at thin air and actually connects with something. He calls out the invisible dude like, "Yo, I know you're there. Y'all been lurking this whole time," he says, telling them to show their face. But the person is still glitching, trying their best to stay ghost. That cocky attitude just gets our hero heated, and he starts unleashing a storm of fists on the invisible figure. He went straight to throwing down, and the person was so shook and twisted up they were forced to partially show themselves. Morde spots that the kid has pointy ears and figures. This is probably an elf. You know, the ones who are a symbol of living forever. They grow up and get old way slower than humans. But hold up, your ears are smaller than a full-blooded elf's, which means you're a half-elf. So he asks the kid straight up, "Who are you?" The kid says his name's Kill, from the Legion of Guardians, and adds that he's with the Shadow Wolf squad, posted up somewhere near Compton, California. They take orders directly from General Eldon. Word is the Legion of Guardians, the crew that holds the line against the organization up north, runs on the strength of the Verrer's descendants. But they got other squads on the payroll, like the Shadow Wolf crew, who handle all the other grimy tasks, like watching their allies' backs and taking out the opposition on the low. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. That's why my man had his own set of tricks, way different from the usual Verrer crew. The kid thought his stealth game was top tier, the best in any Shadow squad, but even that ain't do jack. Our boy Mort saw right through his act. He then spills that the big boss sent him to roll with Mort, and if things got hairy, his job was to pull him out and clear an escape route. But after seeing how our hero bodied those dudes with no sweat, he knew he was looking at a monster way bigger than the general ever described. To prove it was the real deal, he flashes a bracelet, saying its owner swore this would be proof enough. The second Mort saw that thing, he knew what was up. It was a legit message from Sir Eldon, no doubt. A bracelet Sir Eldon himself snapped during a throwdown. When the kid finds out our guy broke the general's bracelet in a one-on-one fade, he's straight up shook, and Mort just tells him to bounce. Turning his back, Mort tells the youngblood to get to steppin'. He already blew the mission, or more like, he totally fumbled the bag. But the kid knows he can't go back, cause his general will be heated. So he's like, "I'll make it right," promising to help our hero for the whole trip. And not just that, he says he'll stand watch at night so Mort can crash and even handle grunt work like cooking. When Mort heard the kid practically talking down on himself, he was thrown. He was tripping, wondering if the kid was for real about all that, and then he peeped his name from the story. If you're feeling this twist, smash that like button for your boy, the kid whose own pops dipped on him for being a half-elf and who was almost a goner. Till Sir Eldon saved him when our hero and his crew scrapped with him. It was this kid's slick magic and street smarts that bailed them out. Or maybe that was all cap. For real though, he was just a side character who got iced later on. But even though he looked young, he was a stone-cold killer. And with the Silver Blood crew creeping, it couldn't hurt to have him around. Our hero is cool with the kid's offer, especially since it's his duty to look out for peeps. He just barks at him, "Get to cleaning, right now." When the kid asks what he's supposed to clean, Mort says, low-key, tidy up this whole scene and all the bodies on the ground. Leaving evidence is a rookie move, so this'll show me what you got. Meanwhile, back at the big boss's crib, over at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, someone dropped a dime that Vim got wrecked. There were signs of a brawl, but no bodies, and that had the old man bugging. He had no clue if there was backup. Still, he gives the order. For now, let the kid walk, but keep tabs on him. They knew that even in the Silver Blood organization, there were bound to be losses. So even if they chill, the Silver Blood posse will make their move regardless. And now, we're back with our main man. Orel is bugging out. They said those were the two they were hunting, and it took 5 whole days to track him down. He asks what the play is now, but our hero just crashes out, saying he's gonna wait till dark. Put your half-elf dude on watch till then. Don't let nobody creep up on us. The kid tries to ask why they're doing this, but our hero is already out cold. The youngblood was left feeling some type of way. He figured Mort wasn't going to spill any tea during the trip. As it got closer to night, the half-elf was getting tight, trying to spark a fire. Back in our tuck, my man gets props. He's a straight-up vet with 10 years in the game. But right now, He's on cleanup duty for some kid who's just a mid-tier brawler. He keeps telling himself that it's just a hustle, but just as he's about to talk some serious smack about our hero, he suddenly hears his name called. He plays it off real quick, like he wasn't talking about nobody, and just warns him that it's all about to pop off. While the kid is wondering what's going down, he sees this wild rift tear open in the air between worlds. They say there are these secret dungeons that only show up when all the conditions are lined up perfectly. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Yo, to get into this spot, there are 3 conditions you gotta meet. First up, the moon's gotta be in its waxing phase, you feel me? Second, nothing, and I mean nothing, can be throwing shade on the moonlight hitting the ground. And the third rule is, somebody with that divine blood running through their veins has to be within 5 meters of the tomb. At first, the joint looks like nothing special, but whatever's hiding inside has our boy totally hooked. Peeping that his young master is about to roll into the dungeon solo, the half-elf kid gets all anxious, stressing that nobody knows what kind of heat is waiting in there. But Morde just chills him out, saying he knows the whole playbook and he's got this on lock. Ku just needs to play bouncer and keep everyone away. For real, what's the half-elf gonna say to that? He just dips, diving straight through the portal in mid-air, leaving his subordinate posted up alone out in the woods. Inside, you see it's a whole lunar temple. This place used to be packed with gods, but now it's a ghost town. These temples were basically fan clubs for him. But pretty soon, something else grabs his attention. Looking ahead, he spots a whole crew of skeletons stomping around, shouting that a trespasser just crashed their tomb party. These bony dudes were warriors who gave their souls to gods that ain't around no more, and all that's left of those souls is pure madness. Scoping out the scene a little closer, he realizes there's over 100 of them. But does that even matter? Nah. He's just gotta clear them out, quick. They say these spirits are bad news for the real world, like a nightmare on 1401 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. But in this dimension, you can actually put him down with regular moves, all thanks to the mana. We see our main character just walk through a few skeletons like it's a cakewalk. Even though it's easier here, these guys were still legit warriors back in their day. So Morde cooks up a mana bullet using his aura and just yeets it at a skeleton, causing a huge explosion. It don't matter how tough these warriors used to be, our hero is on a whole other level now. Man, if you're vibing with this, smash that like button for Morde. Aight, now that all the little minions are out of the picture, he's just got the Guardian to deal with. Strolling up to the statue of the dog-faced goddess, he's like, this is the core and the final boss. And this creature starts rising up right in front of him. Turns out the Guardian is another werewolf, and he's mad salty, cause Morde stepped on his sacred turf without an invite. He's talking big about how Morde is going to be a sacrifice for the goddess. Our hero remembers that in the novel, this so-called threat was supposed to be a serious problem. Even though Aiden was stronger than most high-level mages, he had a tough time fighting the werewolf. Aiden had all these magic shields from a blessing. While the werewolf is warming up, he's growling that our main dude straight up invaded the sacred realm. Even though it's mad, disrespectful, he seems to feel that true warrior pride, so he says he'll treat him like a warrior. Next thing you know, all the wolves and werewolves circle up around Morde and the Guardian, making a legit fighting ring. This whole setup is screaming that a throwdown between warriors is the most sacred thing there is, and since Morde came in with that confidence, he's gonna get that same energy back. Morde's surprised cause this part wasn't in the novel. He says he'd rather go one-on-one, but while he's getting ready, he adds that he ain't trying to waste time and tells the Guardian to just skip to his final form instead of dragging it out. In the novel, the Guardian kept getting revived by the goddess every time Aiden's crew managed to drop him. So yeah, it's way smarter to start the fight on the hardest difficulty. Hearing these bold words, the werewolf gets all indignant, saying it's rude and wondering where Morde gets the nerve to talk like that. But then our hero shows his own transformation and asks, should this be proven only by strength? When the werewolf finally realized the young dude in front of him was packing that divine blood, he knew he had every right to talk that talk and agreed to do what was asked. What y'all think is about to go down? Drop your predictions in the comments and don't forget to subscribe. Yo, he starts soaking up his crew's power, getting bigger and bigger till he's straight up colossal. This blew past anything our hero could have even dreamed of. This was way more than just throwing hands with some giant wolfman. Their attacks smashed together in midair. But right then, Morde gets blasted by this light coming off the werewolf. He clocks that the dude's rocking a divine shield, something that can straight up block his aura. But just because you can pause the pressure doesn't mean you can stop it for good. And just like that, our boy goes on the offensive. A whole flurry of hits starts cracking that shield, and the werewolf's got no choice but to tank the hits with his own body. He ain't strong enough, though, and gets launched. Realizing this kid's got the juice, like for real divine blood strength, the werewolf thinks about switching up his game. But our hero is already on him, swinging again, but the shot whiffs. The werewolf dips his head at the last second with a slick grin. He throws a counter right into Morde's gut, thinking he landed a clean shot from downtown, but that happy feeling vanishes quick. He sees right away that Moore's abs just ate most of the impact. Moore then snags the dude's arm and is like, "Yo, that speed boost is a neat trick, but in a real scrap, speed is king." Then he just yeets the werewolf into the sky. Moore starts charging up an aura-infused attack. With one heavy hitter, he cracks the lichen right in the dome. The creature goes flying. If you think that was a sick combo, smash that like button. He sails straight into the goddess statue, bounces off it like a pinball, and slams onto the ground hard. Our hero rushes the statue, uses it to change his angle, and dives in for the finisher to put that monster down for good. Up in the air, the werewolf is helpless and knows it's curtains for him. But before Moore lands the final blow, he spots a smile creeping across the werewolf's face. But that ain't stopping our guy. Mid-air, he lands the final kick on the creature and lets out a sigh of relief. He didn't even have to pull out a world fragment or use his god-tier blessing. He's still tripping on why the werewolf was smiling at the end. Then, all of a sudden, a voice echoes out. It says the fight was mad impressive and thanks him for giving its warrior a proper send-off. The statue explains that the werewolf just wanted to go out like a true G, but his enemies did him dirty. A real backstab move, and he died with no honor. No one forgets that. He became the guardian of this whole dungeon, and what our hero did was a huge solid, because it finally freed his soul. It all clicks for Moore. That's probably why the werewolf smiled. He finally got the piece he was chasing after. Then the statue hooks him up with even more loot, dropping it right into his spiritual inventory. It says this is a bracelet under the moonlight and it'll protect anyone he wants, anytime he wants. When he gets a good look at the item, he realizes he's never seen anything like this in the stories. This would be clutch if he ever had to throw down to protect somebody. He figures the goddess is telling him to use it right, but then he feels her presence just fade out. He walks up to finish the job, smacking the statue. And finally, the crystal he's been hunting for this whole time pops out. Moore was hyped. He finally found a fragment of the world. As the crystal started glowing, it had him totally mesmerized. A second later, outside, you see these wind spirits just whipping around the dungeon entrance. Meanwhile, Piltz is just chilling on a rock and asks if Moore finally wrapped things up. Moore notices the spirits were summoned by the half-elf, who was keeping watch like he was told, standing guard like a package left on a porch at 123 Main Street in Austin, Texas. He starts feeling a lot of respect for how solid the dude is. The half-elf quietly asks if they can finally bounce and hit the village to crash for the night. Where do you think they're headed next? Let me know down below and don't forget to subscribe. 8. So our dude says he's about to hit the road, cruising through every town and back alley from here to 123 Main Street. Anytown, USA. Soon enough, they roll up on the merchant city of Loring. We see his boy practically begging for a break, his feet are smoked. Meanwhile, our jacked-up hero, Jagja, is absolutely beaming. He just scored 2 of them world fragments. After clearing the wolf goddess's dungeon, they ran another one, but it didn't drop any extra loot. So the game plan now is to hunt down a certain item and get bold enough to drop into this one specific underground spot. The 2 of them find an inn and decide to crash for the night. Morty plays it cool, saying they'll just kick it there till dusk, but the half-elf says he's gotta bounce, hoping his boss will just stay put till he's back. Man, he was seriously pleading with him. He had some important business he had to handle. Morty just flops on the bed and tells him, "Go on, son. Go report to your sea leader all you want." My man knew the whole score from the jump. The half-elf is shook that Morty was already hip to the game, but then he explains he's also got to ask for more dough, cause the expensive digs and daily chow left his pockets completely empty. Yo, if you've ever been that broke, smash that like button. As he was dipping, he said he'd be back, and our hero just replied that he wasn't going anywhere unless something unavoidable went down. A few hours pass, and night's pretty much fallen. When Kill finally rolls back to the tavern, he just freezes. The whole block is on fire. He's feeling like he called it. That unavoidable something just happened. They say each of them shards the ancient gods used to build the world hides a whole different element. But one piece could be packing endless fields where fire spirits are getting down. Another might hold dry, sun-blasted deserts, all fitting together like some wild jigsaw puzzle. As soon as you link these fragments up, they juice you with insane power and another crazy perk. When they're united, they open up this inner world for the owner, a place he can just slip into whenever he wants. If you're digging this lore, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss a drop. From the outside, it just looks like they're meditating, straight zoned out. But for real, that person is in there, training their mind. The word is, that world shard he copped in the tomb with the battle mark was hiding a mountain so tall it was scrapping the clouds. And in another part of that dungeon, a thick forest was tucked away. Tough luck though, cause the 3rd fragment was being stubborn, straight up refusing to link with the other 2. But right then, our hero feels something is off. Morty suddenly freezes solid in the middle of that forest. He clocks someone's presence, and just like that, we're back in the real world. The tavern they were holed up in is under attack. Out on the street, some woman is frantically looking for her son, who's trapped inside the inferno. She's begging the fellas holding her back to let her go. She's desperate to save him. Right on cue, our hero bursts out of the burning building, holding the kid tight in his arms. He hands the boy over to his mom, who's overcome with emotion. But Morty ain't got time for thank yous. He immediately starts sizing up the damage. People are genuinely helping each other out, and he even hired a magic healer to patch up the wounded, since women, kids, and men all got caught in the blast. The more I see this kind of messed up scene, the more on edge I get. Just then, through all the chaos, he spots two people taken off, realizing one of them is the clown responsible for the explosion. He snatches a rock off the ground and mutters that he doesn't know who that dude is or where he's from, but he's gonna make damn sure it's a closed casket funeral. Drop a comment below and tell me what you think he should do to him. We see the dude with the ponytail booking it from the figure in the hood. A real test of nerve. Catch that man. The hooded figure is so zoned in he doesn't even notice our main character creeping up from behind. Morty rushes in with a lightning-fast attack, and the hooded figure barely dodges it at the last second. Still, the dude is forced to stop his chase, and he's hot, demanding to know who the hell this guy is. But Morde just brushed that off like it was nothing. It don't matter. He ain't need to know his name, especially since he's a dead man walking anyway. The dude with the face tat has no clue who Morde is, calling him a punk and swearing he can't be taken down. But in the next second, our hero ghosts him, popping up right behind his back. He rocks him with a heavy shot to the face. The impact sends him flying, and he slams hard into the brick wall, coughing up a lung. The dude looks gassed, and Morde closes in, ready to throw down. But before he can make a move, the guy they were chasing starts yelling. He claims he don't know Morde, but that's a straight-up lie. You can't sleep on this dude. While Morde was looking away, the tatted-up dude saw his chance and pops some mystery pill. While our guy is watching this freak show transformation, the other man is begging him to bounce, but it's way too late for that. The change is done, and the guy is beefed up into some huge, rugged goon, looking like Winnie Coleman on steroids. He tells our main character to watch close, cause he's about to unleash hell. But right then, all that power and muscle got folded by a single hit from Morde, leaving the blonde dude with the ponytail absolutely stunned. Morde's voice is ice as he orders, "Get down here. Now." Every bone in the blonde guy's body is screaming, "Dip," and he's about to bolt. Suddenly, a boot slams into his back. With a sickening crack, he flies into a wall across the alley. Our hero snaps, telling the man to get on his knees and start talking. Tired of the games, Morde figures the easiest play is to just knock him out cold. Next thing we see, this guy is already trapped, stuck to some kind of freezing pole. He's bugging out, can't catch his breath, and everything's starting to go black. When he comes to, he's in a whole different spot, maybe some grimy warehouse at 3500 South Morgan Street in Chicago. Scared, he threatens to scream, yelling that our hero is snatching him. "The only time you run your mouth is to answer my questions, you got it?" First up, why were they on his tail? Morty gets told the guy is probably rolling with the Second King's organization. The dude tries to say something else, but gets clocked on the head for his trouble. Our hero lays it down that these cats are part of the Monarch's Return Squad, a crew trying to bring back the Archduke. Word is, the mage food chain round here is simple. You got your rookies, then you got your mid-level hustlers from the 4th circle, and the big shots holding it down up to the 6th circle. Senior mages and the real O.G.S. in the 9th circle, they call them Supreme Mages. The title Archduke is what they call those top-tier mages who went full undead. They're called monarchs because they run whole armies of the dead. The head honcho, the Archduke, got taken out, but he had a backup plan. If he went down, his soul would shatter into pieces and scatter everywhere. As soon as all those pieces get put back together, he can be resurrected. That's the main goal for this crew of monarchists. Man, this is getting deep. If you're following along, smash that like button. Morde still can't figure out where this guy fits into the puzzle and thinks he's a soldier for some other shadow crew. The blonde suddenly gets it, other people can flex an aura too. He's thinking the dude probably has Vera's blood, and that's going to be a major headache if they try to join their outfit. But him staying quiet is just pissing our guy off even more. He winds up to hit him again, and the dude panics, screaming out his crew's name. The blonde spills that their whole mission is to stop the 3 world-ending prophecies, and one of them is the Archduke making a comeback. He breaks it down for them one more time. If this Archduke these folks are worshipping ever comes back, it's pretty much lights out for the whole world. Moore's thinking back to the book, how the main character clapped the lich, no sweat. He's feeling like he's got to play that same part, like some hero trying to stop the whole world from going up in smoke. But he's still stuck on one thing. Why is this dude tailing him so hard? Then the blonde dude finally opens his mouth, says it's cause Morde jacks something that matters. Morde ain't playing games, he whips out the key like, "Is this what you're crying about?" And boom, turns out that's the master key to the ruins. The whole crew, grim, they're old news now, and this key. It was never even in the original story, straight up. Morde figures it out, the whole script's been flipped since he swiped that key. The big boss, the monarch, he comes back to life near the end, and even though Aiden and his boys eventually put him down, he still takes out thousands of folks. That's why Morde's like, nah, I ain't letting all these people get smoked. He's got to shut down the crew trying to bring back the king. So Morde just spins on this dude, says, "The key's mine now, so beat it." His boy, Kill, is tripping for a sec, like, "Yo, we really just letting him walk?" But then he's like, "Nah, that crew is weak sauce, ain't nothing to sweat." He breaks it down. The mission is to completely wreck the squad bringing back the monarch. He drops a dime that in the ruins, they're slinging pieces of the Archlish. That's ground zero for their operation. His homie asks if they're bouncing right now, but Morde's like, "Hold up, first we gotta hit the black market." Turns out he copped a busted-up book and an old-school shiv down on East Warren Avenue in Detroit. Kill's all bugging, like, "What you gonna do with that junk?" Then this nasty smell hits them both, and Kill's wondering if the Archlich really left a piece of his ghost in this dump. Our main man explains there's a secret path hidden under the water, and he tells the kid to fire up his spirit magic and clear the way. The half-elf summons a few of his wind spirits and has him whip through the water till they find the entrance. He yells out, "Yo, I found it," and the big boss gives him a nod. Kill might be a pain and complain a lot, but dude always gets the job done. If you're a real one who gets the job done, smash that like button. The wind spirits start blowing up a storm, splitting the water like some biblical movie, making a path. But when they get to the door, it's locked down with some serious magic. The hero's like, "Aight, time for this dagger to earn its keep." So he puts a little slice on his hand and starts dropping lore. Way back when, he says, the gods had a beef. The warrior god got owned by the gods who rolled deep with magic. That's why he straight up erased himself to make this weapon. This thing only powers up with god blood, and over the years, its juice was turned into a key for old ruins. The concept's easy, for real. Call up the anti-magic and just murk the spell. He eats the dagger at the door, and it starts flashing and crackling with lightning, just shredding the magic seal to pieces. Then Morde snaps his fingers, and the dagger flies right back to him. The half-elf is bugging out that you can cop something so OP for the price of a six-pack, but then he remembers. That's just how it is on the black market. Now it's time to make Kill's dream a reality. Turns out, even before this whole thing kicked off, Kill was all about that dungeon-crawling life, trying to find some hidden loot. Drop a comment below and let me know what your dream adventure would be. This is the spot, the secret dungeon he was always looking for. Kill just freezes up, floored by how massive the place is. He's like, "Aight, so we lay in a trap or what?" But the main G is like, "Nah, fam, they already know we're here. They're about to roll up on us any second." And right on cue, a bunch of freaky-looking monsters pop out. Meanwhile, the spell slingers and sword jockeys are all shook, asking, who the hell are these clowns, and how'd they get past security at our spot, 99 Peachtree Street, Atlanta? Morde don't even hesitate, he just blasts forward, pushing past the noise and charging straight for the whole squad. Right in the middle of the chaos, he feels two dudes creeping up. So, he just summons a gauntlet out of thin air and straight up blocks their move. These two guys were bugging out over his gear, realizing if that gauntlet was legit, Morde had to be master tier. So, was taking out the Monarch's crew gonna be a cakewalk for him? Then his eyes started flashing with a gold light. The enemy mages start cooking up some spells. But before they can even launch, they get absolutely dismantled by Keel's wind magic, who's left wondering what that chump was even planning. A bunch of wind spirits were swirled around, running protection for him. A minute later, that same mage shows up again, crawling on the floor and screaming his head off about some monster chasing him down. But in the next second, that mage gets a personal meet and greet with Hades himself. Keel, who iced him, thought to himself that the dude wasn't a total pushover. But for real, they're nothing compared to Morde. He points over at these massive doors and says that's gotta be the way in. And our main man is firm. First, we gotta trash all these magical items. They're bad news. After they went through and wrecked all the cursed gear, they were finally posted up in front of the doors. Our boy Morde says this is where the dungeon really kicks off. He pulls out the key he snatched from that dude the day before. He cracks open the gates and sees it looks like some kind of spot where they turn people into demons. This whole dungeon was built by Barwarn using some demonic juice, but that don't mean it's actually linked to the demon realm. Since the novel barely talks about this place, all anyone knows is that it's underground and goes down 9 levels deep. The dungeon was set up with the usual scheme. The deeper you go, the beefier the monsters get. This place was definitely not built for scrubs, but our two-man crew cleared it in less than 10 minutes. Talk about a speed run. Keel is straight up beaming over all the loot. Even though he missed out on a few really top-tier magic items, he's hyped that with all this gear, he won't have to stress about food for months. Looking up ahead, he spots the real prize, the Archduke monarch just chilling on his throne. The mess everywhere is a dead giveaway that this fool hasn't seen a living soul in a hot minute. It's right at that moment, when it's all just raw energy, that the half-elf starts tripping about the lizard's power. But Morde tells him there's nothing to sweat, it's just a ghost of the original. This catches the Archlich off guard, who admits that even for an unwanted visitor, Morde knows his stuff. But when Morde starts to power up, he claims he knows next to nothing about liches. He doesn't need to, because a lich is just a fossil from the past, and he's about to make sure this one becomes even more of a relic. His transformation finishes up. The lich sees he's a descendant of Vernar's bloodline and finds it real strange. He says it seems like only the cockiest dudes roll through this place, but they all got wiped out already. He tells our main character he's nothing more than a leftover that God forgot about. And for that, he's going to show him the full, terrifying power of magic before summoning 2 diamond golems. Then suddenly, Morde pops up behind one of the golems, shatters it, and kicks up a massive dust cloud. He had the exact juice the lich was expecting, but the lich never saw the follow-up strike coming. He reacts with lightning speed, throwing up a shield to deflect our hero's attack like a package rerouted from 132 Main Street, Anytown, USA. But he just stands there, and then out of nowhere, the wind kicks up like a spell, swirling all around him. A whole tornado forms, with the lich stuck right in the center. Still, the lich just calls this move annoying. With just one stomp of his foot, he slaps a curse right on Keel's forehead that shuts down all his magic. Keel is frozen solid with fear, realizing his whole spell got neutralized with a single move. Yo, if you're shocked too, hit that subscribe button. But this is it, the moment our hero's been waiting for to launch that dagger at the lich. The lich is heated, feeling that blade slip right past his protective shield, but figures it ain't gonna do any real damage to his body. And right then, the dagger starts to light up. Now, as y'all probably know, a lich is built from nothing but dark magic, and for a creature made of pure magic, a hit from an anti-magic weapon is a death sentence, the final curtain call. Thanks to that massive power, the lich's body gets ripped to shreds, but he can't even wrap his head around how something like that could exist. Seizing the moment, our hero drops a cold line. Letting your guard down in a fight is just asking to get checked out. Then he pops the bone destruction technique, blasting the lich's bones into a million little pieces. His bony skull goes rolling across the floor, but our main character catches it real quick, shouting at the skull, "Keep it down. I'll always be the underdog, now and in my original life." And with that, he unleashes another blast to finally put that skeleton down for the count. He turned to his boy and said Kill was clutch, that he bought him some time. And because of that, the fight got a whole lot more manageable. Kill is hyping up the dagger for slicing through the shield, while our MC just smirks and says if it was at full power, the dagger wouldn't have even scratched it. So together, they dip to go find the heart of the dungeon. At last, they run into the 4th fragment of the world. And when they finally wreck the core and slide back to the real world, it turns out the whole dungeon entrance is just a decoy room. Kill's looking all over, searching for something. But when he realizes what he's looking for ain't there, he starts freaking out. All that loot is gone. Then he looks over at our main character, who also seems a bit baffled, like he already had a gut feeling this was going to happen. The more he mulled it over, the sketchier the whole thing seemed. A dungeon on lockdown for over 200 years with that many smart undead still hanging around. He started to wonder if this wasn't the dream of chaos. They say the dream of chaos is that thin line between what's real and what's a dream. The illusion in there is so thick everything feels legit, but the catch is you can't take anything from the dungeon with you. If you get the vibe, drop a dream in the comments. The more his theories started adding up, the more it all made sense. Being stuck in here for 200 years would definitely fry your brain, but if these minds are just fakes, that's a whole different story. He then tells Kill straight up that he didn't know and wasn't trying to play him. But since they were in the scrap together, he'll toss him some loot to make up for what he lost. He winds up for a hit and warns him at the same time, don't be whining about the payout. The strike shatters the floor, and both of them suddenly drop down into a secret room right underneath them. Our main character figures this spot is a secret space you can only find by solving hidden puzzles back in that phony room. Kill, scoping out the room, just froze up, totally stunned. Spotting a bunch of items on the altars, he figured he didn't need to mess with those puzzles. He already knew this place, like it was an old address at 405 Oak Street in Austin, Texas. The half-elf merc was geeked, cause all this stuff looked mad expensive. He says that now they're in a spot that actually looks like a real treasure vault. He starts checking it all out while our hero explains that it has 5 times the storage space of the room they're in. And that ain't all. It can pull out any item by itself and is set up so only the owner can touch it. But of course, our hero isn't about to give his sidekick a crazy overpowered item like that. Make sure you hit subscribe so you don't miss what he does with it. Nah, he's gonna slide him another piece. Peep this, the Ring of Lightning. This bad boy lets the owner sling lightning magic up to the 6th circle, and it's got some serious defense against lightning spells, too. And the young half-elf was straight up hyped, but you could still see the suspicion in his eyes when he checked out the ring he got. Also chillin' in the room was this necklace. Thing's basically a snitch for any unapproved magic, and it can peep even the faintest spell work. Plus, there was another key for Balfin. Turns out, it doubles as a map. He nudges Kill, giving him the nod to ask how many pieces there are total. After hearing there are 7, our hero started getting cold feet, wondering if he really wanted to hunt them all down just to keep Archduke from making a comeback. He says yeah, but adds that these 7 parts are basically chunks of the world, and since they're sucking up everything around them, they gotta dip. But before bouncing, they rolled up on the skull in the center of the room. And he added, this is a piece of Archduke. The thing Yol bodied in the dungeon, that was just his consciousness poured into this part. If you don't wreck it, he's for sure coming back. In the original story, the main character and his crew thought it was just some decoration and straight up ignored it. Because of that screw-up, Archduke got resurrected. But now, that punk won't be bothering anyone ever again. In front of the apple tree, Elvin snags an apple, says it's the last one, and asks the kid behind him if he thinks another tree will get planted there next. He's like, yeah, that's the word, 'cause the Silverbloods are on it. In this world, you got a bunch of hidden crews running things, but not many of them last past 500 years. That's when the era of mortals kicked off and the Age of Legends bit the dust. The Silverbloods are one of those crews, and the crazy part is, most of them really do have divine blood, right alongside the biggest and baddest organization, MWDW. Ilan, though, is feeling pretty low. Last time, his whole crew got wiped, even Master Vin, and taking that L from Ark definitely messed with their pride. He's just thinking how hard they prepped this time to finally put him down for good. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon where they fought Ark, a red-headed dude rolls up with a blonde woman and, looking shocked, asks what the hell went down, complaining about the mess Morde left behind. The girl touches a piece of fabric, checks it out real close, and after breaking it down, says it's only been a few days since he was there. Finding Maggie is going to be a cakewalk now. Hagiter loves gossip and throwing down, so you already know how this is going to end, especially since he's always beefing about the trouble Vernar causes him. Slamming the wall ahead, he growled that he'd make him pay, all while his partner was just thinking about how to max out their vacation. A few days later, Moore tells Kill his whole plan is a bust. Kill asks if he's giving up, and Moore's like, yeah, because they'll just be spinning their wheels. He finally got the full picture. But a lot of it was glossed over, and Moore only remembers the detailed parts he read, not the cliff notes. Kill asks what the move is now, since they only have 3 months until go time. The general promised the clock is ticking, and they need to move on what they already know. Then our hero looks his friend dead in the eye and says, we're gonna free that cursed witch. We gotta do it to get our hands on the ancient sword. His friend, just now catching on that this isn't some regular weapon, asks, how do you know that? And he just grins. I've got a solid source. His friend immediately asks who it is. Moore tells him he's got a divine gift to see what's coming. But seeing the shady looks from his friends, he warns them he already knew they wouldn't buy it. It's getting on his nerves, and our guy is sure that even if someone laid out the whole truth, no one would take it seriously. It would be dope if someone believed him just once. The two are hiking through the forest, and Moore says they're heading to the Kingdom of Luton. What would you do? Drop your game plan in the comments, and if you're ever in Miami, Florida, send your theories to our P.O. Box at 401 Biscayne Boulevard. After a couple days on the scene, the blonde started feeling the sketchy vibes and asked if the witch was the reason. Dana hit her back with a yup, saying, for real, she can mess with the heads of folks in that village we just passed through. They were spun a local tale about a swamp that straight up swallows people. In the last 5 years, nobody's gone ghost, but they were still told to watch their 6 out here. Moore breaks it down, explaining the witch uses the fog to get in your dome and pull your strings. He claims he can feel someone trying to invade his thoughts, but his mind's on lockdown, so it's all good. But as soon as he said that, he realizes his homie vanished into thin air. He starts bugging out, thinking the swamp is throwing illusions at him. Then he starts hollering for Morde. And in that exact moment, a heavy wave of knockout hits him, and his legs start moving on their own, letting him down the witch's path. Looking over his shoulder, the main character sees a dazed-out kid heading back the same way. Word is, the bracelet on his wrist is packing the power of these swamps. She got it from some wolf DNA. Gripping Shield's hand, he utters the word, power. Full moon, watch over my comrade. The bracelet lit up and a wave of energy blasted out around him. This snaps the elf awake, and he asks if this is the juice the witch uses to devour people. and gets a hard no. Morde lays it out that she does everything she can to steer people away from the mist, keeping him safe. What was burned into her subconscious, that obsessive need to never return because of the curse, ain't the same as being evil. Even if there wasn't a witch, the forest out here near 117 Cypress Lane still hid major dangers. Monsters are legit. This one plant causes hallucinations that can put you 6 feet under, for real. People used to disappear in these forests constantly, and the wildest part is that nobody has vanished in the last 5 years. The blonde kid is finally starting to get the picture of what this witch is really about. She's not some monster who eats people. The real story is she was once a dime from Elder West, and all the dudes in her town and the next were trying to get with her. One of them, who had some kind of divine blood running through his veins, shot his shot with her, but she curved him instantly. That's when his whole world started to go left as his powers surged inside him. He came from the heaviest hitting family among the divine forces and even held a noble title, but he broke the one golden rule. He summoned a demonic spirit and it ended up taking over his driver's seat. Feeling like he couldn't face the music, the man went to see the girl. When she rejected him again, he tried to force the issue. And when the family elder stepped in, the enraged dude went ballistic and took out everybody, getting the girl in his sinister hands. In that moment, the sky ripped open. A being named Maris appeared and the family elders snatched him up for going way overboard with his powers. But seeing this, Maris punished him, sealing him inside a sword right along with the demon he called up. Emma, the girl, who, being immortal, got played for seducing a noble creature, was doomed to guard that sword until the demon spirit fades. Only then will she be off the hook. So, again, the witch was never a monster that eats people. She's just a victim of some god's beef. More than shouts to the witch that he'll clear her name. Somebody heard him. If you're rooting for more, smash that like button for your boy. And suddenly a heavy wind kicks up, pushing the fog right at him. But the kid stands his ground, not budging, while his friend had to jam a knife into a tree trunk so the wind wouldn't blow him away. He silently watches as she gets ready to throw down. And when she's finally fully charged, she unleashes it on the fog, cutting a hole right through the mystical veil that's covering the swamp. Up ahead, 2 red eyes lit up, and they knew right away that's the enemy. It charged on all 4s at full speed, and as it got close, he declares that the witch is finally awake from her dreams. Don't forget to drop a comment below and let us know what you think is going to happen next. Yo, even the narrator's getting his wires crossed here. Did our boy really say witch? Morde's straight up like, there was never a promise to keep, looking at this beast with crystal eyes and a thick coat of fur. But the creature is adamant, insisting it's got to make good on the promise. The nerve of these 2 uninvited guests immediately triggered several energy spheres to pop up around them, and just like that, they shot straight for him both. Morde remembers his boy from that last hit. He snatched him up and booked it to get him clear, while a blast went off right behind him. The elf was just frozen, completely shook. These attacks were like a whole army of mages coming at them, so he's asking, "Aight, what's the move now? Is there even a plan?" The main character decided to first put her on the ground, then wake her with a code word. But the blonde chick ain't got a clue what he's talking about. Morde, jumping back from his homie, tells him to hold the line for a minute. With moves like a rabbit, he's dodging attacks left and right, creeping up on the monster. Finally, they were right up in each other's faces, way too close. He lets a punch fly, and a massive flash of energy just explodes from it. It let out a howl of pain instantly. He says the name Elderwa, and the creature's whole look just flips. He calls out her species and the names of the ones who fought for her. This gets her reminiscing about the old days and the lifeless body she held. With her distracted like that, Morde lands a solid shot on the monster, one that could cause some serious damage. The witch screams out with pure hate and pain, and our hero hits her with another name, Kelvis. Getting closer, he winds up for another hit. That's it, the name of the one who wiped out her family. This sets off the monster's rage, and again, she got clocked right in the face. Morde says the name Maris and is ready to throw down again. He made the creature see him as the face of the god that cursed her. He unleashed a whole barrage of attacks and says there was never any promise to keep, only a curse, begging her to remember what she can't forget, for the sake of those who pointed the way for nothing. Getting ready to land the final blow, Morde yells that she needs to finally remember who she really is. Putting his hand on her head, he calls her Stadia. That's the name her parents gave her on the day the sun was shining its brightest. He whispered for her to open her eyes, like the glorious kid of the sun spirit she is. Kay realizes the attacks have stopped and is already about to start the victory party. Victory hits right when a huge explosion rocks the place. The sun is shining again and Morde is celebrating. This is what he always dreamed of, not that uptight military life in the kingdom of white demons. This whole thing was a wild adventure to save the witch from her curse and help her get her beauty back. The once cursed witch calls him the savior from that unknown god who lifted the hex off her. She's asking how she can thank him and what his name is, while Kay is just standing there next to the giant girl. Morde calls himself a descendant of Ver, a master of martial arts, but she's never even heard of the guy. But seeing how strong he is, she figures he's got to be some kind of incredible god. Our hero explained he's a god who popped up at the end of the era of legends, so that's why she doesn't know him. The giant was floored to hear that the era of legends was over, and Morde tells her it was 500 years ago, and the only thing left from it was a giant blue crystal right in front of them, big as a house over on 101 Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. It's like a piece of the world itself, a shard from the perfect world the ancient gods used to build this one. When the era of legends ended, its pieces got scattered all over the globe. As soon as he touched the crystal, it shrunk down in a flash. Turns out it was a piece of the misty swamp, a starry night, and mountain peaks all mixed with the hovering swamp fog. Man, if you're feeling this recap, smash that subscribe button and hit the bell so you don't miss a thing. Aight, so the 3 merged fragments and 2 stragglers are finally all in one piece. Back with the big homie Zeos, Mort was talking about his payout when a massive boom rocks the spot that's the giant's personal security system going off. The crew that kicked off all this drama and is hunting for him finally pulls up. 3 of them, and one dude straight up says he's there to put hands on him, calling him the side hustle son of the Grand Duke Vernar. He's yelling that they're here to bag him. But he's like, yo, who's the bag of bones you got behind you? Meanwhile, the crowd starts buzzing, asking who this cat is and if he's rolling with the silver blood. And that just makes the dude ask again, how you know about that? Our hero just smirks and hits him with, ain't it obvious? Y'all got that divine blood flowing. His attacker is shook that he can peep a person's whole background just from their divine blood. If you think that's a dope power, smash that like button. But that ain't changing the game plan. He's still trying to snatch him up. The red-headed swordsman is ready to school this rookie, but before the scrap even starts, his homie tells him to power up his divine blood first. That got him asking himself why. He was just trying to have a little fun, you know? He gets told again, don't sleep on him. He ain't just some random dude off the street. The redhead gets heated and finally flips the switch on his divine blood. He's in a rush to clock in and become a top-tier officer. Meanwhile, the blonde and her squad look like some office workers from a spot on 45 Rockefeller Plaza in New York, already daydreaming about vacation. Their leader, morphing into a wolf, gives the warning not to end him. They still need him breathing. While Keel is straight bugging out in the back, Mort is calmly breaking down the divine blood awakening, clocking their leader as a descendant of the beast god. The swordsman doesn't know her, but she's clearly Medea, a mid-level shot caller for the silver blood, pegged as a circle sorceress with some serious tracking skills. She could probably find someone hiding out in a Chicago basement on 233 South Wacker Drive, and when she's powered up, she can hit the levels of a first-class mage. To cover for her weaknesses as a sorceress, she banks on the red-haired kid. He acts as her point man, getting all up in the enemy's grill. So Mort tells Keel to grab Sadia and bounce for now, and the blonde chimes in, even though he's got skills, your boy can't take on 3 lords of divine blood. Igniting his awakening and turning back to his boy, he told him to dip. The one-eyed mage is just a mage. After all, man, I was blown away that the kid, only 15 years old, had grown into a true man. Seeing his friend was distracted, he saw the perfect opening to get free, calling out to Sadia and pointing to the exit. But right where he pointed, a bolt of lightning just zapped the ground. It was the one-eyed woman's doing, and she hits him with a sarcastic, "Hey, sweetie, you think you know where they're headed?" She says the blonde might believe in his miyakuri, but that trick ain't gonna fly with her. Keel tries to tell his friend there's no need to throw down. Their lives are on the line, and he adds, don't try to scheme up a way for us to escape with Sadia. This girl ain't got nothing to do with this beef. All the while, the swordsman from the other crew yells that he's about to show him how he juices up his blade with lightning. He charged our protagonist and let loose a massive strike. It was so strong it blew up into a giant energy ball that just tore up the whole area. But when the smoke cleared, both the one-eyed chick and the furry-faced leader were absolutely floored by what they saw. Mort isn't just standing there. He flatlined the dude, literally putting a hole through his chest with one punch. What a useless scrub. On the other side, Keel faces off with the one-eyed mage and whips up a wind tornado to send her flying. He figured his boy would find a way to get out, so all he had to do was handle the mage. Mort is packing both mana and straight-up muscle. The werewolf across from him looks genuinely impressed. Let us know in the comments who you're rooting for. He can flex an aura. Realizing this is a physical power-up, he said he'd treat him like a real threat. But just when our hero wasn't expecting it, he takes the hit and straight up parries it with both hands. But still, the force of that hit sent him flying, ripping a fresh crater in the ground. Then a volley of purple lightning bolts zapped him from the side, followed by a massive explosion. Moore felt every bit of that attack's power. This time, it really messed him up. The big wolf had to admit, the kid is strong. But from jump, this whole hunting squad was put together just to take him on. Even if he rolled up with his A-team, that's exactly why they sent a whole army for backup. Our hero, watching his opponent get closer, can't help but realize this top-ranking officer is on a whole other level. And to top it off, the big wolf is rocking an artifact. Back when the Age of Myths ended and the gods bounced, the artifacts vanished right along with them. Only a few mortals with a drop of god blood were cleared to use them. The wolf starts flexing about how he lucked out, while also wondering how long his luck will hold up against legit god-tier power. But our boy had something he wanted to try too. Now that he's packing 3 world fragments, his magic got a serious upgrade, but he still has no clue how much of that war god's juice he can actually handle. Gearing up to throw down, he's thinking, how much more can this dude take? Then he connects with a nasty uppercut to the chin. The big wolf gets sent flying back from the impact. Moore's moves and power just flipped a switch. In a few seconds, while still in midair, he's right back on his opponent. Just as Fan barely manages to throw another punch, a heavy-duty spell blasts him and slams him into the dirt. He recognizes the voice in that spell. It was the one-eyed mage, still talking trash to the wolf for getting schooled by a 15-year-old kid. And honestly, she wasn't wrong. The rookie they're tangling with is giving them more problems than they bargained for. Morde can't figure out why the mage jumped in or what the hell happened to his boy. Turns out, rolling in from over the hill at 456 Oak Avenue, the Silver Blood reinforcements are crashing the party. They just hit the scene, and now things are about to get real complicated. The big wolf admits to him that the attack rattled him, saying that after that last spell, Morde ain't getting far. He didn't rush him, though. Instead, he turned on the boy, promising to make him pay for his actions. It looks like it's curtains, but he stops his attack when he hears a scream. It's the matron, and her leg is on fire. She's yelling that her savior doesn't want her to interfere. But you can't just stand there and watch it happen. That's Stadia. She's giving the sorceress a death stare, calling her arrogant, thinking she's a god when she ain't even close. Calling them fools, she unleashes a storm of fire on them. The one-eyed sorceress can't believe it. How did she completely forget about the giantess? And why didn't her powers pick her up? Stadia lays it out. The Elder Veg share divine power between them. The more of them there are, the weaker each one gets. But now, she's the last one standing. That means she's at 100% power. That blazing aura is all the proof you need. But for some jacked-up reason, she suddenly felt sick. Her knees buckled and she hit the ground, desperately asking herself where all her power went. After the Age of Legends ended, Stadia wasn't even supposed to exist. Divine power has a price, and she had nothing left to pay the tab with. Morde tells the giantess to chill out. He needs to focus on the enemies in front of him, and he'd appreciate it if she went to help Keel. Keel starts protesting, but the boy just tells her, "Don't even sweat it. My opponent's going down the second I make my move." And then he starts charging a sphere of energy. The wolf sees it and scoffs. "You think you're gonna win with that? Let us know in the comments if you think he can pull it off." He straight up rushed Morde, clueless that the orb in his hand was juiced with lightning. And here's the fallout from that: play a force that just wrecks and demolishes everything without a second thought. Guardian of the Thornwood Forest. The second he makes a move, a mess of lightning bolts zaps and locks down the wolf, giving him zero chance to clap back. He's tripping, wondering why he's frozen stiff, when another cat pops up right in his grill. My dude unleashes a crazy combo of fast and heavy hits. They call it the Void Breaker, a move that packs all its juice into one fist and then just detonates with a ridiculously powerful strike. The beast can't even believe it. He's like, "How am I not even scratched after taking all those hits?" That is, until he feels this massive energy building up in his chest, and it finally clicks what's going down. See, Morde's strikes focus all that energy into one single point, cooking up an explosive sphere of pure power that could flat out turn his opponent to dust. And just like that, the fight was a wrap. That single attack was enough to wipe the Oni Wolf off the map, like he never even had a crib at 1112 Ocean Drive in Miami. It's all over. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Sia is trapping these weaker Silver Blood fighters with fire, then hitting them with that Swamp Witch power to hold him still. She's basically teeing them up for Morde to drop him with his sword game. Our hero is just hyped that no backup rolled up, and now he's got one mission: to finish off that one-eyed mage for good. After the throwdown, Kill is barely breathing, saying he thought he was a goner. He asks why Morde had to ice the chick with the eye patch. Morde breaks it down, explaining that there are strict rules put on the high-ranking officers. Anytime they tried to spill secrets about the Silver Blood crew, they'd flip out and turn into raging monsters. This piece of intel finally makes Kill get how seriously dangerous this whole outfit is. He says he'd bump into members of the Bears every now and then back in the White Demon Kingdom, so cats like him in high positions got a little bit of the scoop. Then he asks his boy how he knows so much, and his homie answers again. It's all thanks to this prophecy he got from his divine trait, but the poor dude just ain't buying it. He thinks it's all cap. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments if you believe in prophecies. Sadia pieced it all together and asks if one of Vera's gifts is seeing these prophecies. Kill's like, you for real believe him? They press the giant on why she's fronting, and Morde tells her the visions have been fading lately. Sadia asks if it's about divine powers, and he says yeah, cause the prophecies are old news now. He bent down and scooped the sword up off the ground. It was the blade from one of the Blue Sword's enemies. Morde offers it up to kill. Alpha goes nuts with joy, wagging his tail like a maniac behind the main man. Finally, the grind pays off, and that little army chasing them got turned into a bonfire. And it's all thanks to the Savior, the one who made sure nobody was getting back up. She even went and sealed away their spirits. This has Morde bugging out, thinking about how seriously powerful the Hound is and how regular mortals can't even compare. When the dust settled, the scientist turns to her Savior, asking what he was talking about before. He was about to ask for the sword she was guarding. It's a cursed weapon, but he knows the cheat code to get rid of the curse. The sword is so messed up because there's a literal demon living inside it, a consciousness that can drive its owner totally insane and wreck him. Someone with a pure heart has to go into the sword with their own mind and kick out its soul. But you gotta wonder if that's even possible. But it turned out that when it was first cursed, nothing really happened. But now that the demon's soul has gotten weaker, it's a whole new ballgame. Apparently, Aiden also broke free from this curse during the fight over on 3550 South Ocean Drive in Hollywood. More people started realizing that the second level of divine blood ain't something you can get just by hitting the gym or having talent. He'd been keeping an eye on Tester and Ellen ever since they hit that level. If you're enjoying the story, make sure to hit that subscribe button. But just now, it all finally clicked. To get called a legend, you gotta pull off something so epic that a single raid cements your status, and only a major W can get you there. And today, a whole crew leveled up, scoring a huge win against 3 heads at the second divine tier. And the dude who straight up wiped out the whole giant race? That's Vicolo. Man's built for this kind of work. He hits up Seti, practically begging, yo, can you slide his soul into his sword? The giant's all shook and says nah. Now, the stage is set for the epic throwdown. Marius, the top dog running countless gods, straight up bled out to forge a blade that could lock Vicolo down. And now every creature is eyeballing Ward, letting out this weird laugh, like they're hyped for his new shot at freedom. He offers the hero the juice to run the whole world, but first, he cuts a deal, calls him a fool, and tells him to shake on it. That's the play. He'll jump in his body, get his own back, drop Marius, and be the Demon King once more. But the streets are talking, calling his bluff, saying the deal with the skull is bogus. They say he's gonna jack his body and ain't never letting go, till he tracks down his real one. Oh, by the way, his body ain't even in this world no more. Something like the Great Skull? Nah. When they locked him up, the world flipped big time. His empty shell probably got chowed down on by other demons, and he turned into a ghost just drifting. So basically, a dude who already checked out is about to get clipped again. The god-tier developer, furious, is the only one left standing, and he starts yelling. He really think he can just dip after all that trash talk? He straight up puts JoJo and Bets' lives on the line, swears on everything he's spilling facts, and tells the skull to use its magic to check the receipts. And dude is loving it. The two get into a mean stare down, both trying to prove who's right, and Vicolo calls him cocky again. He spits. This mortal's gonna regret this. Seeing this, the demon whips up some magic, pulls up the Reaper, and puts our main dude in chains. The kid doubles down, saying Vicolo's body was eaten down to the bone by a pack of lesser demons. The skull can't even process something that savage. Man, who would have guessed? He got eaten so clean there wasn't a single bone left. This just wrecks the demon. His whole ego gets shredded, and he drops to his knees in front of Morde. Yo, if you're feeling this drama, smash that like button. The crowd is still bugging out. Everyone's asking what it feels like to see the real deal go down. Honestly, it's a straight-up miracle Vicolo didn't lose his marbles way sooner, but the second he got the news his body was gone for good, he just broke from the shock, and now death's coming to collect. Once the job was done and Vicolo's mind was wiped, Kill is straight up geeking over the new divine sword, totally stoked. He asks if he can cop it, but it's already got a rightful owner. The trickster points to his ear and goes, who? But his homie is like, hold up, even if I told you, you wouldn't know him. Besides, he just snagged the sword, so the big question is, what's Seti's next move? Let me know your theories down in the comments below. She ain't got a clue. She's basically a ghost in the machine, not supposed to be here. Doesn't know where she's gonna cash out, got no place to crash, like she's stranded at 1032 West Paces Ferry Road in Atlanta. She figures the odds are stacked against her. But our main man says payback is still on the table, cause Marius is out here in the world, rolling with the Silver Blood crew. The giant is shook, yelling out, "How's that even possible?" He also breaks it down that Marius is going to be rocking a whole new look she won't even recognize. Man, so much has gone down. She's realizing that even though she's clueless about what's been popping off since she was sealed, if Marius is still kicking, then she's got a reason to be here. This world ain't checking for her, so she's got no choice but to go back on ice until the time is right. The second she steps through that door, she's locked down for good. Then she hits him with a "what else you got?" She told him to hold the key to her seal. She powered up, become the baddest witch on the block, and was dead sure she could even knock over a pyramid. But what good is all that juice if she can't use it? So, passing him the key, she hit him with one condition. When he throws down with the mirrors, he's got to break that seal so she can get her payback. He asks if she's for real. The giantess says, "Bet." So our guy agrees. Meanwhile, way out in some place like Dayton, Ohio, the old god is still hanging on. Somebody asked him what's so damn funny. Why is he just chillin', staring at his wrist in the mirror? It's the connection. He felt his power bust loose back in that misty swamp. Then they asked him if there were still scraps of his power left in the world and why he left them instead of taking them back. He lays it out plain. If he tried, it would have been lights out. So the plan was to snag the sword and the shard after he collected a few more pieces. But someone else just rolled up and did all the dirty work. Usually, that'd be a problem. But this time, the old god is actually grateful. He kept him from having to face the one person he least wanted to see. So when he gets his sword back, he's going to pay back the person responsible. Back to our crew, the injured one is just plowing through a mountain of attacks. Kill froze solid, completely shocked. He can't believe you can actually get to the treasure in the ruins just by knocking down the surrounding walls. There, they find 6 relics left by some ancient traveling mage, but they're all custom built for mages, and only one is any good for a golden bracelet. It can summon a fire spirit you can tame and have it sling spells for you. The blonde asks again if that's even possible. Looking beat down and bummed out, it's explained that a mage with divine-level power made it. Divine power pulls off miracles and makes the impossible a reality. Kill is a ride-or-die partner for the main hero, but he's still lacking the muscle for what's coming. The heroes always figure it out, though. The new plan? Let's just juice him up with some magical spirits. Moore has already decided who else gets a piece, and he's keeping the rest for himself. The ring on his finger sniffs out ambushes and throws up a protective shield on instinct, while the bracelet just stores up mana for later. All this gear is seriously top tier. While they're grabbing some food, Moore explains it's tough for the Silverbloods to track them, but they've got a huge problem, and Kill is the first one to pick up on the bad vibes. Catching the drift, the elf asks his friend if he's also feeling the strange atmosphere in this spot where everyone's whispering on the low. As they kept talking about how sketchy the area felt, some guy approached and asked if they were mercs. Kill clammed up instantly. Moore asks if the guy needs some hired muscle, and he says the ogres have been showing up for 2 weeks now. Who do you think this mystery swordsman is? Ogres are horrifying beasts that regular folks just can't deal with. The stranger had heard the tales, but he'd never seen one up close. Luckily, his village, a small spot not unlike one you'd find near Fresno, California, had some tough-as-nails warriors who managed to drop the monster. But that wasn't the end. The monster attacks didn't let up, and with every new injury, the fear just got worse. But 3 days ago, a dude called Cube appeared. The second he saw the state of the city, he offered to help. He tore all the monsters to shreds. Even the new monsters that kept spawning now had the mark of his blade on them. But in the morning, when they went out to clap some more of them, the swordsman didn't come back. Moore looked like he recognized the description. So, to make sure he wasn't tripping, he asks what the guy looks like. He's described as a built dude with chestnut hair combed back, lugging a massive 2-handed sword. Now burning to confirm his gut feeling. If you think you know who it is, smash that like button. He asked the guide to show them where they last saw this mystery man. The path ahead is just a carpet of dead creatures, looking like a little slice of hell, almost like a scene from a dungeon break. But that ain't it. He's trying to figure out who this local legend is. The dude's deeds got him some serious street cred. Moore figures it's probably one of the Vera's crew, but then it hits him the guy rocks a massive sword and a dagger. His boy breaks it down, saying the descendants of that family ain't required to throw hands empty. Maybe the heroes just roll in incognito. Yulin told Aiden that while cruising through the sticks, he stumbled on some old ruins out near 110th and Broadway, and that's where he got juiced up by the god of war. After a short trek, he and the crew finally hit the spot that looks like the source of all this demonic mess, where a fat vortex of thick red energy is swirling. Moore's theory is the ground caved in after a tremor, uncovering the ruins and turning this place into ground zero. The closer he gets, the more he knows for sure the monsters are crawling out of there, and honestly, he's hyped about it. He's found the ruins, and thanks to that, he's about to meet the cat he's been looking for. Inside the tower, the man's lost in thought while his opponent gasses him up, but he just asks himself, why the hell? does he use a sword if he's so clumsy with it? Whipping blood off his face, the beat-up warrior is stunned, asking, "What kind of question is that?" The man fires up his divine blood, and peeping the undead's fighting style, it's obvious they were cooked up from the remains of the Vernar's bloodline. One of the skeletons doesn't have the heart that keeps the kid in the fight, but he ain't sweating it. All that matters is that the brawl keeps going. The kid's divine form fizzles out, and he's wondering how his ancestors' bones ended up here. At the same time, he can already taste the end coming for him. And still, even if he cashes out, he ain't about to fold. No sooner than he said it, one of the undead reaches out, ready to swing. Hype that the kid's gonna fight to the last breath, because it's way more entertaining like that. But before it can even touch him, a clean shot connects. It hits the deck, hard. The one who did it just appeared, all flash and style. One of the undead questions him button in and asks who he is, but Bernard's descendant flips the script, saying these creatures ain't the lost souls from this dungeon. Nah. This whole thing is being puppeteered from afar by some shady business. So, he asks again, "Who are you?" Pulling himself back together after getting wrecked, the monster growls that Mort is seriously sleeping on him. Yo, if you think Mort's got this, smash that like button for your boy. He gets called an arrogant freak, but he wants to see how long he can hang against the whole undead crew. Right away, the skeletons, who somehow had noses, jump the kid, getting ready to lay him out. But they catch a haymaker to the grill, packed with insane energy. Wasting zero time, more hits crash down on the rest of them. Not even giving him a second to breathe, he buries them in a storm of blows. Hits that tear through their formation like a beam of pure power. Then he lets loose a volley of energy balls that slam into the skeletons, setting off a massive explosion. In the end, he didn't even have to tap into his divine blood. Mort asks the guy why he's putting on such a show with these puppets, but before he gets a reply, the skeleton on the floor starts talking again. This loser had just enough juice to regenerate and introduces himself as Count Vern from the demon realm, screaming that he'll never forget the shame of this beatdown. So over all this drama, he clocks the skull again and shatters it. And they called him the arrogant one there. The kid nearby, who saw the whole thing and couldn't believe his eyes, asked himself if this dude was a man or a monster. Because he knew that even with divine blood, he couldn't win that fight. Kill pops up and calls the boy Leon Verer. Drop a comment below with your theories and don't forget to subscribe. When they hit him with "What's your deal being here?" he claps back hard. "Who the hell are you?" and asks if they got sent to drag him back to the family crib over in Do Giggle. See, Leo was fifth in line for the Ver family's duchy, but 5 years back, he bounced on that whole race and left the family for good. Down the line, he hooks up with Aiden and becomes his right-hand man. Joe tells him they straight up can't, on account of a request from the local folks. The young buck ain't buying it, but Moore jumps in, saying if he wants to dip, he's free to go. It's his call, because if he ain't gonna believe the dude who literally saved his life, then he can kick rocks. And for real, he ain't got the juice to handle the demon problem plaguing these lands, you feel me? Especially not after getting his tail beat down that bad. Till kinda shuffles up to Lion, saying he knows him. They cross paths once, and even though you can't tell by looking, he's a heavy hitter too. But for the ex-nobleman, it's blowing his mind that this kid is supposedly on his level. Meanwhile, the elf introduces himself, saying he rolls with General Disease's crew. He breaks it down that the Ver family doesn't give a damn about him, so ain't nobody coming to his rescue. Without even blinking, Layan agrees with Tyler's take, who's just chilling and watching the whole scene unfold. Man, Andrew G. Daly used to be all high and mighty with a short fuse, but he's switching up his whole vibe this time. He even gives them props for the help and apologizes for being so suspicious at first. Since he was a kid, William Vernar was always getting sized up against his talented brothers and got zero support at his home on 145 Ver Avenue, Dallas, Texas. As years went by, his shot got slimmer and his mom's passed from an illness. He kept slipping down the totem pole, ditched the family, and then stumbled on the God of War's legacy in some ruins. From that day on, he got way stronger than his brothers. In 5 years, he met Ida. She clocked his potential right off the bat and gassed him up to jump in the competition to be the next big shot. With her in his corner, he snagged the Archduke title and got handed all the world's shards, with everyone hoping he'd save humanity and protect the world from all that dark stuff. But that trust, it got completely wrecked. After Moore gives Kalu a drink to cover the rent, he tells him to take Lion outside and Layan gets heated, asking if he's getting the boot. The main homie explains he has no clue what's about to pop off, so it ain't smart bringing wounded dudes around. Even if the swordsman swears up and down, he can still throw down. Morde says it again, telling him to fall back, and asks if he really wants to get in the way of the guy who saved his hide just to feed his own pride. His ego getting the best of him, the youngin decides to bounce. His rescuer lets out a sigh of relief. Now he ain't gotta knock him out and haul his body outside. He says they're heading back. He asks if his boy is going to keep this show on the road. They say yeah, and add, if you need to find him, just holler at the windspin, the spirit. Cause those two remembered a whole lot more after they got jammed up and landed in them ruins. He was the one who copped the god of war's whole inheritance. He's thinking on how to find it, and the best idea he's got is to just start wrecking the whole joint. And what do you know? It works. That's exactly how he finds the files on every single person the Vernar family ever took down in a fight. He's kinda doubting if these training books and fight manuals are even worth anything. But since he's got that magic bag, he figures, why not just grab him? Can't hurt, right? Yo, if you're digging this recap, make sure you smash that subscribe button. Peeping around, he spots a coffin. He knows what it is, a chest that only pops open with Vernar blood, the very thing holding the legacy he's been hunting for. He touches it, and the doors light up, slide and open after a minute. It's a world fragment. Mix it with the pieces he already has, and it'll turn into 8. That's 3 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1, which adds up to 8. Right next to the crystal is his stone plaque, and he's wondering, can he for real summon the god of war? The second he touches the stone, a jolt of energy shoots through his whole body, like a tidal wave of power washing over his soul. Just putting a finger on that thing, even trying, was a whole battle. This ain't no regular plaque, you heard? It seems to hit you the same way it hit the old god of war, and word on the street is that God's legacy helped Leon unlock some hidden power, like he's got dragons or some long-gone beasts coiled up inside him. Rummaging through the coffin, he pulls out a battle belt, a piece made from the parts of creatures that the god of war used to hunt down for sport. Right then, Kill rolls up and asks if that thing is some magic item. He gets told, nah, it's just an ancient relic, straight up dragon hide. The elf is bugging, wondering why it's not juiced up, since gear that rare is usually stacked with power. The deal is, the god used all its juice until he ascended. Either way, it looks mad stylish, and even Kill asked if his crew sent him on a wild goose chase just to keep this artifact from him. Meanwhile, on the block, that other dude is still pressed about being left out of something so clutch. He was posted up outside until he finally peeped something moving at the dungeon's entrance. From that spot, the side and the keel started to grow. The blonde dude says he wasn't thrilled when they found the demon, but this new development is on a whole other level. The main character asks Leon if he's good, and the kid says, yeah. He then shoots his shot and asks for his rescuer's name, who introduces himself and says he's from a different branch of the Vernar family, like from down on 45th Street in Chicago. He already had a feeling he was a descendant of this family, but he couldn't be sure since nobody recognized his name. So, he just straight up asks how old Morde's is. The kid says he's only 15 and pieces out, steady whispering, for real, thank you. The poor guy is so shook he just collapses on the spot. Turquoise agrees, saying, it's tough to believe. Leon had to ask if the kid was already flexing his aura, and when he heard yeah, he was floored, asking how someone could master both fighting and magic in just 15 years, and if he'd been grinding since he was a toddler. Do other folks know about this? Even if they do, he's got no reason to be running his mouth. Thinking he might have made things awkward, Leon says he's just blown away and didn't mean to be disrespectful. After stepping away, the 15-year-old bounced, telling Leon to chill and get some rest. But Leon tells him to hold up, and Moore says they'll be sticking around the village for a few more days before they dip. But the fake swordsman chimes in, asking if they're about to handle some family business. They say nah, so the long-haired kid asks if he can roll with them. Yo, the kid was stunned. Leon couldn't believe how off-script this dude's character was from the novel and immediately demands to know why. A kinda nervous Leon tries to break it down for him. Moore just stared him down with pure hate, waiting for the reason. Then he turns back to the village and says he'll give him an answer tomorrow and explain his side, so he can decide if he's even trying to hear it. The poor guy was a little spooked even after getting patched up. The elf tries to break the tension, asking Leon to come grab some grub with him. Smash that like button if you think he deserves a good meal. For real, the whole village is waiting for him. That same night, the village chief asks what they want as a reward for stopping the demon situation. Kill wanted cash and Leon asked for a new blade. Moore asked for a spot completely off the grid, cut off from the outside world. They took him to an empty hall where he slapped a stone tablet on the floor and then spilled his own blood on it. Yo, we ain't ready for this. Key's gonna show us some next-level celestial move from his divine form. It's time for some old-school ritual stuff. He's looking like he's about to jump in his own head. For real, y'all think this gonna be a straight-up fight? Drop a comment below if you saw that coming. Yeah, he peeped that K is one of his bloodline. He remembers that same cat who rolled up on him last time. This whole thing got the green light from some cat claiming to be the spitting image of the god of battle's will. He's like, you down to run it back for the last lesson? And Vernar is all in. But peep this is where it gets twisted. Why is the god not stacking up to his own bloodline? And ain't that kind of potential gonna come with some kind of curse? The big guy straight up ain't catching the drift. So Vera spills the tea on how the family switched up the game and the tricks the Grand Duke uses to cheat the clock, which is clearly grinding the god's gears. The kid adds that they be calling the Duke the Second Coming, packing that level 4 divine juice. But dude's expiration date is coming up quick. Vera claps back that maybe it's 'cause the bloodlines are all muddled up. His family's been holding it down for 500 years, so for them, mixing it up with other races, say with giants from out past Denver, ain't no thing. And with their rep, they got people who burn bright but fast, you feel me? Stupid strong. But before he could even finish that thought, the god cuts him off, real sharp, like, you done running your mouth. He's fiending for a throwdown, saying it's been a hot minute since they last scrapped. They went at it, and he's still salty about taking that L last time. So now he's about to bring all the smoke. They both hit their power-up modes and square up, but Vera can feel it. This time the energy is off. See, Vera is a half-god, the product of a Va and a human woman getting together. Yo, if you're riding with Vera on this, smash that like button. He leveled up to god tier on his own grind using the power from his pops, and that's his usual go-to. But now, Vera's pulling that divine juice from Eva. It's for real, a whole different flavor of power, but it feels like major deja vu. The god just bum-rushed him, and, in a hot second, Vera got laid out flat. On the ground is the same Vera who got dropped 5 months ago. Then, another version of himself just pops up and greets him. You finally got the hang of the aura skill, but don't get gassed up. The god was rocking this same tech when he was just a 12-year-old shorty, and now he's about to put him on game to the next level, acceleration. The move is to channel a fat stack of aura and then just unleash it all in one go. This creates a crazy overload of wrecking power. Our boy ain't new to this move, though. He's repped it out in his dome 1,000 times but never actually popped it off for keeps. And now, this is his shot. He lays a mean one on the god, and the hit just shreds him, setting off a massive explosion. The big cheese gets split right down the middle. Our boy looks on thinking, is this the W? For real? 'Cause that was a total cakewalk. Then out of nowhere, a new Ver fades in and drops this bomb. Yeah, you really won, but the other him ain't buying it. The god form says he had the skills to pay the bills, but his ego wrote a check his body couldn't cash. His future self is like, you ain't becoming the G-O-A-T. Without some luck, even if you got game, and Ver asks if he's just trying to hype him up. He's like, nah, man, 'cause our boy ain't feeling like a champ. The god says my bad for choking and swears his 23-year-old self won't take an L. This version steps up and promises he's gonna go hard for the older him. This time, Ver's projection is looking way more legit god tier. He's at a crossroads, pop the divine blood or unleash his own style. He's already breathing down Morde's neck, a real monster. It's time to drop some real knowledge on him. The kid charged in and made a beeline for the deity. He jukes the attack like it's nothing, moving smoother than a fresh jar of Skippy, and bounces back, feeling the kid's quickness. But this ain't time for props. What's wild is they've thrown down over 500 times, and he was bitching that he'd barely been able to connect. To this, the god is like, that's trippy. It took you 500 rounds to bring your A-game, and you still almost caught one to the dome. But the kid ain't even tripping, 'cause even if you patch up the physical hits, the mental scars don't just fade away. And the more he scraps with this dude, the more demonic he seems. But bet on it, he's still gonna try and catch that fade. But right when he's about to charge in, a voice cuts through the static and yanks him back to reality. The 23-year-old Ver starts chopping it up with his older self. Yo, how many chances we got left? The older one hits back, about 100, saying it's all thanks to the collective fragments and adds that maybe, just maybe, he's gonna have to unleash that bloodline power soon. But the younger god ain't really buying it, 'cause Morde already looks like he's on his last leg. His older self is adamant though, saying he could be dead wrong. 5 or 20 rounds deep, and young Morde is still feeling the heat. And through Morde's relentless assault, a whole 559 throwdowns later, nothing's changed and he's still getting clapped by the Verers. After one clean shot, a massive blast kicks up, making even the old god backpedal. The rock he was standing on got completely wrecked. This was already the 60th go-around in 23-year-old Ver's life, and it just proved he was on the right track by not forcing the issue to pop his divine blood. Man, talk about a load of crap. Leaned up against a boulder, totally wrecked and lost in his head, he's bitterly replaying the L that he couldn't even land a single hit. But the more his dome gets fried, the stronger this feeling gets, like something is bubbling up inside him, until a voice from up high calls out and snaps him out of it. The silhouette of some mystery god appears over him, smack in the middle of the storm, telling him, stop overthinking it, fam. Just trust your gut. The 20-year-old god asks if this is it, 'cause it feels like the prime time. But nah, it ain't over yet. The kid gets up, juiced up in a vortex of mana. Having thrown down everything he's got, even the younger Vera feels like something is way off this time. It's like you can see a flicker of a whole different god peeking through from inside the kid. Morde charges, no hesitation, straight for the smoke. He pops his divine bloodline in a flash, trying to break out of the attack. The kid clocks him with a clean shot. Even with his guard up, Vera got sent flying, but there ain't no time for a breather. Morde rushes him again, trying to doom him to a place where grub is king. A blast of energy, and rocks turn to dust. And the god is like, yo, if he hadn't ducked that, he'd have been toast in that crazy energy storm. In that state, laid out on the ground and out of his god form, the kid wonders, what the hell was that, and how do you even pull that off? Vera breaks it down, explaining that the divine blood of Hereta is finally kicking in. The power from Dada's paradise and his own instincts sense that raw power living inside him. The elder god whispers, don't you ever forget that feeling. Even if you've only tapped into a piece of Rita's power for now, with this little taste, you can finally hang with him. This makes Morde finally get what they mean by balance is everything. Let me know in the comments if you think he gets it now. His power is straight up insane, but it can mess with your head something fierce. That's why he's got to lean on that battle god bloodline so he don't completely lose his marbles out on some forgotten corner like South Figueroa Street in Los Angeles. Vera really wishes he could spar more with the kid, but tough luck, their time's up. And as a prize for smoking his younger selves, he's getting hooked up with a divine body. And he's hyped for it, just waiting to see how the kid handles Arita's power. He even tells him not to bogart all that juice for himself, but to share the wealth so he don't just stay some punk kid. And just like that, more power's got to be sent back. Snapping back from that mind trip, he bumps right into Lion, who was already posted up, demanding to know the deal on why he decided to tag along and why he just bounced on the family. I'm about to kick it off with Lion's story, y'all. Back in the day, the main crew was straight crushing it, but they got wrecked by the top demon lord, and Lion's whole squad dipped on him. He just got tossed to the side after the crew. Then everyone started clowning on him and talking trash. The heat was getting too real. He wasn't even the lead. He was just good, while everyone else was a straight-up prodigy. But he crumbled like a cheap suit when his mom started messing with his head, you know? He couldn't stand it. It was like she was looking at him and said, yo, is that all you got? She was an embarrassment to the name. She started messing with his head, telling him he was a good-for-nothing mistake, all that jazz. His sister, though, was the real deal, a straight-up legend. His mom was wild and out, started putting hands on him, and just started causing so much mess. After all that, he couldn't even look at her without seeing smoke, you know? She became a rival to him, and he had to bounce from the whole scene. The day he left, she was looking at him with straight-up malice, man. Hit him with some words that cut deep. He walked away from the graves like he was leaving a bad gig on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, and that was it. He peaced out for good. But then he found out it was all cap. His luck was trash. His whole world was a lie. This put him to the brink, yo. But on death's door, the universe threw him a lifeline, and he knew it was destiny. You done with the speech, fam. That had Lion looking all kinds of foolish, but low-key hyped that Vanu's story wasn't over. What do you guys think of Lion's backstory? Let me know in the comments. Dude's a chatterbox, for real. But now we got a warning. Some crew called Silver Blood is on their tail, and that ain't good. They are a hired gun crew and everyone isn't even sure if they were legit, but apparently they got more muscle than the Vera clan. This dude ain't trying to hear all that, he's all in, you know? He just wants to settle the score for the ones who had his back. At first, Moore wasn't really feeling the kid's vibe. He wasn't sure, but he still got that Vera blood, and with the right guidance, well, Moore decided to let him roll with the crew. Kill was just posted up in the room this whole time. Lion was like, nah. He dipped on the family power struggle and he ain't about to bring no heat their way. He doesn't want to be a problem, yo. We're rolling out to a place called Palace, where there's a whole mess of hired muscle, you know? It's a, yo, Keel just straight up switches gears, throws out some weak sauce lie, and cops the thing anyway. The dude holding the massive blade is frontin' like it's a disguise, so nobody pegs him as a Verer. Even with Morde rollin' with the crew. Dude's rockin' a one-handed style, been that way with the blade ever since he lost his mitt. His own folks threw some serious shade, saying that's why his fight game is so whack. He threw down a few times on the road and got clapped every single time. Trying to save face, Leon's like, yo, the other cat was a pro. It wasn't a fair shake, but Jelf just clowns on him. But he's looking to settle up and asks if the kid's down to hang. Honestly, I ain't even shocked, but if that's what he wants, I ain't gonna say no. Kill swoops in, saves the tavern owner, hooks him up with some healing juice, and starts patching up his face right there instead of bouncing somewhere more low-key. Check it. The kid in charge is only 15, and the dude he's with is over 20. These main characters are only lasting about half a scrap, and he's talking about needing to hit the black market. Kill is totally hyped about it, and Leon's like, yo, I got the hookup. I know the way in. When they rolled a little deeper, he couldn't bite his tongue and had to ask why. Out of all the gear in the world, they copped something so small, and the kid tells his homie to drop some blood on the thing. For real, why though? But he ain't even tripping, he just does it. A single drop of blood hits the fragment. Man, he has no clue what this thing is. Maybe some old toenail? Then the thing starts to glow something fierce. Next thing you know, it blows up and turns into this wild relic. It was called the Stone of Giant Gloves. This thing can seriously jack up the defensive power for whoever's rocking it. Seeing it was straight up powerful, Leon had to ask if the kid was for real about giving it to him. Truth is, ever since they hit the road together, Morde's been trying to buff him up because he basically snatched what should have been Leon's in the first place. So, it's only right to give him this piece to make things square. On top of that, he shows off this lookout earring. Inside, there's a spirit that gives you a heads up on danger and grants you a special spidey sense during a throwdown. After breaking down what it is, he hands it over to Kill, saying all he's got to do is tap his ear to turn it on. Since his boy bought 3 different things, the elf had to ask what the last score was. He explains it's the other half of something he bought before and whips out these books, and Kill straight up recognizes one of them. As soon as both are dropped on the ground, they start to float and fuse into one big volume, which he scoops up off the floor. When he cracks it open, these crazy magic texts just appear on the pages. The rest of the grind is on the kid himself. While stashing the book, he shot a question at Leon, asking if he knew where to find any info brokers. But before he could even answer, Kill jumps in like, I got this, and asks who the kid is looking for. To this he shot back, a mage for hire. He was about 15 or 16 years old. Soon the whole crew rolls out, looking like they're headed for some spot over on 8800 Sunset Boulevard, Los Angeles, and the elf is like, aight, so where are we going? They finally get the lowdown on where they're headed, learning the real reason this whole dungeon even exists. Leon asks who this Agnes cat is, and Kill tells him he's a carrier of that divine blood and a straight-up enemy of the silver-blooded crew. After that, the kid asks what his family tree is all about. Kill explains it's a god that pulls up looking like a wise old hermit to drop knowledge, rules, future sight, and magic skills on people. These days, it's crazy rare to find anyone from his bloodline, especially a mage. That's why Aiden is the only one who can unlock and really handle the power from that lineage. It's exactly because of this that they call him a genius mage. But for real, all that talent came with a heavy price. His older sister grew up with these voices of divine power constantly buzzing in her head. When the silver-blooded crew ran up on their family, she took the fall to save Aiden. And right then, that divine power just exploded inside of him. As she was checking out, she morphed into a straight-up blessing that got passed down to her little brother. Because of that, the divine blood in his veins finally fired up. After that, he went to get a job as a merc in the palace, and even though he was super young, he started building his rep. Leon asks what the game plan is when he finds him, and the other dude says he ain't got any immediate moves. The thing is, the whole future is shifting because of him. What do you guys think is going to happen? Drop your theories in the comments below. So he's got to first scope out how much the target has changed before he starts making any real plans. Finally, the 3 of them pull up to their destination, a massive waterfall that looks nothing like a dungeon. Soon, Aiden's about to stumble on his first world fragment, a little piece of the puzzle with all the details on who he really is. This dungeon is just a maze of puzzles and traps, in other words, a busted-up high-tech dungeon. Yo, if you're vibing with this recap, smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what goes down next. He's yelling that you can't get past the dungeon without solving the puzzles and is roasting his boy for just wandering around. But my dude has already walked right into a time trap that brings a few suits of armor to life, and they're locked on their position, ready to chuck spears at him. But yo, that's just how he is. He runs headfirst into everything. Even if God himself tried to make him hesitate, then he'd just focus his aura into his hand, cool as a cucumber, and slam the ground, breaking everything. 'Cause if there's no puzzle, there's nothing to solve. Leon said he'd never been in any other kind of dungeon besides the demonized ones, but this is definitely not the play to clear him. A little ways up, they run into a stone statue that looks like a royal guard. Checking it out, Kill asks, yo, what's the deal with this room? And Leon just waves him off. It don't matter. Just smash it harder like I always do. Alfred's taken it all in but says that just kills the whole vibe. Peeping the panel in front of them is a picture-matching puzzle. Liam asks where it is, and Kill shoots back that you can only see it with magic. They say they got a mage, but for real, who needs him? The Overlord can just crack that puzzle with his fist. His smooth, barely their way of handling business finally got the attention of the stone statues, which turn into gargoyles and start to crowd them. Kill counts at least 50 of him. Leon just shrugs, saying they're giant bats, and Morde is already raising his hand, getting ready to throw down. But on top of the flying freaks, the wall right next to them starts to move. Turned out to be a giant stone golem. Our 15-year-old barbarian straight up says he'll take the golem on himself, and he'll handle the rest of him too. He charged the creature, and already landed a hit. In the spot where he clocked the monster, there was some kind of red crystal inside, and as soon as it lit up, the parts of the arm that were messed up from all those hits to the body started to patch themselves up. The kid's stunned, realizing that the magical juice in the room is getting amped up by the golem, probably because of the core hidden inside, so it ain't going down until that thing is broken. On the flip side, a gargoyle's fiery blast tears Leon a new one. He's slick with the dodges, but still can't land a single hit. Man, if you're feeling Leon's pain, smash that subscribe button for more. He's complaining that the enemies are slick and grimy, and Kill just asks why he doesn't just scrap with his fists. Then he channels the power of the spirits he controls and grounds all the monsters. His move works. It traps the creatures and makes him fight. Seeing his chance, the elf juices himself with lightning and charges the gargoyles, tearing them to pieces in one go. Looking back, he sees all the creatures fallen one by one. Meanwhile, with the golem, the other guy is under some serious pressure. When he sees that monster, built tougher than a bank vault down on 200 Main Street in Houston, Texas, getting back up again and again, even after all those blows, it becomes mad clear. The core has got to be shattered. But for this, he needs more than just punches. He revs up his aura. With one massive blow, he busted the creature's entire body into little bits. The small red core in its head completely exploded, turning into sparkles. Liam froze up, seeing that the guy just demolished that giant golem. He'd seen some real prodigies before, but this dude was a straight-up monster. Looking around, Moore asks, "You ain't finished yet?" Suddenly realizing he'd just been standing there this whole time, the true descendant of Bernard tosses his sword and decides to finish this fast. Hopping off a gargoyle, he lands solid and starts snatching every flying creature out of the sky. Kill, watching this whole clown show, wonders why he didn't just start with his fists if he's so trash with a sword. He even got beat by an elf girl in their last duel. Everybody can see this fool fights way better with his bare hands. So, they finally hit the last room in Scenic. At first, the spot was empty, then some voice pops off, congratulating them for making it this far, saying only real ones with guts and brains could ever reach this point. Some dude starts talking smack, looking at the busted old room. The voice claps back, making him look like a clown, saying that cats who only rely on muscle would never see this place. And that's the deal. All these trials are here to show who's really built for that god-tier power. And even though they proved their worth, it was time to get their prize. It's hoping they use this new juice the right way. As soon as the words fade, a stone chest and a tablet materialize in front of them. Peeping the script on the tablet, Hill couldn't make heads or tails of it. It looked like some ancient tongue. It was breaking down info about shards that could flip your whole life, but Moore just smashes the tablet, so the mage never gets to read it. When Hill asks why, Moore just says he got a bad vibe from it. After that, a crazy blue light erupts from the chest. It's a legit piece of the world. Liam's bugging out, wondering what it is, already feeling some massive power radiating from the crystal. He also hits him with the "Why you collecting these?" The kid replies, "To save the world." Meanwhile, he touches the shard and the power in his bloodline kicks into high gear. Before, the changes in his body were subtle, almost nothing. But this time, it's hitting way harder. The shards don't just wake up the power of honor, they juice it up. The more he absorbs, the stronger he gets. Man, if you're feeling this breakdown, smash that subscribe button. And there it is, the shot at the cliff's edge. The three pieces they copped earlier just merged into one. A lucky break. A chance to level up even more. Liam asks, "What you really mean by save the world?" But the kid just flips the script. He says the whole dungeon is about to collapse and they gotta bounce, like, right now. Which totally ticks off the young dude. He got completely aired out. But Teal chills him out, saying his boy is just wired different. Mord's words got to him too, but he's 1000% sure the kid ain't capping. Even if he doesn't get what he's on about, he knows his friend is solid. Back in the swamp near 2118 Guadalupe Street in Austin, where they found Sadio, a crazy fight is going down. The last man standing from the Silver Blood crew is demanding to know who the three dudes in front of him are. Getting no answer, he screams it again. One of the attackers says he had high hopes for this scrap, and his partner adds with a smirk that they were weak, just like they thought. The last guy recognizes them as elite hitters from the Dark Wolf squad. He put it together that 3 divine blood carriers got taken out and now he gets why. He knows for a fact he's got no shot at winning this. Let me know in the comments if you saw that coming. His only play is to unleash the giant locked up inside his body. It'll get massive and bust loose from him. While all this is happening, he's creeping closer. With a wild look, he says he's going to drag them all to hell. All of a sudden, the ground got super slick. It was one of his enemies who pulled a fast one before the fight could really pop off. Because of that, the whole thing felt way too easy, almost like a letdown. But everyone froze up. If they had sent their A-team, it would have been a real problem. Turning back to the young man chilling nearby, he told him that if he's feeling drained, he needs to give a heads up, cause they're on a tight schedule. Getting up from the rock he was sitting on, he shouts, "Who is this person that we had to go through all this drama just to meet?" It's really making him curious now. Dipping from the dungeon, Horde checks his hand and realizes he was tripping, but this power is legit, and he even used it to get back on his feet. The divine body you get from the bearers is a drain to use, but it's clutch in a tight spot. Back at their crib, he hit his room and announced he was back with the intel from his recon. He found the data. "Yo," the kid cracks the door and is like, "Where we at?" And his homie tells him they're straight up out of town. That news hits the Verrier's air like a ton of bricks. "Let him take you back 5 months. Aiden rolled up to the palace, linked up with some hired muscle, and was doing his thing until he ran into Levin, a mage who took him under his wing. See, Levin was a heavy hitter, a 6th circle mage, and a top dog with the Dark Pal families. Because of that, ain't nobody stupid enough to mess with his crew. But just the other day, some unknown squad ran up on their spot and put dozens of people on a t-shirt. Now the 5-0 are on the hunt for the cats who did it." The official story is Aiden dipped through the east gate of the castle down near 123 Elm Street, heading deep into the sticks because his people asked. But the word on the street is, that was all a front, just to keep him safe. Moore's just chillin', peepin' how the whole script is flippin'. The stuff they were talking about went down in the back half of last year, but even Levin didn't see it comin'. In the book, he took one for the team to save my dude. The whole story kicks off with our main man out here gunning for payback. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, son of a rich family in the Lofton Kingdom, living that sheltered, greenhouse flower kind of life. Then his whole family got jacked in a hit by the Silver Bloods, and ever since, he's been beating himself up, carrying the weight for his people getting clipped. But this time around, the whole game's different. Folks are buzzing, wondering if that whole grandmother's takedown threw a wrench in the works, because it brought him back as not just some salty king, but a straight-up dark sage. All of a sudden, he's staring at a future he ain't never seen, and he turns to Keel like, "Yo, what's the word on Levin?" Turns out, Levin straight up ghosted after that last hit. The kid's like, "I feel you." And the elf asks why his boy is so hyped to get all up in this business. Moore just says, "Down the line, I might have to square up with the big boss behind all this." That gets Keel thinking, damn, my dude's only 15, and he's already got a list of haters a mile long. He looks at him and asks, "So, where we bouncing to now, fam?" Moore knows Levin's got a bunch of safe houses stashed around the city, like that old spot at 774 Broadway, for just this kind of heat and his magic experiments. He's got to be laying low in one of them. Meanwhile, over in some random back alley, some stressed-out dude is bitching about his whole spot getting wrecked while a crew of hard rocks are pressing him. The inspector dude's like, "I gotta hand it to ya, for a bartender, you got some skills, but that's all you are. Capiche?" He ain't about to snitch on Levan's location, so it looks like they're about to smoke him right here, right now. But hold up, before anything pops off, someone yells for them to chill. It's Levin himself, the big dog 6th circle mage. He offers to roll with them, but only if they back off his boy. But his homie, who is hiding him, whispers hard, "Don't be a damn fool. They ain't gonna let you walk after this, man. That's the whole reason I told you to lay low." The blondie's like, "My bad for dragging you into this mess," but the bartender just waves him off. "It ain't no thing. I can hold these clowns off for as long as it takes. So, we gotta dip. Fast." The main baddie just laughs, talking about, "Ain't that sweet?" Then he calls him number 29, and that really grinds Levin's gears. Pointing his staff right at him, the villain calls him a disciple of darkness. What do you guys think of that? Drop a comment below and let me know. The bartender's like, "What the hell is going on?" And Levin drops some knowledge. "These cats right here are the top brass of a crew called the Dark Mages, and they all call each other Disciples of Darkness. See, way back when, there was this heavy hitter mage, the Dark Sage Erickson. He got played, lured into a trap, and locked up tight. These so-called disciples, they tapped into his consciousness through the seal and straight up jacked his knowledge and his juice. The punk calls him number 29 again, smirking, and says they've been hunting him for decades, but he still won't call them by their name. He's still pushing that he's Vessel D29, just some lab rat, and tells him things will go way smoother if he just falls in line. But Levin ain't having none of that. He blasts a magic attack right at the dude, telling that chump to go back and shine Erickson's boots. If you're hyped for what's next, smash that like button, and make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss out. Yo, seeing that attack closing in, the masked cat is like, "Aight, My hands are tied. The mage wanted to be a hero, so let's go. With a straight-up evil look in his eyes, he says, I'ma give him exactly what he asked for. He lets loose 2 purple energy blasts right at him. Levin felt like he'd seen this heat before, even as the ceiling came down on him looking like a vortex of purple flames. The villain adds, and don't bother calling for the cops or making a ruckus. My crew's been in the game for years. We know how to stay low-key. This whole spot, from here to 303 West Jackson Boulevard, is locked down in a silent barrier. Not even a whisper gets out. The punk's attack was charged up to 11, and just as it's about to hit, Levin pops a quick spell called Separation of Darkness. He managed to bounce some of the blast, but his defense cracked and he got tossed anyway. That made him drop his staff and hit the deck hard. His block didn't hold up. The masked man calls him a vessel, saying his magic was the same as his, but it just wasn't cutting it. Then, he spots something off. Peeping around, he sees Morton walking in. He didn't clear out the lookout. Lucky for them, it ain't too late yet. The bad guy's like, who the hell is this dude? But just like everybody else who stepped to him, he ain't getting an answer. Morty already had this guy's number, though he knew he was Erickson's apprentice because his eyes had that straight-out-a scary movie vibe. That immediately makes the masked man realize this dude knows who he is. If you know, you gotta go. He starts cooking up a spell called Judgment of Light to take him out fast, but when the magic's about to clap the kid, he just stares it down, all calm and ice-cold. With deadly precision, he fires back with his own attack, Destruction of Mirage. A solid gold beam of energy just shuts down the enemy's spell and smacks him square in the chest. It went down so fast he couldn't even process how his ticket got punched. That attack had so much kick, it launched him clean across the city, dragging him block after block until he splattered against a wall on 5th Avenue. For him, that's a wrap. Levin can't even believe his eyes. How is that even possible? A blow that nasty on a dude that tough? It's nuts that some unknown cat could just roll in and dust a disciple of darkness like it was nothing. The guy he'd been scared of his entire life was already history. Turning to Mura, he asked the question, Yo, who are you? He already had a feeling he was from the Verner family because the dude fights with his bare hands, and Kaki's always that clown who's like, a mage doesn't need to know. The kid explains, out here, those dark followers ain't afraid to show their faces. I only smoked that mage because he was on my 6. Levin is just stunned. He can't get over the fact that this kid has no clue who he is. Just then, Kill and Leon showed up, saying they already handled the other goons posted up nearby. Yo, if you're feeling this action, make sure you smash that like button and hit subscribe for more. Everyone's hitting him with questions. How could an expert mage not handle Mordine? But he just ignores him and says, the silence barriers are down. We gotta bounce. Now, but before they split, Levin says on the low, look, I know we're strangers, but maybe there's something I can do to help you out. And the kid replies, as a matter of fact, there is one thing. The dark sage ain't gonna catch me, and you ain't gotta worry about him for long, 'cause soon I'm gonna wreck him and his whole squad. The wizard thinks that's a wild claim, but then he reconsiders. Damn, maybe there's actually a chance. I mean, he did just single-handedly smoke one of the top apprentices. Levin had lived his whole life in fear, never knowing when they were gonna set a trap for him. But this, right here, might finally be his chance to get free. He gives his savior a genuine thanks, asks him to remember his name and his word, and then finally reveals who he is. The mage says he will never forget this. Maybe it ain't much, but you got my word. What do you all think? Drop a comment below and let me know if Levin made the right call. And hit that notification bell so you don't miss what happens next. But he's trying to make it right and asks if the kid will roll with him for a bit. Doesn't really faze me, and hey, if he's asking, why turn him down? Kill gets the tavern, keep out of a jam, throws him some health potions, and starts wrapping up his messed up face right out in the open. As they're strolling, the elf is tripping on how long a joint like this could have been around and is straight up skeptical that the mage put it all together by himself. Levan's like, we still got another hour on this trek, but then, boom, this massive rumble cuts him off, and they're all wondering if that's them dark side cats. But the innkeeper just brushes it off, all casual. He says it's just the sound of some demo charges going off in the passage. Leon's like, bro, you sure? 'Cause that's gonna wreck your spot, and the dude's just like, I got no reason to stick around this dump anyway. He didn't even peep his long-haired homie and says, now that my tavern's toast, I'm sticking to you like glue to get what I'm owed. That totally spooks the sorcerer, and his boy chimes in, like, what you expect was gonna happen after all the dirt you pulled. The owner's like, look, as long as there ain't no funny business, we're cool, just so long as you do whatever it takes to pay me back. Then, switching gears out of nowhere, he asked why the dude in the mask called him 29. And what's that even mean? The wizard's cornered. He's got to spill the beans. That was his tag when he was just some lab rat for the Dark Seed. That crew was doing some twisted medical stuff, trying to turn him into a vessel for the spirit of Archmage Erickson. Man, that's messed up. If you think so too, hit that like button and let us know. He can't even remember how he ended up on their table. They just straight up jacked all his memories from when he was a kid. But they messed up. They couldn't totally wipe out who he was. He busted out using some crazy magic that flared up when Erickson's spirit tried to take over his body. Hearing this whole story, Leon and Kill are absolutely heated about what went down. Seeing them get all fired up, Moore gets it, they're reacting the same way he did when he first got the lowdown on MVW. 10 years have passed since he bounced. They tried the same thing with a bunch of other subjects, but none of them could handle the spirit. And that's why he's the main event. The tavern owner asks if the wizard gets nightmares from all that trauma, and he replies that yeah, he's constantly on edge and freaking out. But for the first time, it feels like all that might finally be over. And it's all because this kid showed up in his life. After a quick walk, they finally pull up to the spot they were heading for. Levin gives this column a shove, and bam, a hidden box just pops out of the wall. Moore's like, yo, why didn't you just hide it with a spell? And he claps back. Because there are mages out there way stronger than me. A spell would just be a big-ass sign saying, look here. So he grabs the box and passes it to the kid. Inside is all the intel he's been gathering on the Dark Sage this whole time. Mixed in with all the papers were some serious clues about the dude's hideout. It's the same stash of info that, in the story, he gave to Aiden as his last request. Using this intel, the kid's gonna track down the organization's headquarters and get his payback, and in the process, get tangled up in the Silverblood's main hustle. Things are about to get real. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. When they ask him what his next move is, the mage says he's dipping out of the city to link up with his contact, and if they ever need him. They just gotta hit up a spot called the Red Dragon Drunken Fury on 23rd Street, say, around 121 East 23rd Street in New York, and ask for him. Hearing this, the kid starts thinking that's probably where Aiden bolted to. To show he's grateful, he tells Levin, yo, if you ever need me too, the favor's returned. You might catch him posted up at the Legion of the Guard, or maybe down in the Hell of the White Demon. No guarantees he'll be on deck, but it's your best shot while he's getting processed at the station house on 420 East Chicago Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. Levin swears he'll do everything he can to remember, gives the dude major props for looking out, and wishes him the best before he and his boy bounce. Yo, he and Leon felt bad for the dude. Like, that's a rough story, but they were glad they could step in. KV finally decided to bounce, too. And just like that, the whole saga of Aiden being a living weapon to take over the world was a wrap. Turns out his master didn't get got, just dipped from Palos early. But the real head-scratcher is, how is all this drama gonna change what's coming next? Now that they've busted out of them underground tunnels, the whole world knows the game has changed. The wheels of fate are officially turning, you feel me? Now the spotlight's on him, and it's his time to steer this story toward the future he's trying to build. Then, bam, this sick castle appears out of nowhere, and somebody's just like, yo, I'm shook. Chilling at a slick table with a cup in his hand, Ruth Mantella never thought he could pull this off. Then he fumbles, saying, man, I'm so clumsy. A dude yells out, madam, and it's the top manager, Silverblad, who's the fifth prince of the Le Pen Salon Kingdom. Ruth, the head honcho, cracks this cool, easy smile, puts a hand to his own chest, and says every word from the prince is like getting shanked. The prince keeps running his mouth, saying he never figured it would all go this sideways, and he's heated, wanting to know if Mortis is just running on pure luck, and if the lookouts on the route are too obvious. Out in the middle of the woods, some guys posted up with binoculars, scoping a crew up ahead. He reports that he sees the 4 big dogs, but he's got no clue how deep their squad actually rolls, and Salin's bugging, asking why they're going so hard for that Arcus dude. Ruth keeps it real, saying he doesn't know the full story, but whatever they've got locked down must be crazy important to the flying beast, while Salin just whines that it's all a massive headache. He went on. Clashing with Eldon just to hand that punk to the old man is a losing play, no matter how you look at it. Salin claps back that it's because Ruth thinks like a suit and couldn't even bag a 15-year-old kid. Ruth tries to make excuses, talking about how the kid had a blind monster running interference for him. Salin ain't buying it, though. He slams the table and yells that the so-called monster was a total no-show. The cup finally shook and spilled everything on the table, a fitting mess for Salin's tantrum. Ruth just gives in and says he'll send in more muscle. The prince roared, ordering him to deal with the kid once and for all and to smoke out those little northern hounds who are loyal to the blind monster. What do you guys think? Drop a comment below if the prince is doing too much. Then Ruth gets this wild look in his eyes, saying he's with it, that this plan will wipe the kid off the map before he can team up with the old beast. After a minute, Ruth took a head count of the backup, some with that divine blood, others with a silver-blooded elite, and all of them were certified OGs, top-tier shot callers. He points to one of the men and says, "You're gonna lead this mission." Then someone else asks if they're really planning to hunt down this newly born puppy. Leon thinks it's weird to even be asking questions now that the dust has settled, but the other guy says that kid is like a walking prophecy. All the signs are pointing to him. Gooden, meanwhile, is standing his ground. They already have all the pieces to win this dark chapter, so why should they be the first ones to run up on the monarchs? Mort lays it out, explaining they gotta face him both sooner or later, and he's got other important stuff to handle. On top of that, he's got a gut feeling that what he's looking for is right around here, maybe near 6099 Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. Then, without a word, he powers up and smashes the ground right under their feet. They fall straight into a room that looks like some kind of office. Leon cracks a joke, saying Mort really loves digging for secret rooms, and the other guy just grins. In their world, a lot of people are about that life. Alphen asks, "Yo, what is this place?" And our hero hits him with, "This is the Monarch's treasury." They don't even know they just hit the jackpot. The place is stuffed with loot, magic herbs, potions, and priceless artifacts. But the number one prize, the whole reason for the mission, is a specific box he's searching for. After looking around a bit, he finds it. A box covered in some sketchy stains that look a hell of a lot like dried blood. Make sure you smash that subscribe button so you don't miss what's inside. He ain't even gotta reach. His own hand just moves, like it's got a mind of its own, and touches the box. Then he flips the lid. A wicked blue light pours out, and the whole crew just stops dead in their tracks, completely stunned. Peeping inside, Alf is bugging out. He can't even believe what he's seeing. They all recognize it, the tear of the war god. That's the stuff that gives a top-tier fighter a shot at breaking past their limits. And yo, for all my real ones who read the manga, you know what's up. Aiden gave this exact thing to Lion. And that's what made Lion's power level go straight to the moon. If you remember that, drop a Lion's goat in the comments. Alf explains this stuff is crazy rare, and those royal chumps probably just ran up on someone and ganked it. He's tripping, realizing he's only heard stories about it but never thought he'd lay his own eyes on it. He reaches out, his fingers just grazing the thing. You can see the gears turning in his head. The thought is definitely there. Is he thinking about swiping it for himself? I mean, for a dude already this juiced up, the risk is way too high. But then the man hits him with, "I already took it once." Alf is shook, asking, "Wait, you can take it more than once? Is that how you hit plus 15 and went off the charts?" He's like, "For real, it works twice on the same cat." Our hero just cracks a smile and turns to Kill. "You want this power? I'll give it to you. But the price is a dance with death. This thing can straight up end you if you swallow it." Back on the day Gerald Aiden saved his life, Kill got this fire inside him. He dreamed of getting strong enough to fight right alongside Aiden as an equal. So the kid went hard in the paint, grinding day and night to make that dream a reality. And he even got the honor of rolling with the General's elite squad. But that's when he hit a brick wall and learned that hard work has a ceiling. On its own, the grind will only get you so far. And yeah, of course, he was jealous of Morde, who had that raw, natural-born talent. But it's like a side character can never become the main protagonist, you know? Every person's gotta play the hand they were dealt. He was ready to just accept his fate and tap out. But then, one of the only cheat codes to break through that wall was sitting right in front of him. You can tell he's dying to drink it, but he's a loyal soldier to the general, and he's hesitating. Is it right to bet his life for his own personal come-up instead of the mission? The kid's deep in thought, questioning everything. His hand clenches into a tight fist as a doubt creeps in. Is he even doing enough for the mission as he is right now? Then he cops to his boys that he feels kinda weak for asking, but he's gonna ask anyway. Lowering his head to Morde, he asks, "Can I still be useful to you guys?" For real though, they've been a crew for 2 months now, and Kill has proved he can roll with the punches. Morde knows damn well how clutch the kid's ability to stay low-key has been for them. And don't forget his skill with the spirits. Without him, this whole journey would have been a lot rougher. A real slog from their spot at 111 Main Street, Anytown, USA. But the deal sealer was that the boy has an iron will. He was ready to throw himself on the fire to save Aiden. No questions asked. That's a ride or die homie right there. Finally, Morde answers him, "Yeah. This crew needs you. If you agree, smash that subscribe button." He pauses, thinking, why'd I say that? He called Kill a companion, and now he's wondering if he's getting attached. He shakes it off and keeps it moving, telling Kill, "For real, you're a huge help." But he keeps it 1 to 100, saying the Silver Bloods are just gonna keep sending stronger and stronger thugs to throw at them. So far, they've only faced their B-team captains and some hired muscle. And he ends it like this: "We don't have a choice. We have to get stronger." This is Kill's inner monologue right now. He's thinking that bigger threats are right around the corner, and in that last scrap, he barely helped at all. He's scared he'll just be dead weight next time. So, the pain hits him hard, like the war god himself shedding a tear. He finally makes the call, saying that not dragging anyone else down is reason enough to bet it all and down this juice. Keel and Liam screaming, "Don't drink the potion," telling him to hold up. That move's way too wild. The fight ain't even over. Then his feet lift right off the pavement as these lines of pure power start glowing around him. A massive bolt of lightning just zaps him. He's floating higher and higher, and all this crazy magic energy is just blasting out of his body. When that final bolt hits, he just screams out in agony. Leon's pressing him, asking why he's walking straight into the fire like this. He keeps saying he don't get why this orc means so much, or why so many hitters are on his tail. But he could always just dip, right? He's been told 1,000 times he can't just bounce with his fam. The Silver Bloods are on his six to make the Archduke's wish come true. The warrior is straight, shook finding out the Archduke and some Silver Bloods crewed up just to put a target on his back. And Mord's like, yeah, this ain't nothing new. It's been going down for a minute. To keep from getting old, the man was steady creeping on the blood of the Ver family. Liam can't even process it, screaming that it's straight up cap. He's saying back in Dignani, the Archduke is a living legend. Everyone's on his jock, and there's no way he's feeding on kids to stay young. But Morde doubles down, swearing it's the gospel truth. Back in the original story, Liam was salty as hell, but thought he was Idan's #1 ride or die. Then he saw what Fain was doing and hit rock bottom. Morde remembers reading the original and thinking he didn't want the dude to go through all that. But now he feels like he ain't got the right words to get through to the guy, to make him see the right play. He's just hoping the dude makes the right call, saying, "If you don't trust this guy, then just walk away, 'cause putting your neck on the line for someone you can't trust is just whack." Man, what would you do? Drop your take in the comments below. Some dude's laid out on the steps, looking dead serious, and everyone's just staring like, what's with that look? Then our main man spots the warrior looking all kinds of salty. And in his head, Leon's still tripping. He can't wrap his mind around the Archduke being that kind of monster. But his mind keeps flashing back to all the wild stuff they've been through these last few months, and how he kept asking what his man's angle was. And it always came back to the same thing, saving the whole damn world. He remembers being shocked, like what was he even supposed to say after hearing something as crazy as save the world. But the weird thing is, those wild words always seem to chill him out more than someone just saying they trust him. The warrior broke it down, saying he don't know the Archduke. Morde, he's only known him for a hot minute. But if he had to pick who he knows better, it's gonna be Morde, no question. And he says he's gonna ride with him, 'cause this is the same dude who saved his life, period. Our hero cracks a small smile at the warrior. Kuda spots that behind them, the elf has finally touched down, and the whole magic light show is a wrap. Morde spins around while Leon just stares, not believing his eyes. His mind's going a mile a minute watching the elf. He says to himself, the kid actually pulled it off. If you think he pulled it off too, smash that like button. Yo, check out the Monarch head honcho, Derek, pacing his office at the Monarch HQ on 123 Main Street, Austin, Texas. Looking stressed AF. He's tripping, wondering which piece of his soul just got straight up demolished. See, 70 years back, he figured out Archduke's soul had cut some kind of deal. 40 years after that, he became an Archlich himself, put his Monarch crew together, and expanded the whole operation to the size it is today. All that's left to snag for the big comeback are the shards of might. But peep this. He thinks he's only got one fragment, so tracking down the others is going to be a straight-up grind. They hold all the Archlich Lord's memories, you dig? And he ain't even sure if it's possible to bring the dude back. He's not just bummed out, he's straight up tripping on how it even happened. Who in the world could have rolled through and dismantled his entire crew, layer by layer? And the DM he gets is so wild it makes his chest tight. Then they hit him with the news that you can still rebuild someone, even from just a few pieces. There's a way to level up past his old form, and the second part is already on its way. Arklin confirms he got the message that put him on game. They found the second fragment, and with this, tracking down the rest of him is going to be a whole lot easier. Smirking, he starts saying, it's way too early to lose hope. Then all of a sudden, he feels something that makes him shut up mid-sentence. His whole body starts shaking as he tries to figure out what's popping off. Then with a shaky voice, he spits out that the second fragment is gone, wondering what the hell just happened. Yep, another piece of him just got totally smoked. It ain't just about standing in front of some fragment. The monster can't even believe it caught an L from some kid. Our hero just quietly tells him, yo, don't even sweat it. After all that, it's the second L in a row. Our guy's thinking he finally iced the second piece of Lord Archlich's soul. Thinking back on the throwdown, he figures the magic had a different flavor that time, but overall, it was the same old song and dance. That definitely gave him an edge, making the takedown a cakewalk. Not even 2 months have passed since the big scrap in Lorien, and he's for sure gotten a whole lot stronger. Looking over at Heel, he couldn't help but feel it. Heel was the one who had the biggest glow-up, no cap. Heel looks at Morde and asks how he managed to finish the job before the rest of them. Leon is just tripping on how ridiculously strong the elf got after drinking that potion made from the tear of a war god, even though my guy still can't even flex an aura. His skills have seriously jumped up a level. Arl is out here constantly summoning elite undead, even pulling out death knights. We're talking the peak of the necromancy game. While Lord Fatty Arlich was taking a knee in the fight, he was staring down 4 death knights. And he's thinking that if you're talking about real contributions to the fight, the elf probably only put in about 8% of the work. Faith turns to the warrior and says he'd be quicker than Morde if he just ditched that sword, and Leon tells the elf to get out of his lane. He knows the others won't get it, but he's got his own heavy reasons for using that specific blade. For Leon, that sword is his symbol of freedom from the past that had him chained up. And if he wants anything, it's just one thing: to live on his own terms. Then the crew looks over at the table where a bunch of tombstones and books were laid out. On the ground in front of them were 4 pieces of loot: a gaming die, an iron ring, an elixir, and a book. Morde's thinking about how he wrecked the Golden Throne and snagged the 10th shard. Even though it didn't really vibe with the others, at least he bagged it. But he was really hoping to find some top-tier gear. Looking at the 4 items on the ground, he said coldly, "Half of this stuff is useless. The book is some ancient text that lets him cut a deal with a powerful demon, something he has zero need for. The contract is signed with a bone or some wild stuff. He's drawing a total blank on that silver bracelet, though, so he pockets it to check out and size up later. And then there's the potion." He bends down, scoops it up, and gives it a good look. He yeets the potion over to the elf and tells the kid to chug it, and the boy, all confused, asks, "Yo, what is this?" Then Morde whispered to the elf, "That's nectar. Lord Arlich cooked it up for his big comeback." Nectar is a drink that, according to the myths, only the top dog gods were allowed to sip on. They say it's supposedly made from the pure essence of the Tree of Life. The word is, if a mortal downs this stuff, they'll unlock some straight-up divine powers. Yo, what do you think is going to happen? Drop your best guess in the comments, and don't forget to ring that notification bell so you don't miss what happens next. We're sending this out from P.O. Box 123, Beverly Hills, California, 90210. With his voice all choked up, he's going to ask if this is that godly juice from the old stories. Leon, totally shook, is going to be like, "Why'd he pass that up instead of downing it himself?" And then the bruiser asks if my man already chugged it, and the answer he gets back is, "Nah." He said if he'd done that, it would have just messed things up more than it helped. So Leon's like, "Break it down for me." And Morty hits back that it's a long story. And yeah, he was totally going to throw it back. But the second he got his hands on the juice, his gut started screaming at him. And yo, plot twist. He just knew it'd be straight up poison to his system. Back when he was just repping Vera's bloodline, it was all good. But now that Arita's power is live, he has no idea how things will stack up if he chugs that nectar. But if Kill downs this stuff, he's going to get a major power-up, and that'll let them snatch up them world fragments. Only cats with that godly energy can actually absorb those world shards, but that ain't to say they gotta have god-tier blood. We're talking people who got a heavy-duty blessing on them or are plugged into something with that godly juice. Or even those who got a taste of that nectar, they all gotta meet some prereqs. He's already figured it out. He ain't splitting the world fragments with Kill. What do you guys think about that move? Drop your thoughts down in the comments below. But something else is eating at him, cooking up a whole new world. In this new world, everyone he cared about would get their memories of the old world's implosion wiped clean, and they'll be living it up like champs. This new world would be like a custom-built paradise just for him. A setup where only Ed and his crew are the real deal and everyone else is just some NPC he cooked up. At first, Adam wasn't about that life. But the world his enemies were trying to build was all about their twisted fantasies, and he wasn't down with that. But the more world shards he stacked up, the more that custom world idea started looking good, and he ended up building a world way more messed up than anything his haters could have dreamed of. Nothing makes you fall for the hype of a new world like stacking up these world shards. He figures it's better to have a ride or die homie around who'll spot you some world pieces if you're running low. So, they bounced from the palace for like 20 days and got 2 things done. Period. They wrecked the monarch's hidden spots. They also stumbled on a soul shard that even the big bosses missed, and they took it out. And now, Levin's got the intel. They're rolling up on the Sage of Darkness's headquarters, probably stashed somewhere out near 789 Bourbon Street, New Orleans. Liam's thinking he ain't feeling how Levin went straight at the monarchs from the jump, knowing that was a heavy play. But low-key, he's hyped. It's finally time for a face-to-face with the Sage of Darkness. The elf looks up, thinking the sky's looking real weird today, and then he spots something. Make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss what's next. The whole crew just freezes up by the hill, and he points toward the city, at something crazy in the sky. Leon says that's a demon transformation, and a massive one at that, and Kill chimes in that there's gotta be a few top-tier fighters around too. Moore's thinking the first mod he ever saw was almost 500 meters high, but this thing is straight up eating half the city, and it's crazy dangerous. Liam points at the crazy mess over there and says maybe the sage's crib is in the middle of all that. Morty's like, yeah, it probably got swallowed up by that demon mess. The big guy asks if they should just chill and let some heavy hitters handle it before they roll in. But my man ain't just saying no. There's someone nearby he owes big time, and he can feel something's different inside him. Like a switch has flipped. His senses are on a whole other level now, tapping into different dimensions. It's the awakening of his seventh sense. And check it, if the sixth sense is what makes you human, then this seventh one is straight up godly. Yo, listen up. Only cats who can tap into that cosmic power, that seventh sense, can really peep the world's true hustle. And that sixth sense, it's hinting at something even bigger on the horizon. Word is, the spot's already locked down. Ropes are tight, tents are up. Aura's saying it's a no-go zone, but the dude on the ground is pleading, convinced something's about to go down if they don't move now. The man was desperate, begging them to go back for Ven, who stayed behind to cover their six. But Ernest shut that down, saying they gotta hold tight till the cavalry shows up. She looks up, feeling that strange energy, and then it hits her. It's that divine bloodline juice. 3 guards roll up, asking if they need to track down Miss Erna. What do you think? Drop your theories in the comments below. They're pressing Liam like, yo, pop that helmet off. We ain't letting you slide till we see who you are. But he's screaming back that he can't, talking about a nasty scar on his face. Man, he was really starting to think what a stubborn hardhead this warrior was. If he'd known Lion was going to be this much of a headache, he would have bounced and left him in the dust. But low-key, he got it. Erna was his people, and my man just wanted to see her. But the shame of dipping on his crew was holding him back. Figuring he needed to make a bigger scene, he decided to just charge the whole squad. The guards start yelling, like, what you doing, fam? You really gonna throw hands, rockin' that divine blood? The elf chimes in, Morde, you're buggin'. You really trying to beef with the whole Vera military? Morde's just like, nah, I ain't looking for a fight. He's just trying to get her to notice him. While the elf is trippin', trying to figure that out, some woman just fades into existence right in front of them, right in the middle of the guards. Straight up jaw on the floor, he and Morde are just staring at this chick, who calmly says that divine blood has a familiar vibe to it. Smirking, this absolute unit of a woman gives Morde a shout-out. Then our boy reclaims his power. Damn, he says. It's been a minute since we last linked up, and she's right there with him. She then tells her crew to escort the squad to a temp spot for some chow and a place to crash. One of the guards gets heated, yelling that they still haven't even ID'd the dude in the bucket head. Erna's just laser-focused on the helmeted man, sizing him up. He shot a look back at her, giving her the same careful once-over. Then she's like, aight, you can roll with us to the tent, too. Erna's tent was the command center, the biggest one in the whole damn camp. Standing behind a table, she's like, I figured you'd be heading north. Morde, what's the play? He tells her he's on a secret op for General Yielden. The guard nearby is blushing, shook by how casually he's chopping it up with the boss lady. But Erna just stares him down, asking, if the mission's so secret, then why you out here making a scene? Our hero hits back, saying he came to pay a debt. That tear of the war god you gave me, it saved my life. Erna asks if he used them, and he's like, you already know. He flexes his right hand, showing off this new power, and says that when he consumed it, he finally learned how to control his aura. She's straight up stunned, like, you learned aura at 15. The guard nearby is losing his mind, thinking, not even Erna unlocked aura that young, and she's a certified genius. Shout out to our subscriber from 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA for guessing this plot twist. That dude's looking at the kid like he's a ghost, wondering who he is and how he pulled that off. Erna just smiles, real proud, and says he's a natural talent. It's only been 3 months since he left, and the kid's already had a major glow-up, even mastering aura. She says, and now you got a crew, an elf and a warrior. The elf steps up, introduces himself, real smooth, and says it's a pleasure. She vibes with him right back. Then Lion, still masked up, just says his name is Peyton, a mercenary for hire. She keeps staring him down. He just looks right back, not saying a word, and the vibe in the tent gets super heavy. Erna ain't backing down, though, and asks again, who is this warrior? Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications, because you are not going to want to miss what happens next. He just nods, his voice all shaky, and asks, yo, was that warrior always on that type of energy? And she quietly hits him with a nah. Then she drops the bomb, saying she knew it was Leon from the jump. Erna figured he was trying to stay on the down low. That's why she brought him there, asking straight up, "You really thought I wouldn't recognize you? For real?" He pulls off his helmet and is like, how'd you clock me?" She lays it out. "We were tight, homie. It'd be wild if I didn't know it was you." Everybody started whispering, trying to get the tea. Dude was traveling all over as a merc. Nobody ever dreamed he'd show up near Morde. The man was straight up speechless in front of Erna, words caught in his throat. She used to be such a sweet kid. Liam thought of her like a little sister, and she was the one who made him face his own grimy, dark side. He kept his distance because he was hella jealous, but he knew she was always thinking about him. Right now, his head is just a storm of tangled up emotions. Man, if you're feeling this drama, smash that like button for your boy. Leon cracks a smile and goes, "Yo, for real, it's good to see you. You shot up like a weed since last time." She claps back, "It's been 5 years, bruh. You know I'm 20 now." Moore asks her, "Did you peep him, 'cause of the divine blood? Can you just spot all the Vernar family members by that vibe?" She's like, "Yeah, but it's only for peeps I know," then flips it right back on him. "Same deal for you, Morud." This just confirmed his worst fears. It's the same for him, only works on people he's already met. Erna can hardly wrap her head around it. She only mastered that skill 2 years ago. Morud's already a pro with it, even though he just powered up a year ago. She smiles, realizing she totally underestimated this dude's game, thinking it was just about sensing blood and auras. The woman said she'd be down to talk, but the situation is way too hot right now. There's literally no time to chill. She says that if the city's demon problem hits the 3rd level and that dungeon breaks open, it's going to be a disaster of historical proportions. Then it hit her, she and Vidian were the cleanup crew sent to shut this whole thing down. Vidian, being the first to roll up on the scene, didn't waste a second and said, "I got point, we're moving in." The result, of course, was a total train wreck. Half the squad got wiped out before Erna could even get there, and she only found out because one of them managed to dip and tell the story. The biggest problem now is Vidian is still stuck inside that mess. The 3 heroes froze up hearing the news she dropped. She sighs and says they call for backup, but help won't roll through for another 3 days. Until then, they're on their own. At the core of this whole plague is probably a demon of feudal rank, and y'all are tripping, thinking it's just some demon count taking over a body. What's more, that demon count from the underworld commands a whole army led by other demons on his level, and even their whole squad couldn't handle that heat. Looking at the 3 of them, she smiled and said, "But yo, I got a proposal. With your help, maybe I'll have a chance to save whoever's still kicking in there." Moore's convinced Vidian ain't in the original script, so he must have gotten taken out. But some things about this whole setup are bugging him. And this Erna chick ain't even mentioned in the original story. If it's because Erna died before the story even kicked off, there's no promise she won't get ice right here, too. Drop a comment below with your theories and don't forget to subscribe. They didn't even give her a look in, no chance to prove she had the grit to be an Archduke. On top of that, if our boy keeps stacking up these wins, like taking down a demon lord from the block in downtown Chicago, it's a whole new ball game. He's about to be the MVP for hitting that 2nd tier of divine blood awakening. Later, huddled up at their spot, she lays down the law. The mission is to grab the survivors and bounce. This ain't no 15-person crew, nah. Throw in 3 more, and you've got a solid 18. With 4 of them juiced up with divine blood, that ought to be enough heat. Yo, tell your crew to snatch up Cam Leon. He gotta keep that special sauce on the down low, can't be blowing his cover. But hold up, peep this, we got bogeys coming in hot. Man, these freaks are swarming us from every direction. Aight, Ernest is saying we gotta carve a lane straight to Biden's spot. Mord's like, "I got a beat on him." She points the way, and he's like, "Bet." Shorty cracks a smile, says she's rolling with him, and gets the whole squad's eyes on her. It's go time. The main event to unleash that divine blood is popping off. All 3 of them let that inner fire loose. That power, that raw energy just blasts off him, showing how beastly they really are. Yo, if you're feeling this power up, smash that like button. Ven's grinding his teeth, knowing he straight up jumped the gun. He puts a hand to his gut where he's leaking and says, "This is all on me, my bad." But now he's boxed in by these orcs, and he's like, "My apologies, y'all. I got us into this mess, and we ain't walking away." The orcs are just standing there, blades out, looking ready to turn him into street art down on 125th Street in Harlem. One of the homies snaps, "Yo, cut the chatter and get your heads in the game." The whole crew's begging him, "Don't you dare fold on us. We still got a shot." Meanwhile, up top, this winged freak spreads his wings and is all like, that special human flavor. That's the good stuff. Then he's going on about how that divine stock is top tier, saying they're going to be on the menu for the Count's big feast tonight. The demon finally growls, "But we're definitely getting the sample before we ship the leftovers to the big boss." Some kid with dark hair is like, for real, is that a top dog demon running that mob? This whole situation is going south, fast. And all LeBlanc's worried about is us handling Biden. Then he goes, let's try and clear a path for him. In the middle of the chaos, you hear shouts, Wolin, chill out. Cause the dude is bugging, don't even know what he's doing, while asking his master if he's remembering anything. See, one time, he got hit with a curse, turned into a werewolf, and the whole town, probably some folks from down near Bourbon Street in New Orleans, tried to light him up. He gets real quiet and says if that warrior hadn't stepped in, he'd be 6 feet under right now. He looks up at that full moon, and the fur starts popping. He's changing into something else, whispering he can finally pay Will back for saving his hide. Once the change is complete, he lets out this crazy howl and tells the dude, promise me you'll never tap out again. The demon's over there licking his chops, talking about the count won't trip if I have a little appetizer. Then he yells at the squad that his boys are the real targets here. The werewolf gets low, ready to pounce. Who you got your money on in this throwdown? Drop it in the comments below. The wolf goes savage, sinks his teeth into one of the fools, and rips a whole chunk right off the dude's frame. The demon looks over, and a light bulb goes off. He's staring at the werewolf like he just put 2 and 2 together. He's chowing down on these cats to get his juice back. Down below, one of them orcs grips his mace tight. The end of it starts glowing and making this weird, low hum. The werewolf is picking up a vibe from that way. He locks eyes on the orc, then just leaps, weaves through the crowd, and lines up a shot. It's working, he thinks, as he starts slicing and dicing, just wrecking shop on everyone around him. The demon just grins, saying the wolf is pretty tough. He ain't even mad. Says he let him have his little fun. Then he blasts him with his mansion light of judgment, and the spell smokes the wolf right in the gut. The wolf's eyes go wide. He feels that hit and starts going down. The demon dives out of the sky, spear in hand, ready to finish the job on the injured wolf. First, he jabs the wolf right in the chest. Then he just unloads his savage beatdown on him. Another shot right to the stomach, clearly trying to put him down for the count. That demon's hit had so much force, it sent the werewolf flying back, slamming right into a stone wall. The whole block, from here to South Beach, Miami, heard that impact. It sounded like thunder. Biden tries to jump in, but Boughton holds him back, saying to let him be. It's better for everyone to go out like G's together than to get clapped like this. The demon snaps its head at him, storms over, and says real chill, don't even trip. He's about to send them to see the werewolf personally. Behind the monster, lightning starts zapping, the orcs one by one and beelines for him, and he instantly feels a hit coming from his 6. He shoots straight up, getting some air, and sees how his whole crew got dropped and tossed around on the ground. The demon suddenly catches a flash right in its face and thinks, who the hell just crashed this party? He gets hit dead on by Mirage's knockout blow, and the spectators in the boats just freeze, their jaws hanging wide open. Yo, if you're feeling this intense action, go ahead and smash that like button. Everything starts going sideways. Boughton snatches young Master Biden and yells that they gotta bounce. Then he clenches his fists and dives behind a huge rock, getting clear of the blast zone from that wild spell. Boughton looks around, thinking that was some next-level impulse sphere control, and wonders who just showed up with that kind of heat. Turning around, they suddenly see someone's kicks landing on top of a massive boulder. The second the dude steps on it, the rock just crumbles, ripping up a huge chunk of the ground and leaving the demon absolutely stunned. The white-haired dude gets hyped, using the demon's slip up to his advantage, and lines up his shot. Locking eyes on the target, he throws his hand forward. Waves of magic start swirling around him, and he yanks the demon over with some serious telekinesis. And just like that, he snatches the demon by its dome before it can even blink. All terrified and bleeding, the demon is still standing there with its mouth wide open, totally shook by this new rival who's checking out its head. And then the white-haired man balls up his other fist, getting ready to deliver a lights-out punch. The man clocks the demon square in the middle of its head, and it just vanishes. The headless body drops to its knees in front of him. Vited and Boughton just watch as the dude wrecks the demon rider in one move. Drop a comment below if you think that was stone cold. That ridiculous power has them floored, and they're thinking that only top-tier battle mages can pull off telekinesis like that. Vited suddenly spots something, making a beeline for the white-haired man. Then the werewolf launches itself right at the man, ready to go completely feral. Smoothly sidestepping the werewolf's lunge, the man grabs its arm and looks it dead in the eyes. Vited, standing up on the ledge, yells at him not to off the werewolf, but in that state, it can't tell friend from foe, and the man says he gets it. Leaning in close to the beast, he calls it by its name, Volin. Smirking, he says the werewolf is a tougher scrapper than he figured. The man then lands a heavy blow right in the center of its chest. The beast just collapses next to him, knocked clean out. Vited then wonders to himself, Did that cat Vulin asked about earlier ever cross paths with someone rocking that kind of god-tier bloodline? Looking at the man, Vita calls out his name, Mort. They don't even have to ask if he's Mort, he just says yeah, claiming they're half-brothers, even though they look nothing alike. Boughton thinks if this is the shady character everyone was whispering about, then John must have taken a major L, like getting evicted from his spot at 212 Fifth Avenue. And Biden asks him what he's even doing here. Instead of handing the potion right to Biden, he's told to give it to Vulin first, and only then take a sip himself. The warrior snatches the potion and, peeping it closer, sees some kind of keel inside. Then Mort asks why he was the first one to charge into the dungeon. He should have known better than to be so reckless. Biden starts stammering and gets a real pensive look, like there was way more riding on this than just some contest. He hangs his head and admits it, saying yeah. Make sure you subscribe and ding that notification bell so you don't miss what drops next. And I gotta add, this is all on Erna. She's out here looking like a horror flick, dripping in monster juice with this massive grin on her face after dropping that orc. This race for the top spot is a straight-up brawl, and it's popping off right now. The dude standing closest to the Archduke, that's the oldest son, Alan. Then right after him, you got the third kid, Severin, rolling up, followed by the fourth, Sanharin. Both of them jumped headfirst into that chaotic war zone from the jump to start making a name for themselves. Turns out, trying to catch up to his brothers was a serious grind. My man showed up to the party way too late, but you best believe he wasn't about to quit for nothing. All he had to do was get a bead on how far he was behind and go all out. But Erna came along and just snatched that opportunity right out of his hands. They were calling her a prodigy since she was a shorty. She jumped into the race a whole 2 years after him, but was already on his tail, about to lap him. He started hopping on every mission he could find to build his rep, and for a minute, it was actually working. He was starting to put some distance between him and Erna again, but at the top of the year, he fumbled the bag something awful. During a mission in the White Kingdom of Demons, the infamous Order of Family pulled up and caused a world of hurt. The mission flopping already put a huge dent in his street cred, but the fact that his sworn enemy's crew was behind it, that completely dragged his name through the mud. Yo, if you've ever had a rival mess things up for you, smash that like button. That's when he got teamed up with Erna for a job, and just the idea of her showing him up had him bugging out. He had to make damn sure he came out looking better than her on this one. So he got greedy and decided to rush in first to clear the entrance. He cooked up some wild logic to justify his play and led a bunch of his own guys to get flatlined. Now he's just stuck on repeat, telling himself he should have just waited, no matter how anxious he was. More figures, he never knew why Erna wasn't in the original storyline, but he knew this woman had all the best qualities of any dude out there. Though, let's be real, it was clearly deeper than just that. The warrior then hits him with, "Yo, why'd you come? Pull me out of the fire if you had no skin in the game." Our hero just says that she told him to get in there and grab him while her squad kept the enemies busy. The second he finished talking, someone pops up behind them saying they'd finally been found. Moore's just like, damn, she got here quick. Erna explains that the monsters they ran into were no joke, but she's guessing the deeper they push into the kingdom, the more juiced up the count is making these things. She calls out his name, and their eyes finally lock. They see each other. The girl's like, you might want to show a little more gratitude. If that attack had connected, Fain would be pushing up daisies right now. The man asks her straight up, why'd you save me? She's looking at him all confused, so he clarifies, Moore told me you sent him to get me. Then he hits her with a question one more time. We're rivals. Wouldn't it be better for you if I was out of the picture? The girl just replies, that's a fact. We ain't even blood. But I don't need a reason to do the right thing and save somebody. She adds that even with him back in the race, it's not going to slow her down one bit. Full of confidence, she points a thumb at herself and says she already knows she's going to be the next Archduchess. Fain was just frozen solid, staring at her. That level of confidence completely floored him. Then he actually dips his head and thanks her. He even says that because of her, the boat town down in Volson is safe too, like it's locked down tighter than a vault at 10 Wall Street, New York. He promises that one day, he's absolutely going to pay her back. Meanwhile, Erna's over here thinking he's got to be heated, about to declare he ain't giving up his claim for nothing. Man, both she and I were completely stunned by his answer. Fain and Erna both whipped their heads around to stare at Liam. That dude definitely had a much bigger reaction than he should have. Liam just clears his throat and apologizes. That was out of pocket. And Fain speaks up, saying he's got a question for them. Then he asks, for real though, what is the deal with Liam wearing that helmet? Everyone else there starts looking at him, murmuring, but one after another, they all decide it can't possibly be true. Dude's holding a blade. The rest of the squad was still tripping on why Ara was bugging out, but nobody thought Viden was capping. Real talk, some of them even felt like that voice rung a major bell. Then my guy yanks off his helmet, looking half heated, half grinning, and he's like, "How the hell does everybody know who I am?" Ven, completely shook, asks if he was for real, trying to stay low-key. He just hits him with a yup and can't figure out why Viden's so bugged out. Liam straight up asks how he even peeped who he was, and Viden's like, "Yo, it's cause of the bracelet." Even though Liam wanted to clown around with the crew, he finally got that this ain't a game anymore. Leon asked Viden if he remembered it, and he was like, "Yeah, man, 'cause he always rocked that bracelet his moms gave him when he came of age." Ara, looking straight up salty, says he always had that piece on him, and she peeped it, then says they can chop all this up later. Seeing Ven was looking good, she asked if they were ready to bounce. The second he says that, someone from the back yells out, "Yo, for real, y'all dippin'." This cat named Vex gets all heated, saying they're just bustin' in here, wrecking his spot, and now you just want to bounce without even a my bad. Ara clapped back hard, saying it wasn't some play to get them inside. Nah, they were the ones getting set up. Ha! A voice echoes from the flamin' portal. That's right, the Verrier's bloodline. With big shot guests like y'all, how we gonna let you slide without a proper welcome wagon? As more creatures started pouring out of the portals, the voice said they'd be hyped to throw down a feast for them, but the prep work got done way quicker than he thought. Leon's like, "You some kind of demon count," and the voice just hisses back all cold. "Yeah, that's me." All of a sudden, that voice from the fire gate puts a name to the face, just as mad amounts of flying and ground demons spill out, swarming the whole field from, like, Times Square at 1500 Broadway, New York, all the way to the docks. Lotus is just smirking, saying soon he's gonna feast on their blood and guts, while Erna's trying to get a head count and says there are at least 2,000 monsters and a few dozen demons out here. And get this, all the demons are heavy hitters, like old-school lords, she adds. Erna then asks who the chick flying way out there in a flamin' aura is, and Morde figures she's probably a baroness. But he has no clue why she's just chillin' over there, waiting on something. Morde yells to Erna, "Yo, what's the play? We're getting swarmed from all sides," and she just hits him back with, "So which side you want to take?" He clocks that the enemies to the east are straight-up beasts, but the ones to the west are looking kinda soft, like it's a setup trying to hurt him that way. Then both Erna and Morde unleash their divine power. Their hair and eyes flip colors in a flash, and they both agree to push south. After all, the demons totally set it up to make one side look like a cakewalk. Our crew had a choice, push north or head south. Heading north meant going deeper into enemy territory, so the choice was a no-brainer. Our crew is facing down a wall of monsters charging at them, with a blazing tornado at their backs, so they all decide to book it south. Peeping a monster getting close, Erna sees something like a bear warrior in it. She also spots the Baron Mage. Morty says he can take the Baron, no sweat. He asks if he can get a piece of him. She just grins and is like, "Go get him." Then Erna and her squad charge straight at the monsters. The Baron just looks at the girl, laughs, and scoffs. "Who the hell do you think you are? Step into me. If you think Erna's a boss, smash that like button right now." The demon flicks his sword, giving the order, and catches one of our heroes right in the shoulder, just as the monsters swarm the crew and the two sides just collide in a massive brawl. Looks like our crew is finally getting the edge. The Baroness says she's actually feeling this girl's style, but then asks her how long she really thinks she can hang and match his power. What do you guys think? Drop your predictions in the comments below and don't forget to subscribe. We're sending merch from our office at 111 North Canal Street, Chicago, IL, to a random commenter. Then she's like, "I ain't even sure," and admits that's what she was about to ask. Ara then taps into her power, Windrith, and just lays into the Baron. She then cracks him with a nasty uppercut to the chin, sending him flying a good 20 feet into the air. She gets ready to launch herself up and catch the dude while he's still airborne. After that setup punch, the Baron starts cooking up some serious heat on his sword as she rockets toward him. Then he summons his red flame frenzy and unloads the whole fiery mess right on her. The demon seems to clock something weird in his flames, though. Era busts out of that wild firestorm he whipped up. Using her power and some ready kicks, she spins and channels all that energy straight into her right leg. Then she unleashes her mountain splitter strike, and the whole sky flashes for a few seconds, bright as noon on South Beach, Miami. And just like that, the girl touches down smooth on the hill next to her crew. You can feel the power just rolling off her as she shoots them a winner's grin after that throwdown with the Baron. Leon, sword in hand, is just tripping on how much of a beast she got to be while he was gone. Then it hits him, maybe it ain't just that she's so gifted anymore. Everyone feels a deep rumble and a powerful shake. He put way more force behind his own move, and it ran the Baron Mage straight through the heart. The dude hits the deck with a heavy thud. Pages from his spellbook fly everywhere and just start catching fire all around him. He sticks a perfect 10 landing on the next hill over, just staring down at the fallen Baron. He stands over the body, peeping his face, figuring out his next move. The allies are shook, wondering how the Baron got smoked so easily. Maybe this means they actually got a real shot at this thing. The rest of the crew realized they couldn't just hang back and let those two do all the heavy lifting. If you feel that energy, do me a favor and smash that subscribe button. So yeah, they all get ready to jump in. The whole squad charges in at once, swords out and fists ready to brawl, locking onto their targets. Then, out of nowhere, 3 more barons from the west side of the kingdom, like they just drove in from 123 Main Street, Fresno, California, pull up looking for smoke. The Baroness is still watching all this go down, thinking she never saw this coming. That whole side folded way too quick. These kids have got to be on a whole nother level. Morde looks up at her from the ground. She just smirks down at him from above. He tells her it's time to put an end to this whole show. He knows demons usually juice up their crew with power. But to see a body where that power got a mind of its own and leveled up this high, he's never seen anything like it before. Morty's realizing these demons are getting way stronger. The Baroness pulls both her blades and tells him cold, "I guarantee you a quick exit if you surrender now. Make your choice." Morty yells over to Ara that they gotta team up on the Count, saying it's the only way they can take him. When she gets worried about their friends, he tells her to just trust them. She turns to Wyden and tells him to take command. She's going to fight the Count herself, and he's like, "Are you sure about that?" Ara desperately tells Wyden that with this much mana on the line, let me know in the comments if you think that was the right call. She won't have the juice to beat that demonic Count, but if they don't do this, everyone is going to get wiped out. She looks at him and says, "Handle your business." But deep down in her soul, she knows she's going to have to pull out every single trick in her playbook, down to the very last one. Charging up her mana, she flies straight at the Count, who's still rocking the Baroness's body, and winds up for a ridiculously powerful strike. Her attack slams right into the Count's blade, but he just parries it like it was nothing. She sees an opening and immediately unleashes her windcrack strike, but it seems to do squat. Kelvin, just grinning at her, yells out that a cheap trick like that will never work. Ara just smiles right back and says, "Well, in that case, I guess that wasn't enough." Getting closer, she lets loose a stream of mana that smacks the demon right in the gut. That hit was so vicious it sent the Count crashing to the dirt with a nasty thud. Straight up heated, he's on the ground grinding his teeth, staring daggers at the two of them looking down. Not wasting a second, Erna and Morde dive bomb the Count from the sky. Looking desperate, the Count throws a hand up and pops his special, Massacre Flash, which smokes her left hand. With her hand torched, the force of the blast slams her face first into the ground. She staggers back up, shaken, and sees her hand is completely fried from the Count's cheap shot. Kelvin pops up nearby and tosses her a healing potion. She tells him to hang back, saying, "This fight's gonna be rough for you too. Just give me 30 seconds. But our hero just tells her he's got this. "Don't even trip," he says. "I got an ace up my sleeve I'm about to play." Once he throws that card down, he's going all in. The Count's thinking the kid must have some slick artifact, muttering he hasn't felt real pain in a long time. So you know mercy is off the table. The enemy then summons a wild spell called the Dance of the Burning Swords, and a whole 100 flaming blades come screaming at Morde. He dashes forward a few times, yelling to Erna, "Stay back and watch yourself." He's booking it, doing whatever it takes to dodge the fiery swords. The Count, still using the Baroness's body, smacks his 2 swords together and starts cooking up some blue flames. He stops dead. All right, time to end this. He lunges at Morde, swords blazing with that blue fire. As he rushes the kid, Erna gets a gut feeling that something ain't right. Out of nowhere, Morty's fist is right in the Baroness's face. She barely manages to cross her blades at the last second, blocking a haymaker that was aimed straight for her chest. The impact was so raw, it could have sent her flying back to 101 West 23rd Street in New York. She had to grip the sword jammed in the ground just to stay on her feet. What she's staring at is a whole other beast. He's decked out in the second blessing of the god of war, the divine body, and the Count is over there bugging out, absolutely convinced this ain't even possible. The desperate demon is like, "How are you using Vernar's technique?" And the reply comes back cold, "'Cause I'm a descendant of the god of war." Erna just freezes solid. She's gawking at Morde's divine body, remembering she'd only heard about it in the Vera legends and always thought it was just some tall tale. Back before the Age of Legends wrapped, the world was crawling with all kinds of giant races. So the god of war even the playing field. He created the divine body, a technique that spins a body of pure light from the power of divine blood. Charging at the Baroness, Morde feels like he's piloting a damn robot. His weight just got jacked up by 30 times thanks to the mass from the divine body. Thing is, it guzzles a ton of mana and makes it super hard to use any moves that need a lighter touch. He lands a solid hit on the Count. The dude drops one of his swords and crashes hard to the ground. But he ain't done yet. The Count sticks his hand out, squaring up for another round. His counter move unleashes a storm of energy beams that tear right through Morde's divine body. While Morde's busy dodging the light show, the Count cracks a small smirk and lunges in for another attack. The next swing, with the blade he had left, connects with the divine being's dome, slicing right through the mass of light. He thought he'd won. The Count scoffs. See, that wasn't so hard. If you think it's over, you better hit subscribe, because you're not going to want to miss what's next. And for real, if the big man upstairs doesn't jump into this fight again, it's game over. He says he's going to test out this mana bracelet he copped in the ruins, and even if his divine form gets messed up, it'll just drain his mana, not hurt him for real. He straight up regenerates the divine body's lost arm, saying that fixing busted parts only costs a little bit of juice, and he does it while the Count is still shook. One of the divine body's massive hands instantly snatches him up. The Count, totally buggin', just stares at Morde. From deep inside that celestial form, Morde says, "Aight, it's time to put an end to this whole thing." And with that, he's absolutely wrecking the monstrous Count, whose body just splits in two. Right after that throwdown, they bounce to the Demon Kingdom where he used every last drop of his mana to possess the Baroness. Because of that power move, she was a cakewalk to defeat. Then, when the city was finally free of them demons, the whole crew let out a sigh of relief. One more second in there and the whole block would have looked like a ghost town in Nevada. Rolling back into the city a bit later, Morde says he wants people to know this was all a sincere hustle and that he ain't looking for any kind of fame for himself. She was tight, heatedly asking if he wanted her to take the credit for his work, adding that the higher-ups better not find out what he's been doing. And out of nowhere, he realizes he started to genuinely respect her game and that her mana is about 50% stronger than his. Remembering how she threw down during the attacks, he figures she's going to catch up to the other heavy hitters real soon. Staring her down, he thinks that he wants to make her the new Archduke and that she needs to stack up a lot more achievements for that to happen. Morde tells the girl she can consider this him paying back his debt to her, but he's worried about whose side she's going to ride for when she learns the real deal about the Archduke. Can she even believe that the man the whole country treats like a hero from some high-rise at 222 Park Avenue is hiding such a messed-up secret? All these thoughts are spinning in his head. He knows that sooner or later, he's got to put the Archduke down. So he asks her to promise that when the time comes, she'll trust his play. She's all confused, like, "What are you talking about? I don't feel what you're saying." He just cracks a smile and says, "You'll get it when the time is right." He went on, "Even if in that future, it's going to be hard for you to believe me. Will you be able to back my decision?" She sighs, relieved, smiles, and says, "Yeah, we're good." And the kid looks at her and asks if she's 100% sure about that. Let me know in the comments if you think she's making the right move. The girl says she might regret it later on. But when she saw the Count, she realized that even if backup rolled through, everyone would have been toast if it wasn't for him. She smiled and blushed a little, saying that he's her savior and she can't just turn down a solid like that because she might second-guess it later. Then Erna told Morde, "Don't even trip. This decision wasn't made on a whim, 'cause my mama taught me right about how much power a promise holds. This is way more than a simple thank you." She was completely blown away. For real, she had no idea he even knew how to smile like that. In the end, Morde says he'd rather this whole thing stay on the down low, even if someone she trusts asks about it, and she's cool with that. He whispered to her that he was only able to pull off that technique because he met a higher power who calmed that side of him, and he's going to tell her how to find him too. After a while, Vidin is laid up in bed, chopping it up with Morde, saying how different everything would be if he were just some regular dude. He'd be in way worse shape, no doubt. Then my guy pulls out a box and says he cooked up a little gift. Not sure if he'll be feeling it, but it's a token of thanks for saving his life. Opening the box, Vidin whispered, "Yo, this is my divine bloodstone." That idea got stuck in my head. I've never heard of anything like it. The warrior explained that this stone gets passed down from one generation to the next. If you're digging this story, make sure you smash that subscribe button, forged from the bloodline of his ancestors, and he crafted it to one day hand down to his own kids. Morde's like, "Yo, what's this for?" And Vidin lays it out. "Drop some of your divine blood in there. It'll shatter the limits of what your bloodline can do." Snapping the box shut, the warrior says he's got something to run by him. Then Vidin looks him dead in the eye and asks straight up if he's planning to back a successor for the throne. Morde laid it out plain. Yeah, he's making Erna our new top gun, the head sniper. The warrior just laughed, saying he already peeped that move coming. The more hype she gets, the tougher this whole game is going to be. But seeing it just gassed him up more, making him dead set on not backing down from the competition. When the boss asks him why, the warrior spits, "Nah, that merc ain't the baddest on the block, and her getting all this support just fuels me to go even harder in this fight." Morde lets out a breath, totally relieved, and says the kid's got a real optimistic streak, and he digs it. As our hero was bouncing from the room, Biden shouted that next time he was going to shock him for real, telling him to just wait and see. Back then, Dredd and that other dude had no clue what kind of heavyweight Morde really was. And what do you think Alan would even say if you suddenly caught him in the middle of a throwdown? The crew posted up at Erna's camp, and she straight up held them down, hooking them up with most of the gear they needed, healing potions, and all that. Finally, he got a chance to really peep the silver bracelet. Turns out that thing amped up his agility and his mental game for a good while. Kill was hyped out of his mind to get that bracelet and was just zipping all over the festival, dashing here and there, taking care of all the little details. Leon and the crew grabbed some lunch, chopping it up about the old days. Then one night, Leon came to find Morde. He had to ask him for a solid, "Yo, if you've ever had to ask a friend for a big favor, smash that like button." Then he eagerly asked to get schooled on more, like a real Ver warrior. Morde just says, "Aight, roll with me. You're gonna learn a few things. One of them, the path he's walking, you need to see it through to the end. But don't you dare follow him down that same trail. He's got to let go of his pointless obsessions." Morde then asks the young buck, "Does this mean you're done picking up a sword for good?" Looking defeated, he just gives Morde a nod and says, "Yeah." He's hanging up the swords. Morde's feeling good, thinking how the kid's whole vibe is different now, all focused and locked in. This was the exact moment he was waiting for. Then he says that if he's for real about starting over, he's got to begin with a book. Leon's like, "What is it?" And we see this book on the floor, pitch black with some wild, blood-red design on the cover. Cut to somewhere else, and someone's pressing Erna, asking if she's a direct descendant of the Ver family. Then in another corner, the same dude pops up again and hits Leon with the exact same question. The God of Return then says he's feeling a mix of anxious and amped, and he's dying to know just how much of his blood is actually running through their veins. The Sage of Darkness is this shadow crew moving in the background, built for one purpose, to bring the legendary mage Erickson back from the dead. But unlike the Monarch's return, in this organization, all the key players are just regular people pulling strings, manipulating families, and gathering resources and bodies for their twisted experiments. The Barony of Darren, over at 21 Jump Street, in Columbus, Ohio, is one of their main headquarters. Over there, they control all the local outfits and families, so it's a safe playground for their shady business. While the heroes who stopped the demon apocalypse were out celebrating, it was the perfect time for this organization to start cooking something up. But down at the base of that dark house in Darren, bodies are just littered everywhere. Then they zoom in on this dude's face. He's drenched in sweat and gasping for air. A blonde woman with piercing black eyes, looking terrified, asks, "Who are these people and who else is out there?" Then somebody else chimes in, all excited, telling him the harvest came in even bigger than they expected. Let me know in the comments what you think they mean by harvest. In the morning, Leon tells the man they finally located the Sage's left hand. There are 12 people behind the whole Sage of Darkness operation, and out of those 12, 3 of them are the top dogs. You got the Master of the Sage of Darkness, the Sage's right hand, and the Sage's left hand. The only thing they all have in common is that each of them is carrying a piece of the world inside, cause they're the vessels needed for the resurrection of the mage, Erickson. They are literally fragments of the world. In 2 years, the organization is going to collect all the necessary pieces and bring Erickson back. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss how this plays out, so make sure you're subscribed with notifications on. Through Aiden, they're about to snag all the fragments they need, and Morde's got to shut that down, no matter what it takes. So, the mission is to take out these clowns who are going to wreck the planet, and at the same time, jack those world fragments for yourself. And one more thing, Leona warns, watch your back. This dude is one of the top dogs in the Dark Disciple crew, and on top of that, he's holding a fragment of the world. Now that our hero is sitting on about 10 world shards, he can sniff out others holding them from a mile away. Leon turns to Morde, asking for the green light to throw down with this new guy. He says he wants to flex the new power he copped after his little trip to hell. The blonde dude clocks that he's got the divine blood of Ver and smirks, saying that's why they're so cocky. He keeps running his mouth, saying it's just straight up arrogance. Leon just keeps grinning, like he's playing dumb, because he can see the enemy is more juiced up on mana than he is. Leon's like, if I was scared of a little power gap, I wouldn't have even stepped up to the plate. And just like that, the enemy pops his special ability, Serpents of the Eastern Lands. A whole flood of snakes comes rushing straight for Leon. Then our boy, weaving through the snake attacks from the Dark Disciple, pops up right in the enemy's face. The disciple screams at the punk kid to kneel before his insane magic. Leon's eyes go wide when he hears the dude's ability is called the Curse of the Soul. Mavis's attack slams Leon right in the chest. The Dark Disciple starts laughing his head off, taunting our warrior, asking him just how bad the pain is. He charges forward, powering up another attack, talking trash about how he's going to finish him. Meanwhile, Leon just lifts his right hand and starts gathering his own energy before the enemy can even blink or try to get away. Leon slams his right hand down, catching the opponent and knocking him completely off his feet. The whole area around our hero explodes with a deafening roar, and he just laughs, saying, "I thought this pain was supposed to be unbearable," remembering his trainer. He says he almost got clapped today. Just yesterday, he got wiped out 200 times by the god of battle and figures maybe he finally beat that training simulation. Morde gives Leon a nod and says, "So, you can rock the divine body in a real fight now." And the warrior shoots back, "Yeah, but it's still not on your level." Our hero tells Leon not to get ahead of himself, saying he's already leveled up big time. All of a sudden, a rustle comes from behind them. A goon who was hiding couldn't believe his eyes and just froze. Their elite fighter got dropped that easy. He had no clue he was already spotted and that his crew had already grabbed all the secret intel from the safe house at 1109 North Orange Street in Wilmington, Delaware. All he had to do was slip away. Suddenly, Kill's got a blade to his throat and says, "Found the rat who was hiding." The guy, peeking at Kill's other hand, asked, "Yo, what are you holding?" Looking past the elf, the dude sees his other defeated homies being dragged away, and Kill says now they can all breathe a little easier, knowing that little problem is no longer in their hands. The guy just despairs, saying, "No way, that's impossible. There's no way you could have found the secret passage." Laughing, Kill says that finding stuff like that is his specialty. Later, Keel asks about the White Demon Kingdom. Morde agrees to roll with the Legion's guard, and the elf just says, "It's all good." But the general gave them 8 months, and it's only been 4. Our hero starts thinking that the Silverblood crew is going to be on their tail soon, and he wants to force them to play their ace in the whole way earlier than they planned. He's still got to get his weight up, and because of that, he can't promise his whole crew will make it out alive when they face the Silverblood. Liam's already been blessed by the god of war, but he's still got time to sharpen his game. He felt that new energy after a sip of the good stuff, but he ain't got the hang of using it yet. He figures that even with the skill, it ain't enough. Even with his skills and future knowledge, he knew he only snagged all those world shards thanks to Keel. Looking at Leon, he figured the warrior pulled his weight. But damn, why'd he suddenly feel like a total chump? Keel cut right to it, asking Morde when they were going to roll out. Morde shot back, "Right now." As the two chopped it up, one of them said, "I ain't no fool from the Barrens." He asked if they peeped they were being watched, and the other dude was like, "Could be." The first guy just said, "It's all good. We got our crew already posted up." And then with a slick grin, he added that he hoped this would be a good show. Keel, all tense, pressed him again. "You dead sure those Silverbloods took the bait?" Morde just dropped a hard, "Yeah." Our hero warned, "We can't keep dodging him forever, so everybody stay frosty." The second he said it, Morde caught something up ahead. He skidded to a hard stop, watching something slam down and crater the ground right in front of him. Then some dude appeared out of nowhere and said leaving the Barrens was a smart move, and that they'd been looking for him. Morde ain't waste no time. He juiced up his fists and lunged, unleashing his ability. Destruction of Mirages. The enemy was still smirking. A wave of force just swatted Morde's attack away like it was nothing. The blast shredded the trees around him, and the guy just smiled, having straight-up clowned Morde's magic. Our hero kept a stone face but had to give it up the way that dude sidestepped his moves, redirecting the magic flow was smooth. Morde realized he's got to be packing some kind of artifact or it's a special skill. "Gotta stay on my toes and be ready." The man said that he really seemed to be in a hurry. Our hero just laid it out flat. "You got Silverblood written all over you," and said even if he didn't, he'd have done the same damn thing, what with all his goons hiding in the woods. The opponent froze up. His senses were sharp, and he was just about to run his mouth and introduce himself, but Morde cut him off, saying, "Level 4, White Silver, 24 hours division. Or should I call you 16 steps to heaven?" The enemy then demanded to know how he knew all this, and Morde told him this was already his 3rd throwdown with the Silverbloods. "It'd be weirder if I didn't know by now." The man's smirk finally dropped off his face. He knew about White Silver's 24 hours division, but he couldn't wrap his head around how he knew about 16 steps to heaven. Cats inside the organization didn't even know that name. Gritting his teeth, he got a bad feeling and knew he had to take this guy out, no matter the cost. Morde clocked 27 of them, less than he expected. Then he figured maybe they rolled light because they didn't want to make a scene. The enemy told him it must have been a pain in the ass to track his crew. The leader agreed, saying Morde was always on the move and they couldn't wait around for the slowpokes. Morde, Keel, and Leon all squared up, getting ready for a brawl. And the dude kept talking, saying not to worry and that they brought more than enough firepower to get the job done. There were more than 5 enemies here with divine blood. The rest were at least mid-tier, and the shot callers were even stronger. Morde turned to Leon and said, 27 heads. That's 9 apiece. You got this? Leon just shrugged. Child's play. I'll take 6. Leave you the last 3. The opponents started glowing with their divine blood, pissed off, yelling about being slept on, and asked their boss for the green light. The leader gave a sharp nod and told them, waste the other two. Morde is mine. Male, what's left to a P? Oh, box in Miami, 33101. Then they all unleashed their pulse spheres, tearing up the landscape and leveling everything in their path. One of the ops with that divine blood whispered that the burner is on another level. He claps back at his boy. You just now clocking that. The dude aims his piece at Lion and says this is going to be a real good time. He just stands there, holding steel, while 4 goons close in on him, ready to rush. He shouts out for his crew, and in that exact moment, his left hand starts glowing with some serious, otherworldly juice. Then he unleashes the fury of his wind spirit. It crashes down on the suckers around him as he poured all his rage into the throwdown, straight out of the safe house at 305 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. The clowns around him hit the deck, and the one with the special sauce in his veins stands there, weapon ready. He finally says he's shook, asking how come nobody gave him the intel that this cat was a magic-wielding pro. Lion, with wind spirits whipping around him, says their snitches are straight garbage and tells him they should fire the whole squad. Jumping at the elf, the man says he'll think about it after he puts him in the dirt. Lion was frozen for a sec, shocked by the dude's speed when he just popped up right in his face. The elf was quick on the draw, though, and parried the enemy's sword strike like a pro. Right after he blocked that hit, he felt something was off about it. Lion bounces back, trying to make some space. The man says he can scrap all day because it's been a hot minute since he last put down a real heavy hitter. If you feel in this fight, smash that like button. Our boy gives the enemy a hard stare, plotting his next move. The leader then gets louder, asking, yo, why you only rollin' 3 deep? Where's the rest of your set? He keeps talking trash. That blind monster should have sent all his top dogs to try and keep you breathin' a little longer. So where they at? Lion just smirks, thinking maybe this clown really don't know. He single-handedly smoked all the other crews. Then he says that if they'd brought all their muscle from the jump to stop him, he might have actually had to try. He knew that out of the 24 white-silver heirs, only a handful were left standing. The enemy boss says he seems to know all their business, so it's best to put him on ice now while he's still walking and running his mouth. Then, focusing his power, he called out Ver's heir to step up for a one-on-one. He then introduced himself as Ruth, straight from the headquarters at 1776 Independence Avenue, Philadelphia, heir of a lake god. He says he's about to show him how they get down by the water and also clocks that the man's got the 2nd-level divine blood awakening and is still holding the artifact. Ruth then said they rolled up with a whole squad, thinking they'd have more heads to crack, and gave him a slick thanks for the short meet and greet. Then, staring hard at the silver blood, he tells him to peep the scene before he gets too gassed up. And with a quick look around, he realizes those ain't the sounds of some other random skirmish going down. Then we see flashes of his whole battalion getting murked and a woman stepping over the bodies. Suddenly, someone yelled, "There's another Ver." Asna slides in right next to Lion. Drop a comment below if you saw that coming. Last night, in a back alley off Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, he chopped it up with Na. He'd been keeping it quiet around her, but since she rode for him, he laid it all out. Lion decided he had to thank the woman for having his back against all odds. So he finally spilled all the grimy secrets about Archduke Vernar's operation. He even told her how the dude gets down, sacrificing his own seeds just to get a power-up. After spilling the tea, he showed her the receipts, direct messages between Silver Blood and the Archduke. That truth hit her like a freight train. Just picture it, the hero she worshipped, the Archduke, was the biggest snake of them all. Back in the throwdown between Lion and Ruth, the enemy asks, "Is that your backup?" Lion just says, "Didn't expect him, but the result's gonna be the same." He's looking to take Morde out right here, but our boy says he's gonna put him on the ground first, making it clear that Lekians don't do sneak attacks. Then he tells him this blessing ain't just some cheap trick to dodge an ambush. The enemy, shook, asks if he even knows about the divine blood of Lekian. Originally, the lake god was the man back when things were chill. It was mainly for his own protection, and his successors got a rep for never getting caught, slipping in ambushes, or getting taken out by a backstabber. They keep gassing up how powerful those blessings are, but honestly, it's getting old. They only work if you're near the lake, and hooking up the whole squad is a straight-up hassle. Yudin says he'll handle this dude first, then run through the rest of his posse. Meanwhile, Ruth, who's clearly salty about Morde's trash talk, calls him a cocky freak. He tells his squad they're gonna roll up on Morde's crew, and then an arrow just zips out of the trees. Ruth, the opposition, cuts his own speech short as his blessing kicks in, covering his 6. He immediately screams, "What the hell is going down in them woods?" Owen tells the hidden shooter he already warned him. It ain't gonna work, but the dude just says he wanted to see the blessing in action. Then him and his 2 boys, all decked out in black with masks, say it's pretty damn interesting. They ran through everyone on their way here, right up to the elite crew, the Shadow Wolves, who were creeping in slow. They claimed they were just following the game plan and took a back road from 451 North Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, so no one would spot them. They say they're gonna make short work of these enemies and make up for running late. One of the Shadow Wolves just dives right on top of the enemy squad. The hit is so hard the ground straight up shatters, and a deafening boom echoes all around him. Ruth starts thinking that Blind Monster must really want this scoundrel alive if they're sending in hitters on another level. Then the archer posts up and lets an arrow fly right at Ruth. The enemy warrior immediately gets set to parry the arrow coming at him at breakneck speed. He throws his hand out, whips up a protective shield, and deflects the arrow from one of the Shadow Wolves. The archer suddenly gets it. The dude blocked the shot himself, so his blessing doesn't stop every single ranged hit. Ruth, sizing up the archer's game, wonders how many master-level mages out there were even stronger than this guy. He's still dead set that a top-tier mage is a major asset for the country. There ain't many of him, and they're a pain to recruit. His thoughts get stuck on one question. How much does that Blind Monster really value this bum? Morde snaps him out of it and says real low, don't even sweat it. Our hero adds, those two are about to throw down. Think that'll be enough to make him chill out? Ruth then says he clocks their numbers and their skills, then just charges in. He tells Morde with a straight face, don't think this is a rap, just cause of them. Ruth is a top dog from the 4th level Silver Blood, whose ice-cold nerves and serious experience put him way above the other 24 members of the White Silver. He's already hunted countless folks with divine blood, including members of the Silver Blood Orders, and Vernar's was on that list. Vernars are usually built different physically, but only a few ever hit the 2nd level of their divine blood awakening, because most are missing a combat artifact. Then, coming down on Morde like a ton of bricks, Ruth unleashes his move, Rain of Pulse Bullets. He closes the gap super fast to strike with his sword, and our hero parries the hit. Man, when you add those pulse bullets to a sword fight, it gets real nasty. Let me know in the comments what you think of that combo. Morde fires back with his own ability, Triple Destruction of Mirages. Ruth sees our hero's attacks whizzing right past his dome. Out of nowhere, Morde pops up on his 6, ready to drop him, and Ruth is still completely clueless about where the next hit's coming from. The very second our boy makes his move, his special power kicks in. Smirking, he yells at him, calling him a damn fool and saying his little bushwhack ain't gonna work. On top of that, the blow connects right with Ruth's grill. The dude is straight up staggered. That purple haymaker sends him flying. He has no idea what just went down. What's more, Morde says it ain't a sneak attack if you see it coming, and that punch could have been lights out for Ruth. He says he almost feels sorry for him. While Ruth is trying to shake off that nasty hit, our hero quietly says, I get the picture now. Then he declares he's done playing games and starts to unleash his family's true power. The enemy fighter is like, even if you were some kind of prodigy, how is that even on the table? All the way across the battlefield, over at 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA, Erna suddenly feels Morde's power starting to cook. Keel, on the other end of the whole mess, also catches that vibe from a mile away. This is more than just a little flex. This is that stage 2, next level awakening of his bloodline. R can't believe her eyes. She's thinking even if he was a genius, there's no way you can grind for just 6 months and hit the 2nd level of that power. She's still wondering if it's because he smoked that demon count in a one-on-one. But even that turned out to be not enough. Wrapped in a low-key blue aura, he stares down Ruth, while everyone else is just baffled, wondering what he's been up to this whole time. Man, if you're feeling this hype, smash that like button, and let's get it. A straight-up war against the Baron from the Demon Kingdom, he threw down against the Silver Blood troops and squared up with Vern, a top-tier warrior. The Archlich got wrecked. 2 high-level mages were put down. The witch with the god curse was beaten and set free. And to top it off, just a few days ago, a throwdown with the demon count. This is way more than Ruth can handle, who's just barely blocking hits with his blade. The enemy grinds his teeth, wondering how this dude can be so damn strong. Our hero then whispers that the artifacts passed down in those divine families were really just cheap knockoffs as he gets ready for his next wave of attacks. He's thinking, for real, how tough are they? And with his divine bloodline cranked to level 2, he's already lining up the next big hit. He then unleashes his destructive Mirage move, and Ruth just manages to block it with his artifact weapon. After the block, our hero looks at the enemy. Is that all you got? Just mana, a little blessing, and a fancy toy. Is that everything you can bring to the table? Or you got something else stashed away? Ruth is realizing the power gap between them is way bigger than he ever could have imagined. Something flashed and instantly pulled his eyes to the right. The pissed-off enemy asks what's going on now and how much power he's been sandbagging this whole time. Taking full advantage of the enemy being distracted, he rushed forward and closed the distance between them in a flash. Ruth throws his sword up at the last second and parries our hero's strike. Then he tells his opponent the reason he's about to lose ain't because he was testing his own limits. Ruth's soldiers are just frozen on the spot, struggling to breathe and terrified by what they're seeing. Mort then finished his speech to Ruth, admitting that even he can't predict how strong his own crew is. And right at that moment, we see power just exploding out of Keel. Drop a comment below and tell me who you're rooting for. And then we see this ancient elf holding a pulsating orb of pure energy. The blood of the old elves in your veins is a status symbol. You're a noble elf, a descendant of the OGs who battled the gods and the heir to the Tree of Life. But for a half-blood to be able to wield the power of an elder elf, trying to imagine what that takes is just impossible. He pauses, and then Keel cracks a smile. Man, he was even shocking himself, thinking this was the perfect way to catch him off guard. After chugging some of that nectar, he finally tapped into his divine blood, flipping the switch on that power for real. Morde remembered how Leon's jaw straight up hit the floor when they showed him this back in Morde. The warrior was like, "Yo, are you some kind of monster?" Like he was the main character. To break it down, Morde figured that he was vibing on a whole different frequency than them. He explained that for cats like them, the aura only pops off after awakening their divine blood, but Morde was already a certified G with magic, so all that was left was to plug in. So Morde cranks up the speed, taps his bracelet, and just blitzes the ops, catching the other dude with divine blood completely sideways, who barely got his defense up against the blade. In a flash, he was already behind the guy. Morde then plants a nasty kick square in the enemy's back, sending him flying for a good few yards. Totally clueless, the enemy eats dirt, face-planting hard. As he tries to shake it off and get up, he's thinking, what in the hell was that speed? He completely missed Morde telling his lightning ring to get to work. He spins around and sees Alpha looming over him, about to drop the Thunder God's hammer ability. The dude starts panicking, stuttering, and begging him to hold up. Morde's hit summons a whole column of lightning and thunder right on the fool, a light show you could see for miles. Over on the side, Ruth clutches his chest, groaning cause he's seriously cheesed off. Seeing his chance again, he steps to the target and clocks him right in the jaw. Then it's on Morde and Ruth start throwing hands for real, with Ruth just blocking for his life. Soon enough, Morde gets the upper hand and lands a haymaker that rocks the enemy's world. The hit sends him smashing through the trees, launching his body even farther. Our hero then says that, like you'd expect from someone blessed by the late god. He's surprised Ruth is still kicking even after his artifact got wrecked. Ruth starts scrambling, begging for his life, yelling that he's a big shot in the Silver Blood crew and can spill some useful intel. Morde tells him that info ain't worth squat. He's only level 4, so all the real tea is locked down. The guy wouldn't be able to talk about it anyway, you dig. As our hero stood over him, Ruth kept pleading, swearing he could be useful if Morde let him live. Gearing up for the final hit, he hit him with a cold, "Nah, I ain't sparing you." Don't forget to smash that like button if you're feeling this takedown. This was way more than just a final knockout punch for Ruth. We're a long way from there, over at 112 Beacon Street, Boston, and the guy watching realizes that something ain't right. He tells the dude across from him it looks like they gotta find a replacement for one of the 24 White Silver members. The one in front says it's no sweat, he was only a level 4 scrub. But the other guy claps back that the real problem is where that screen came from. He says he caught a glimpse of this massive beast, like some Grim Reaper monster just woke up. It opened its eyes and straight up iced one of the 24 White Silvers. The man in front got curious. Word, is it some divine blood beast? The other dude was like, probably. He adds, we'll get a better look once they get back to the crib at 4652 Hollywood Boulevard, Los Angeles. But he still had no clue how much longer they'd need to wrap their business up over there. Some character with huge hands and nasty claws gives a shout out to the Silver Blood crew. Not a trace of that half-human, half-blue dragon figure was left. Next, we cut to a convo. Someone asks, where'd this dude even roll in from? And the other guy hits back. Your guess is as good as mine. And Kill tells the man in the mask, don't try to put me in the same box as regular folks. And you can tell this is from a dude who knows his stuff. The man in the mask says the elf was a solid soldier back in the day, but he ain't buying how strong he's gotten. Drop a comment below if you think the masked man is about to get served. And our boy, the elf, says it only went down thanks to something on a whole other level. My mentor was convinced that, for a top-tier mage like me, that bloodline awakening was only possible for a pure-blood elf, you dig? Then he gives Keel the lowdown. Yo, if them White Forest elves get wind of him, they're gonna start some static cause the half-elf is rocking a whole other kind of power. Our elf is like, he don't give a damn what those trashy knife ears are saying. Keel gets a flashback to his childhood, getting booted, stained with that impure blood, and someone screaming he's a disgrace to the race and needs to bounce from the forest, like yesterday. Our favorite half-elf says he'll drop him all if he has to, and the masked dude claps back that he talks a big game, adding that he's gotten way harder since they last chopped it up. Keel just laughs, like, for real? I got harder. He says it's probably because he was always tailing the guy's ass all over the map, and then he points on down the road. Man, Erna is straight up beaming, clutching a box full of goodies, and she asks, all hopeful, wait, for real? All this is for me? She passes the haul to one of her crew and asks where Morde's bouncing to next. Our hero says he's heading north, to the kingdom of the white demons. The girl wishes him luck, warning him that it's a straight-up death trap out there, and he shoots back that she needs to watch her own back from here on out. Morde's thinking, she's in deep now because she knows my secret sauce and is probably plotting on it for later. He then tells her he wouldn't advise spilling the beans right now or trying to rally the troops around her. The girl just grins wide and asks, "Aw, you finally starting to sweat it for me?" She says it's no sweat. We ain't even properly acquainted yet, so who else is she supposed to worry about? But what really matters ain't the names, it's those 10 heads that R2 vouches for. Suddenly, it hits him that after they iced Pharaoh, only 9 were left, and even knowing the whole deal, he still decided to ride for him. Everyone except Castor. Then Erna asks, "Yo, you don't think Lord Kessner is shady?" Our hero says he rocks with him and is betting that because of Keel, the man is still in the dark about the Duke's secret. He's dead serious, saying, he ain't the type to run games or double-cross people like that. But then she remembers Alan knows what's up and still chose to go after the Archduke. Alan is the firstborn, the dude way out in front in the race for that inheritance. He's the cat they really gotta watch out for, more than anyone. The girl cracks a smile, gives him a fist bump, and adds, "8, finally, we're on the same page." Still grinning and blushing a little, she tells him she'll for sure catch him on the flip side. Morde gives her a low 5 and says they'll link up in the north, and he's already hyped for it. So Leon asks Morde, "Yo, why the hell we heading east instead of north?" Morde's like, "First, I gotta hit up a spot, just off the I-95. Then some dude slides out of the shadows, gets in their way, and asks if they're really crossing the border east. The guy who slid out the darkness, a member of the Shadow Wolves named Lone, gets right in their grill, demanding to know why they're pulling this stunt. Morde just freezes up, wondering if that dude had been creeping on them this whole time and they were totally clueless. 2 more shadow ninjas pop up, asking if he even knows what he's getting into. But our guy just smirks and says he knows the score better than anyone on the planet. He's got to scoop up all the world fragments he can, claims he has no other play, and says they're gonna jet north after this anyway. Lone then says Morde's looking to risk his neck for no good reason and wants to shake things up at HQ. Morde just replies, "That's how we roll." If you know how we roll, drop a comment and smash that subscribe button. Then our main man keeps it 100, saying he's truly grateful for all the backup they provided, but from here on out, they don't need to roll with him anymore. Morde then lays it out that the Shadow Wolves could take the shortcut north, like the I-95 Express straight to Miami, but they're choosing the eastern road instead. Lone pushes back, saying he's a VIP to the general, and their only job is to deliver him in one piece. He goes on. He's just a mid-tier soldier from the Legion of Guardians, and asks if he doesn't think, since they're all in this together, he should just follow the damn order. Keel is dead sure that Lone is the OG of the Shadow Wolves, and what he said makes perfect sense, but he has no clue how Morde's gonna take it. Man, this whole situation is deeper than it looks. Looks like Mr. Lowen here missed the memo on something real important, so let me break it down for y'all, nice and simple, Morde says. First off, right now, I ain't repping any crew or organization. Second, I ain't joining this squad for love nor money. And last but not least, General Ilan promised me a pass to come and go as I please for a solid 8 months. In the end, he says that babysitting him all the way to the north is way beneath him, and claims he's only pissed because the mission's gonna get delayed if they take some scenic route. He didn't keep pushing Lowen on what to do because he couldn't be bothered with the drama, and then he laid out the 2 options. Either they roll with the crew and pull their weight, or they all go their separate ways and link up again in the north. Morde, clearly pissed off, snaps, "You run your mouth too much," and starts pulling his sword. Pressing the blade to our hero's chest, he growls, "If you won't fall in line, I'll make you." Our hero gave the pack of Shadow Wolves a stone-cold stare and said, "You really think you can make me do anything?" From the back, Liam hit up Keel on the low. "Maybe you should step in and shut this pointless fight down," and the elf whispered back, "Nah, hold up. It ain't a crime to let him flex a little and see who's really the top dog here. If you know who's gonna win, drop it in the comments." Lowen, with his sword ready, winds up a strike at Morde, while Morde charges pure power into his fist. When they connect, a massive boom rocks the area, followed by a shockwave. Our boy's thinking, this dude saw me throw down in all my other fights and he still wants the smoke, as he lands another hit on Lowen. He figured this guy is either supremely confident or just plain stupid. The Shadow Wolf suddenly unleashes a heavy sword strike toward Morde. He blocks it but gets knocked back a few steps. Liam says, "Damn, homeboy is stronger than I thought," and Keel just replies, "Bro, Lowen is a straight-up legend back in Shvi." Everyone just froze, whispering that he'd already cleared the level 2 trials to get his blood awakening. In that last scuffle, he wasn't even trying hard, because they already had the advantage. Smash that subscribe button if you want to see what happens next. Liam hits him with, "So, is Morde out of his league against Lone?" Keel just smirks and says, "Nah, man. Don't get it twisted. Lone is a beast, but he's still playing by the rules, still just a man. Morde, he's a whole different animal." Our boy Morde then unleashes that destructive mirage of his and lands a solid shot right to Lowen's chest. Lowen's mind flashed back to the intel. The first reports of Morde's divine blood awakening were only 6 months back. There's no way he could have gotten this powerful in just 6 months. Channel in all that energy around him straight into his blade. He's thinking, ain't no point in dragging this out. I'm about to end this whole thing with one monster hit. Our boy figures Lowen wants to go toe-to-toe with pure strength, and he's totally down for that. He starts cooking up all the power he's got into his fist. Then they both wind up their shots and charge right at each other. That's enough. Cut it out. They've thrown down long enough. Then some dude surrounded by a magic force field steps right between him. Lowen recognizes the young boss, and the kid says running his mouth anymore is going to cause problems. Morde clocks this kid with the short black hair and the eye patch, and right away gets this crazy feeling he's seen him before. They introduce themselves as Fain and Nair. Aiden's boy is like, "Pleasure to meet you, young Lord Morde." The two of them back off and dead the attacks while Nair, with his whole shield game, stays posted up between them. He leans in and tells the young lord, "Yo, leave this to me. I'll handle this little dust-up myself." But Farah chimes in like, "Nah, no need for all that," saying Morde ain't entirely off base, but he can handle the dude. Our boy is so nice with it, he can totally school this fool. And no sooner than the words leave Morde's mouth, the enemy's magic shield just spiderwebs from our hero's hit. Lone is straight up frozen, completely shook. He sees that magic shield get wrecked, thinking how his own swing didn't even leave a scratch. After a heavy silence, he looks right at our hero and is like, "Yo, Morde, we gotta talk." He says he's got some business to chop it up with our main character about. Then a minute later, Morde asks to talk to him one-on-one, and Farah gets all bent, asking why he's being so casual. Our MC just says he can switch it up and get all formal if he wants, but the other dude replies he ain't really feeling that. "I bet. Peace out then." He formally introduces himself to Morde all over again. He says he's a mage from the Shadow Squad, and our boy is thinking, "Yeah, I been knew that. I mean, he's one of the main players from the OG story, after all." In the original storyline, this dude, Fari, lost his whole family and his mentor a soul-crushing L from losing a solid friend. His people got wiped out by the treacherous, a whole organization of half-breeds with that divine blood. So, he linked up with Aiden's squad to get his get back. They were cut from the same cloth, so they got tight real quick, fighting back-to-back for 2 years and surviving all kinds of crazy stuff. They even managed to put a major hurtin' on the treacherous organization. But in the end, Farah cashed out before getting his full revenge, all while trying to protect everyone else. Man, smash that like button if Farah deserved better. He remembers crystal clear this is all supposed to go down in 2 years, and right now, they shouldn't even know each other. Our hero can't figure out how this dude ended up on his doorstep at 742 Evergreen Terrace and asks the mage straight up why he came looking for him. Farah says this whole thing is super personal for him, and that General Yilden put him on, saying our hero could help him sort out his problem. Morde's getting impatient and asks what this personal matter is all about, and Farah hits him with, "You recognize the name Treacherous?" Farah doesn't even wait for an answer and starts spilling, but Morde cuts him right off. "Yeah, I've heard." Farah's whole crew just freezes up, stunned. Somebody out here on the street has already heard of Treacherous. Our hero breaks it down that it's a crew that hunts people with divine blood, trying to become gods. Then he just adds, "So, what about him?" The surprised mage is like, "For real? That's what they're on?" Still floored, he asks how Morde could possibly know this stuff. Our hero's thinking that even 2 years down the line, Farah himself still barely knew anything. So, it's a safe bet this mage knows next to nothing, and Morde knows way more about them than he does. The guy starts talking again but gets cut off by our hero, who tells him to get to the point and spit out what he wants from him. Drop a comment below with what you think he's gonna ask. He cuts the BS and asks Morde to help him get his revenge. The mage says General Yilden told him that Morde is the one guy who can find and take down Treacherous. Morde's like, "Aight, so what are you bringing to the table?" The guy says with all the confidence in the world that he's a high-ranking, 5th circle mage, and immediately clocks that Morde's squad is running with no magic user. He keeps it 100, saying he'll throw down his skills for the crew if they got his back on this revenge mission. Straight up, it was a done deal. The dude's still bugging out over how fast he locked in on a major play like that. Then our boy starts thinking he's got just as much juice as Aiden, and that taking out the Prexers is going to be a cakewalk. After all, they're just some small-time outfit. Remembering how it originally went down, he says grimly that the whole organization is going to get smoked sooner or later in a beef with the Silver Blood. But he's also thinking that cleaning up that much evil in the world is going to bring its own set of problems, and it'll be a prime chance to poach one of Aiden's crew for himself. He figures just getting the mage on their squad is a massive win. He gives a silent nod to Aiden, thinking to himself, I'm taking Farwell's whole crew. Kicking it with everyone around the campfire, Morde admits he's got to do a stretch in the Legion of Guardians to level himself up. So Farwell's ready to get his payback right here and now. He asks him straight up if that's going to be an issue for him. Leon Ars was standing behind Morde with a box of gear, and like a true OG, said he was going to use this shot to prove he can help the mage get that get back. The mage, clocking the box, was like, yo, what's all this? His eyes locking on the scepter, the book, and some other loot inside. Morde snags the scepter and immediately gets it. He can tell with total confidence this piece is way better than his current staff, plus there's a necklace from some magic stash and earrings that are juiced with mana. He keeps checking out the gear and says, these spellbooks look like they were jacked from some old ruins or an ancient dungeon. The mage says, all heated, we ain't got no mages in our squad, so why are we holding this stuff? And Leon just cracks a smile and says, that's exactly why we kept him. Morty figures that magic is mad hard to build up without a hookup, and says the world is flooded with a ton of magical knowledge. In other words, it's way easier to siphon your magic from what's already out there than to grind it out making something new from scratch. Our hero thinks that at just 15 years old and a 5th circle mage, he's already way past Aiden's level. He's also thinking this is the perfect opportunity to help a mage like himself finally get legit strong. The kid later admitted he felt like he was stuck in a rut with his magic studies, but it was paying the bills for the crew. He even says he's not in it for himself. It was all to get the lower ranks on board. Looking at Leon and Kyle, he says with respect that making his crew stronger is the real prize. If you feel that, drop a squad up in the comments below. And when he looks at the mage, he's curious to see how fast the kid's gonna blow up. Farwell asked our hero how old he was. He hit him back with 15. And the mage, hearing this, was just floored. The wizard says the world is huge and he'll probably never meet another monster like him at his age. And the kid asks, you just call me a monster? Farwell says, my bad, but he can't find a better word for it, and he's hyped to see where this goes. Our hero, smiling, says, you really want to disappoint the man. Later, out on the northeast side of the continent in the Afar Kingdom, somewhere off Route 66 near Phoenix, Arizona. Falma says that even with a whole squad, sliding across the border was way too easy. Kyle adds that they're seasoned vets at this. Lo then asks Morde what the move is now that they've pulled up, and our hero says they're asking for too much. Turning back to his crew, he says they're just gonna go wreck a few spots. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss any of the action. Alone among shadow wolves, what kind of man could he really be? For 20 years, he put in work in the kingdom of white demons, and through that, he found a deep sense of calm. The warrior is no stranger to brawls, monster fights, demon-run dungeons, and the regular spots. Yo, my man stumbled upon some ancient-ass ruins he knew jack about. He didn't just roll up to some border town and start mumbling some hocus-pocus in the basement of the local post office at 12 Main Street, Anytown, USA. A path to those ruins just materialized out of thin air. Lone's over there thinking our boy probably knew this dungeon was here all along, no cap. And you know the deal, the older the spot, the more you gotta watch for booby traps. He had no clue, Morde was just steamrolling all the traps in the joint. Then our hero turns to the crew and is like, hey, listen up, from now on, y'all gotta pull your weight. He lays down the law. They're gonna rush us from that side, and tells them to handle their business. Then he adds that a circle of light's gonna pop up every so often, and somebody better be standing in it at all times. To top it off, he says if they screw this up, they're gonna have endless drama on their hands, and it's gonna be a real pain. And Lowen is just bugging out, starts popping off with questions. Out of nowhere, a sound kicks off behind the squad and everyone whips their heads around. Magical golems fade in behind them and start marching their way. The Shadow Wolf, Fence, is like, yo, this is exactly what Morde said would happen. He can't even process how Morde could have called that shot. The golems get knocked flat, but he knows the clock is ticking. They ain't gonna have enough time to hit up all these ruins and dungeons. He's still thinking they'll hit every spot they can, pushing north and grab every piece of loot they can get their hands on. Lone's holding a jar of some golden liquid, asking if this stuff is for real safe to drink. Lucky for him, Morty gives the green light, saying, that's that real nectar, my dude. Then the rest of the crew is like, they've only heard about this stuff in stories, and the mage chimes in that this trip was 100% worth it. This is way more than just some campfire story. Unlike that bootleg stuff Silver Blood cooks up with their shady back alley methods, this was legit, made back in the Age of Legends. He then figured this was part of the reason the Silver Blood Syndicate went after Aiden's family. See, back in the day, nectar was made by, sending folks whose divine blood hadn't activated yet on a one-way trip. He figures the 2 spots he knows about are already cashed out, so now he needs to play it smart with the 3rd one, which he knows is up north. Morde clocks that Lone might not have raw talent, but the nectar makes up for it big time. So, in a few days, the kid's probably gonna reach master level. Lone then asks our hero what the next play is, more ruins or another dungeon, but Morty just shuts him down with a nah. Then, looking at the mage, he asked, "Is my next gig just gonna be janitor duty?" Meanwhile, somewhere deep in a sketchy forest, a crew is screaming at some dude, yelling, "Why are you doing this to us?" They even add that if he needs dough, they'll give it to him. But the attacker just brushes it off, saying he can get paid without them, but they keep begging to know why he's doing it. The blonde attacker just keeps carving a symbol in the dirt with his dagger and says, "That's just how the game is played." He went on, saying unexpected L's happen all the time in this world, and tonight, they just got unlucky. The blind dude says, "Finally, we're all set," and gets up, while the woman asks what he just did. He didn't mention that the offering has to be made while they're still clocking in. The attacker folds his hands into a triangle and says the guy's a real trooper for holding on so long. One of the victims stares at him, completely shook, asking what the hell is happening. The dude puts his palms together, and the circle he carved around his victims suddenly starts to glow hard. In the distance, you can hear them screaming as they get lit up by blue flames. Man, if you think this is wild, smash that like button and let me know in the comments. In a blink, the victims are just gone, and the circle goes dark. All that's left is the blind man, still smiling with his palms pressed together. With a slick grin, he says, "Now that was a quality offering. After all, they had that same kind of magic as those artist cats." Still peeping the circle, he says that now he's got to go stack some paper. When he peeped the card his marks used to hit him up, it had his own mugshot on it. One of the top dogs in the running to become a god in this crew called Precious. In that world, there were a ton of shady crews, and Precious is one of them with a real simple game plan. They just want to become gods. For real. They're called the Precious, which is the exact name of the relic some ancient god left behind. This thing spotlights 9 people and juices them up with powers every time they bring it some high-value offerings. The offering is, get this, actual living people from a special bloodline. We're talking heavy hitters, people with a ton of mana, and of course, anyone carrying that divine blood. Emmett's thinking he's pretty sure he heard the other chosen ones are getting straight-up treasure dropped on him, while he's stuck out here playing the part of a common street thug. He figures the time is coming to roll up on a village and hunt down someone seriously strong to offer up. He kicks the door open and shouts, "I'm back, baby." Feeling a vibe in this slick mansion at 212 Oak Street in Chicago, he wonders, "Yo, where's everybody at?" Then he hears someone ask what took him so long. At the top of the stairs, some sharp-looking dude is eyeing Emmett and asks, "And who the hell are you?" The bandit fires back, asking what he did with his crew. Our hero tells him he laid both of them out when he caught him feasting on some unspeakable stuff, and that the basement is a straight-up house of horrors. Looking all nervous, Emmett says he knows who he is and asks if another candidate chosen by the relic sent him to do this job. The closer Leon got, the more he saw that wild tragedies are just a regular thing in this world, and it sounded exactly like the kind of lines Emmett would feed his own victims. The bandit looks up and sees our hero's entire squad getting ready for a throwdown. If you see where this is going, smash that like button and let us know in the comments who you're rooting for. Emmett finishes his little speech and with a twisted smile says that it finally happened. This time, he's the one who ended up buying the mark. Every time Farewell shut his eyes, the whole nightmare he survived just replayed in his head. The metallic smell of spilled paint in the air cuts right through the rain. The screams were bouncing all through the village. A woman shoves him down a hill, yelling, "You gotta make it out alive." And just like that, he snaps back to reality. His eyes locked on something laying on the ground right in front of him. Missing one leg and both arms, with his face all swollen, the dude was just sitting there on the floor in front of a busted wall. Leon says this beatdown's been going on for almost an hour. Every time Emmett gets hit, he just heals up, and he has no clue what this freaky power is. Farewell thinks to himself that this is some seriously powerful healing factor. And right now, he knows he couldn't take down someone like that. But looking closer, he figured our main man was going to handle this dude with no problem. The enemy doesn't even have a sliver of a chance. Our hero turns to the mage and asks if this is one of the guys he's looking to get payback on. He says he's going to put the dude's fate in the mage's hands. He's weak now, so they can easily decide what's next. The mage is thinking that this is a straight-up gift, a chance to get to know his enemies firsthand. Then he gets right in the dude's face, telling him to spill his name, saying he's got a grip of questions for him. Reaching out, our mage is practically begging, "Yo, don't just roll over me this easy." And just like that, one of the 9 contenders was straight up wiped off the map. After a while, Morde's crew finally rolled up on the White Demon's kingdom way up north, somewhere past Fairbanks. On the way, they also smashed the 3rd shard of the Archduke's soul. Only 4 are left standing. They also ran up on the county of Guvon, one of the main spots for the Sages of Darkness crew, and they scooped up more of those world fragments while they were at it. So when the dust settled, they were holding 13 of them. Meanwhile, over in Guvon's territory, this dude is standing in a wasteland of bodies and rubble, wondering who the hell wrecked his spot. Then Morde strolls in, and the guy just says, "You're early." He gives the man across from him a dead serious look, and it turns out to be none other than General Eldon. Our boy Morde gives him a genuine thank you for the backup he sent over. He goes on, saying that back in the day, the power gap between them was insane and that during their training sessions, Eldon was always pulling his punches. Stepping up to Eldon, he asked him to run it back one more time. Getting hyped, Eldon straight up shatters a boulder with his bare hands and says he was gonna let him chill for the day, but if he's asking for it, then it's on. General Eldon says he's itching to see how much stronger Morde's gotten. The general, who's already shirtless, says there's no need to worry about what anyone else thinks. Then he makes it clear they don't need to hold back. "Yo, if you're ready for this throwdown, smash that like button for your boy." They can go completely all out, which is perfect because Morde doesn't have to pull his punches and can really size him up. He wastes 0 time, launching a full-on attack and jumping right at Eldon while kicking into level 2. His divine blood just flares to life. Man, the kid has already hit the 2nd level of awakening his divine blood. Eldon's thinking to himself that our hero is the real deal, a true natural talent. And maybe, just maybe, he's the monster who's going to surpass even the current Archduke. Someone who has blown every expectation out of the water and done the impossible. He finally lands on the thought that if this is for real, with Morde in their corner, maybe they can actually take down the top dogs. Noticing the ground shaking and the insane sounds coming from their fight, Yukil and Lion are over there wondering what the hell those two are doing. Meanwhile, the absolute war between Morde and Eldon is still raging. Our hero figures that just using the divine body against the general is pointless. The general is cut from the same cloth as he is, so with that new plan, he charges forward. Eldon was already gearing up for his next strike. Morde thinks that by activating the divine body, he'll increase his weight tenfold and fire up the fragments of the world at the same time. He didn't even consider that if Eldon didn't go all out on defense, he could get straight up deleted by this next attack. Let me know in the comments. You think Morde is taking this too far, or is it just what he has to do? He slams into Eldon with every ounce of his strength, and the ground around the general just erupts from the sheer power of the blow. When the dust settles, the general is just laughing, saying he can't believe it. Man, you gotta get that he's in total disbelief, even though he's the one who just took the hit. That raw power forced him to dig deep and tap into that form of his just to protect himself. Then our hero sees it. The general unleashed his divine blood at the 3rd level, the stage where you basically become the living embodiment of divine power. Then the general says he doesn't know what Morde did, but his own weight just shot up like crazy. Our hero shoots back that his did too. Morde's looking and thinking. At first glance, nothing's changed, but he knows Eldon just doubled his weight and figures he must have tapped into the power of the divine body a little. He's still pretty sure that only he and Leo have complete control of the divine body, and that his attacks straight up force Eldon to unlock the 3rd level just to defend himself. The general piped up that he only really understood his own strength when he unlocked the 3rd level of his divine blood, but Morde hit that mark way sooner. I'd figures it's because of the path Morde has been walking, and of course, Morde is right there with him on that. I mean, the man literally threw down with the god of battle. Morde asks the general if he's feeling a little jealous, and the general just laughs, saying Morde talks like he can just hand out that kind of power whenever he feels like it. Morde hits him back with, "Yeah, I can." The general, caught off guard, is like, "What's that supposed to mean?" Our hero then lays it out that with his guidance, the general could fully master that power. Then he drops the kicker. Of course, it ain't gonna be free. So the general's like, "Aight, what do you want?" And just clock in the man. You can tell he's already expecting 2 things. Then he says the first thing he needs is honesty. He wants him to keep it 100, talk about whatever. No holds barred, no ducking any topics. While the general's mulling over this whole honesty thing, Morty's thinking how in the real story, he was never straight up. So without even blinking, Morde lays out his second demand. He wants to be the one to personally put that half-elf down. The general cracks a smile, joking that Morde sounds like some dude asking a pops for his daughter's hand. Then he claps back. "Go for the budget option, man. You don't need a head case like him." Hilden then jumps in, asking if there's some special reason he's so fixated on Keel, pointing out the half-elf was just following his orders, trying to help him out. He fires back that just following orders don't change a thing. The dude put his own neck on the line more than once to save him. He stares down the general and says he's taking the half-elf with him. Our boy makes it crystal clear again. He wants Keel on his crew. Hilden's like, for our guy, Keel is the most valuable asset in the world. He said it was cool. Let him take the half-elf, especially since he was already cooking up a plan to put Morde in charge of a new team anyway. Then our hero's like, hold up, he barely just got here, and he's still just a mid-tier soldier. But the general shuts that down quick, saying it'd be straight-up foolish to keep him at that rank. The general says, yo, follow me. We're gonna finish this conversation behind closed doors. A little later, in the general's office up on 1201 Lombard Street, Morde says this is exactly what he figured would happen. There's some paperwork laid out in front of him. He points and says these three are the only ones he'll even consider for his squad, Keel and Leon, who've been rolling with him, and that sorcerer from out by the old well. The general noted that the mage seems loyal as a dog to Morde, and having a magic user on the team is always a power move. He wanted the kid to get over his timid ways, but that thirst for revenge was burning way too hot inside him. He goes on, saying that, thankfully, the mage is built like a brick wall. He wraps it up by saying, yeah, these are the exact hitters I need on my squad. Then the general gives him a sharp look and asks just how much he leveled up on this last job. While our hero's thinking what a weird way to phrase it, he knew exactly what the man meant. Morde says he gets it and runs the whole scenario in his head. Turns out the Archduke is a straight-up monster, a freak who chows down on his own kids just to stay young. Morde then says that if he spilled the beans to Ernie, it means he thinks she's got the juice to eventually overpower the Duke, and he trusts her for real. Morde says he believes she's got what it takes to be the next Archduke, but he couldn't care less if she ends up stronger or not. He keeps saying it don't matter because he's gonna be the one to end the Archduke himself. He says he knows the general's out here every year, looking for someone with the guts to stand guard at the seal of the Demon King's incarnation. In the end, he figures that's the real reason the general's helping him out. Then the general gets to his feet and demands to know how he knows all this. Because for real, only a handful of people are in on the truth. Morde just says the divine blood pumping in his veins gave him a heads up. In his mind, our hero's like, no one would buy this if I started dropping all the deets of how I know, so it's better to just be blunt. The general starts to ask another question, but gets cut off quick. Morde says it's his turn to run the interrogation now. Then, he just drops a bomb out of nowhere. He straight up asks what the real beef is, why the general still wants to ice the Archduke, even after he already jacked both his eyes and stripped him of his title. That just didn't seem like enough to make him want the guy dead. But Morde shuts that down, saying he's got to step to the Archduke and put his own life on the line for him. And at the very least, he deserves to know the real reason if he's gonna take a gamble that big. The general finally says, "Aight, bet," and agrees to spill the details. Eldon says he'll lay out the whole story of what went down between him and Hardin. Meanwhile, over at his office at 123 East Pine Street, Seattle, Washington, the blonde dude is drafting a letter. He glances up and asks someone if they've cooked up an excuse yet for being so useless. All of a sudden, a magic flame erupts right in front of him. It asks if it can introduce itself, and the warrior just says, "Speak." The flame then morphs into a slick, well-dressed blonde cat who starts his spiel about being a level 2 executive from the 8 Silver Star Bloods. Cracking one eye open, he gives his name, Killian. Then he tells the kid he's low-key jealous, and the kid looks completely lost, not catching his drift at all. He says the kid's still got that fresh face, even though he's hiding some ancient, straight-up powerful monster on the inside. Killian just laughs and is like, "My bad. That came out awkward." The man then says that staying that young requires some next-level magic. You gotta push way beyond the Night Circle. He didn't even ask what the kid wanted before the boy jumped in, saying he's really sorry for his failure. The kid admits that Morde was Yielding's favorite and that he should have come more prepared, even though, for real, he didn't prep at all. The older man says it took him a hot minute to make it up north too, and that the kid probably just got in over his head. The young dude apologizes again, for real this time, but then says with a glimmer of hope that he brought something to at least try and make things right. He then conjures a potion in his hands, calling it nectar. As the legends go, nectar is the drink of the gods. It's supposed to seriously amp up the divine blood in a person's system. The kid says they usually water it down and give it to the troops as a reward. But since I'm making amends, he says, take the pure concentrate. Then he adds, before you do, I need to ask a small favor. And the man's like, what is it? He then asks for the green light to roll into the north and handle Mira. The man points out that he'll eventually have to face Ilan, and the kid just says, I'm aware. Yo, if you're vibing with this story, make sure to hit that subscribe button. He's mulling it over, deep in thought. Man, things would be way smoother if Ilden was loyal to the Archduke, but right now, Ilden sees the Duke as the enemy. He finally tells the kid he'll consider his request. The boy is super grateful and says he'll swing back by the spot at 789 Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts, to get his answer soon. The boy was already about to leave when the man asked him to wait and answer one question. He did not say that he probably was not the first to work with them and asks who is first. The young man says that this is an easy answer to the question. He does not say that the person he worked with years ago was Eldon Verrars. Then he will tell us even more. If he was called a genius, Hardin was considered a monster. He kept silent that not even half a year had passed since awakening, and he had already learned to harden at 15 and at 16 to unlock his divine blood. At that time, he did not care because he knew that by doing his own thing, he would become an archduke. Then, people on the streets began to talk about Hardin's feats. They said he very quickly completed the demonization mission and also completed the labyrinth. The rumors did not subside. People whispered that he was the very incarnation of the god of battle and that the true heir should be completely different. The development of divine blood or all those things painfully gained by his sweat and blood, he considered nothing. Everything was decided at the moment when he was chosen for a duel between representatives of the kingdom, Tsar, and the empire. A friend said that if he left right now, when new doors and opportunities are opening around, it would be a great loss. He was second but could handle anyone. The opponent chose a representative of House Ordis, and the empire put forward the House of Strangers as its representative. Since both families have long been enemies, the result of that duel could tarnish the loser's reputation for decades, if not for hundreds of years. The Tsar's kingdom firmly held the western land under its rule. Meanwhile, the Uran Empire reigned over the east. A dispute in the gray border zone between the two kingdoms flared up, and it escalated into a war. Despite the kingdom's desire for a large-scale war, they decided that each would choose 5 warriors for the fight. If the duel winner wished, he could immediately rush into battle with the next opponent. The scene eventually became completely petrified. No opponent could withstand even 5 minutes in battle with him. After that day, the entire continent knew who he was. Then Eldon began to drink and became very anxious because if this continues, his place as heir will be stolen. And it was then that Silverblood caught him. The general took them on decisively, even more than they asked for. And the man just says, yes, they said they would make me the successor. In exchange for help, they gave what they called nectar. Our hero thought that they probably asked that man for too much, since as a reward, they gave him nectar. And Ilan said that their goals were not very important to him. I want to create a world where only those with divine blood rule. And for Verrer, this is quite natural. Everything went awry when we uncovered the secret of the nectar. Young Ilan enters a room full of bodies, and pure juice of horror flows from everywhere. He asks, what the hell is going on here? A smiling divine blood whispers that sacrifices will have to be made for the good of the group you are in. And those men had extremely weak divine blood in that world. They were good for nothing. The man adds that they should be glad. They can at least help somehow. Then he realized that the nectar was made from the sacrifices of innocent people. And the man said he understood. At first, seeing animals being sacrificed is shocking. The man repeatedly reassured them not to worry about the promised nectar, but Eldon no longer waited and struck the man in the face. Eventually, he defeated all the representatives of the silver blood present that day and suddenly realized that without even suspecting it, he was involved in this crime. The general says that this is how they began to hate each other. And check it. Every time someone ran interference on his hustle from the shadows, they were just accidentally forging him into the straight-up kingpin he was meant to be. Peepin, the scene wasn't changing. He stepped up to lay down the law. He straight up demanded the spirit of the war god, knowing full well it was a suicide mission to even consider. But he took on the war god's spirit anyway. Eldon wasn't feeling the challenge, but he already saw the endgame. Like a real one, he stepped up, schooled the opposition in front of the whole crew, and copped that Archduke title. So he's like, Hardin told him to bounce from the Legion of Guardians, and it wasn't no act of kindness, you feel me? Hardin was giving him a pass to ghost, to get lost somewhere far from all the chatter. And even though they size each other up as legit fighters during their throwdown, that whole thing was his ticket out. It let him shake the pressure from his family and that silver blood nonsense to just be a straight-up warrior. But then the Archduke started looking old, like, way too fast for no good reason, and that opened the door for the silver blood crew to slide in. He cut a deal with them. Something Hardin would never do. Man, he didn't give a damn what their game plan was. The Silver Bloods were just propping up heirs as archdukes to play him like puppets. Eventually, the dude really believed only he could lock down the Demon King's seal, and he went full monster mode to make his dirty deeds seem right. Kill wasn't about to let Horn stay a pawn for those silver-blooded freaks. That's when he got this glimmer of hope, looking for someone who could finally check him. Someone who'd straight up snatch back freedom for the Verrars. Morde is practically glowing when he asks why the dude wants to take Eldon off the map. He gets that it's deeper than just a title and has mad respect for how Eldon keeps it 100. He's thinking maybe that's why so many people ride for him. And the general's like, is that enough? Our guy says, yeah, and for real, thanks him for the intel. He plays it cool, acting like he's never even heard of the postscript stone tablet. After a minute, Kill actually starts to impress Morde. Morty's like, yo, word is you asked the general to let you roll with the squad. He goes on, saying the general told him to have Morde's back even if they end up on opposite sides one day. Then he's like, what in the world did you say to him to make him say that? Turns out, Alphen only asked our hero for one solid. He asked him to make a shared dream come true. If he was in, he'd ride or die for him. The elf says, you're gonna make Eldon's wish happen, no matter the cost. He's hyped, saying it's all good. But he knows our boy's a man of his word, for real. Pulsar tells Kill he needs to ship out to Layan, maybe hit up an address like 4400 Congress Avenue in Austin, Texas. Word on the street is, since he was undercover so long, he's got to start from the bottom. And the elf had no clue what kind of drama this was about to stir up for Kill the very next day. Just like Leon, my dude had to join the organization and grind from square one. Morde lays it down plain. The Dark Wolves' identities are always kept on the down low, and he can't pull any strings to get them ranked up. The crew is just glad they don't have to retake the soldier exam, but they're still side-eyeing him, doubting he's a real mid-level warrior and a young shot-caller. He kind of feels for him. Imagine a full-bird colonel getting busted down to a second lieutenant again. So he decides he's going to try and be cool with them. Then some dude rolls up on our hero, looking a little anxious, and asks if the coast is clear. Then the major pops up and yells, yo, these squads are looking way too small. Morde just shoots back. That's how it's going to be. They're going to be a small, elite unit. Picking up on Frel's comment, our hero asks him if this ain't the perfect chance to show everyone what he's made of. He ain't even mentioned that he comes from a line of scouts, is one of the 5 stars closest to the moon, and his authority is mad useful for recon. Just not so much in a straight-up fight. The second he unleashes his divine blood, he can use that left eye he keeps hidden under the bandage. Smash that subscribe button if you want to see what that eye can do. Kettleman was like, I thought that eye was busted, and he straight up confirms it. But as soon as that divine blood activates, it's game on. The second he does it, he takes command of the leftover mana with his left eye. And Kill straight up asks, yo, what's this leftover mana junk? He then breaks it down, saying that for real, nobody can ever burn through 100% of their mana. There's always a little something left on the table when they use it. Then he explains how his left eye can snatch up that leftover juice to either top someone off or boost their powers. Morde chimes in, bet. We can see what's real during training, especially since they got this rep now, like they ain't taking on no new blood. So now they gotta prove what they're made of and climb the ladder in this organization, especially Lion and Kill, whose ranks got knocked down a peg. He got that itch to level up all over again. He breaks it down that since their crew is too small to be a full squad, they can either take orders straight from the top or just roll with other teams. Basically, their hands are tied for now. All they can do is grind hard. Meanwhile, way out in the White Devil's Kingdom, on the raggedy edge of demon territory near Outpost Phoenix, Arizona, 3 fighters are getting swarmed by orcs. The Chrome Dome dude in the crew is yelling that real warriors don't back down, trying to hype up his boys and telling him to hang tough. His name's Edu, and he's eyeballing at least 500 of them. But the orcs? They're rolling thousands deep. He's also thinking they dropped an S. Oh, S, for backup, but he knows help ain't coming anytime soon. The main problem? Ice trolls. He throws a nasty crosscut at the ice troll in his face, almost splitting its whole frame in 2. Then he starts clocking the wound, watching it stitch itself back together right after he sliced it open. The troll then shot him a look colder than a winter night in Detroit. They just stand there in front of the monsters, shook and frozen solid with swords in hand, as the thing comes barreling right at him. That gash on it? Completely gone. The bald dude figures if this keeps up, they're all about to get wrecked. Then out of nowhere, a massive boulder comes crashing down on one of the giant trolls nearby. The bald cat just stared, bug-eyed, at the rock that flattened the monster right in front of him. He was completely lost on what to do next. A crazy bright light flared up over the other beasts' heads, making the trolls look up. By the time they peeped it, it was too late. They saw something hurtling down at them. The boom from the impact sent trolls flying, and the bald dude just watched the whole chaotic scene unfold. Morde steps out from a pillar of snow and dust that he just kicked up by landing square on the trolls. Leon, with some real hope in his voice, says he's praying they ain't too late to the party. Once the dust settles, you can see the whole squad that dropped in with him. The half-elf points out there are at least 1,000 ice trolls, which should be more than enough action for them to get that promotion. Leon cracks his smile and is like, yo, bet on who can drop more of these fools. Kai is all in, and they both get ready to throw down. Drop a comment below and let us know who you're putting your money on. Team Leon or Team Kai? The bald dude, who's still just watching, is totally floored, staring at the new arrivals. Maeve tells them they got the emergency call. Lighting up her staff, she announces that they are the Lancer Squad. Out in the middle of the snow, there's this little cozy shack at the end of a set of tracks at what looks like 44 Riverbend Road, Jackson, Wyoming. The door swings open, and we see a hunter walk in, hauling a deer before letting the door shut. Another dude was already posted up inside the cabin and gave her a nod. She just lets the deer drop to the floor by the door. The second that door is shut, she snatches a rag, glares at the guy in the mask, and asks what he's doing in her spot. The man just says the general sent him on a special trip. She yanks off her own mask, revealing she's a woman, and demands to know what he wants. The dude politely asks her to squad up with the Legion of Guardians and lend them a hand. She asks for a month to handle her business, and the guy agrees to it. He then asks for her name. After thinking for a sec, she says she'll go by her real name, Ariel. As time went on, Morty's squad kept grinding, building a solid rep in the League of Guardians, and Kat started giving them real respect. Meanwhile, Ilan went and hired Lohan. He got tapped as the new combat coach for Kyle and Liam. Farwell, with a major assist from Morde, finally hit the 5th circle and started prepping for the 6th. He had to train even harder for what was coming, constantly scrapping with beasts. It wasn't long before Moru's squad got their next set of orders. They got to team up with Heather's crew and shut down this whole twisted scene. Out in the zone, these red-eyed wolves are already running wild. This cat Kaiser, Varys's kid from the wrong side of the tracks down on 125th Street, a solid mid-tier brawler, starts barking orders. He tells the frontline fighters to rotate out as soon as possible, while Moru's team provides covering fire from the back. From a distance, he's just scoping out their moves against the wolves. Then he gives Killian the side eye and straight up asks why he's running plays like that. Peeping the throwdown, he's talking all tough, saying with these numbers, they could just muscle through him, no problem. Killian fires back, reminding him Moru's only 15, and he's doing this so the crew can get their reps in. Our boy ain't buying it, questioning if they even need the practice. The elf hits him with a reality check. Not everyone's built like you, fam. This is the grind they gotta go through to level up the whole squad's game. Then he nods up at another crew of soldiers, explaining how they sometimes take on milk runs just to get the rookies' feet wet. Moru dodged most of that grind thanks to his natural gifts, but Killian reminds him he's still got lessons to peep from their playbook. Kaiser warns his crew, listen up. We're pretty much in the belly of the beast now. This spot's way too crammed for a real heavy hitter, so don't you dare get comfortable. Stay frosty. The words were barely out his mouth when, boom, a massive explosion rocks the whole place. A straight-up behemoth appears, roaring, well, look what we have here. Varys's little soldiers. Kaiser clocks the beast as a juiced-up black orc and says it'll be no sweat to drop if they stick to the script, but Farah's gut is screaming that something's way off. Staring into its glowing red eyes, Moru's racking his brain, trying to place this thing, and the thing inside the orc is just fuming, thinking to itself. So they're all here. The punk who did me dirty and the crew that clowned my boss. And this kid doesn't even recognize me? The spirit inside that black orc just loses it, screaming, "You trying to play me for a fool again?" But it's too late, a bolt of raw power is already blasting its way. That single shot carves out a massive chunk of the cavern right behind the beast, and the shockwave alone is insane. Moru's just ice cold, asking, "You just catching on now? Or are you always this slow on the uptake?" That's when the entity starts pumping even more juice into the orc's body. It growls that it's going to make him regret every single move, every single word. A command rips through the ranks, "Get in formation, now." Then Kaiser drops the bomb. That ain't just any monster, it's a top-tier threat. He looks around and suddenly boneyards are popping up all around him. He's thinking this whole situation has gone completely off the rails lately. And he definitely didn't see this coming. Not right here, not right now. They're looking at a welcome party of 50 undead, 4 death knights, and 1 more boss-level problem. Man, talk about being in a tight spot, like trying to find parking in downtown Austin. He's starting to wonder if they're even going to make it out of here in one piece. But that's when Leon tells his boys it's time to punch the clock. No one's going to say they were just standing around slacking. If you think Leon's about to go off, smash that like button and let me know in the comments. He glances over at Heather's squad and gives him the nod, saying they're in on this too. I got your 6, so you can land that haymaker. His crew chimes in, we'll run interference and handle the small fry. And he ain't just talking trash. A fist, literally glowing with raw power, is aimed right at the horde. One of the Death Knights just scoffs like it's some kind of joke. A couple seconds later, that same knight is literally just half a monster. Heather takes a closer look and her jaw drops. Moru didn't just hit the knight, he wiped out damn near the whole undead mob with that one shot. Then, this creepy-ass eye just fades into view up in the sky. A massive pupil taken in the whole scene. Moru gets a chill down his spine, realizing the real enemy can pull the strings from outside this whole corrupted zone. Man, this just got real. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Yo, the dude's still completely bugging from everything that went down. But for real, there's only one way to explain how he's pulling off stuff that should be impossible. Plus, he's dead-ass sure he's got to be holding a shard of the world. The demon's in his own head like, how the hell did he know that? But our boy, Ventil, he's got this. He's about to handle biz himself. He's got to settle the score with that demon, and the rest is just going to fall into place. Our hero then claps back, saying the dead don't go down that easy. Some of them are already starting to get back on their feet. With a quick move, he zips in closer to that demonic eye. The demon looks shook, watching our guy phase right through the eye and land in his dimension. He starts backing up, asking what he did to the other demon, that live-in suit of armor they call Vorgan. Our hero scopes the scene, sees it's just some fake-out reality, and starts wondering if this is even Vorgon's true form for real. Our man also clocks that he's holding two stable world fragments, which is why he gets how he can use an alternate reality like a bridge. As far as he knows, you can only pull that off two ways. Either you link up with another cat holding a fragment, or one of you has way more fragments than the other. The demon looks like he's packing two shards, but the whole vibe feels off. World shards are supposed to be locked to reality through some kind of divine pact, you dig. You can't just carry fragments over to another world. So, the gods must have left them behind when they booted him up to the heavens. Then our hero says he's got a whole list of questions for this demon, because he knows he's holding way more fragments. He can't get an exact count on the dude, but he can feel his stack is bigger. That's when the living armor says to our hero, "You got a lot of nerve thinking you can take me in a straight-up duel." Our hero gives the demon a look, wondering what his game is, and then feels someone else headed their way. He looks up and sees it. Someone straight up smashing through the world barrier this demon put up. The monster just freezes, totally shocked. The next second, a giant club connects right with his dome. Our hero, still stunned that someone just dropped into his world, looks at the person who busted in and clocked the demon with a hammer. Then she tells him General Ilin, probably working out of that office at 305 North Michigan Avenue in Chicago, sent her. From now on, she's rolling with his crew. He spots this chick with black hair, blue eyes, and a massive club. You put the pieces together, and you can bet she's Arya Ranfalos. He's thinking to himself that she's one of the villains from the original story. Arya Ranfalos was a bad guy who just popped up in the middle of the OG story and left a huge mark. In the original story, which was packed with ridiculously strong characters, this villain kept putting Idon in a corner, even with the Archmage right there. He had zero idea how this girl even got here. But hey, if Ilin sent her, she's on his team now. In any case, he finally gets how she was able to crash the party the demon set up. Turns out, she's rocking 3 world shards. The girl cuts off his thoughts, yelling that there's something moving below them. The two of them, just floating in this empty space, were staring at the same spot. Then bam, the demon pops back up, asking all tough, "How dare you play me like that?" And he's going on about how he's going to make them pay. Our hero cuts in. We'll talk later. First, let's get this demon out of here. And the girl's like, bet, without a second thought. The monster just scoffs, saying they're way too full of themselves, then reaches out his hand to blast him, unleashing his Karnos beam. Finally, that second-level divine blood kicks into overdrive. Right as the demon's attack comes flying at him, our hero ducks the long-range shot, closes the distance, and the demon just taunts him. Yeah, come on, get closer. Man, if you ain't subscribed yet, you're gonna miss what happens next. Mid-throwdown, she lays it on him flat, telling Mort she's about to drop him right here on the spot. The demon clocks the girl peacing out, and Lincoln's like, yo, what's her play? Next thing you know, she starts icing up, flashing these crystals that get the monster's full attention. Meanwhile, Mort snaps at the beast. Yo, who the hell you looking at? He didn't just bum rush the demon, knowing she ain't the only problem he's got. The beast is thinking it drew the short straw, having to scrap with a human. They proceed to put a beat down on the monster till it's crying uncle. Mort's like, I got just one question for you. He wants to know how this beast, who's probably been kicking it in the demon realm its whole life, managed to punch a hole into this reality with 2 world fragments. The demon figures there's no use fronting no more and fesses up that he used to be this piece of enchanted armor. Said he could whip up more armor, split himself, and through a deal, hook other dudes up. He even name drops the orc Morde, who got totally wrecked. He adds that the small fries didn't even need a contract. They just fell in line with his power and became his pawns. He used them to run through a bunch of dungeons, cleaning them out. While he was checking out some ruins, he stumbled on a world fragment deep down inside. This ain't just some trinket, it's the real deal. He probably copped the other one the same way, and Mort tells the demon, we're ending this, right here, right now. The beast is straight up pleading, like, yo, hold up, I got more intel for you. It says if it gets clapped again right here, the fragments are gonna scatter like they're lost on Route 66, and he'll never track him down. Our boy figures it's not worth letting thousands of people get smoked just for a couple of shiny rocks. So, he tells the beast, this ain't a tough call, my guy. He stares right into the fire where the armor's head should be and lays down the law. You're getting dropped right now. Outside, someone's like, what in the world is going down at 123 Elm Street? Seeing that crazy glow. Liam points out that the new girl took the plunge, so they might as well roll in too. Lockel's worried, saying they ain't sure if it's a one-way trip. The wizard tells him to chill out, even though it's obvious that Portal is totally bugging out. Man, if you think this is wild, smash that like button. All of a sudden, this chick with a big old club blasts out of the portal, with a few more heads following right behind her. Someone shouts, yo, you good? What went down? Our hero explains that the whole situation with Ryu was some straight-up demon realm business. He lets him know they threw down with the beast and came out on top. Key and Lion just scoff, pulling a Morde. Heather's just standing there thinking, what is this conversation even about? Then Mort calls out Heather's name, and the dude snaps out of his daze. Our boy tells him he absolutely crushed it on that mission, giving him some real props for a job well done. The guy was just frozen, totally shook by the praise, and finally managed to say, thanks. While they're chopping it up, someone asks the new girl if her real name is Arya Ranfollows, and she's like, yeah, that's me. Then she drops. From here on out, I'm rolling with his crew. He cracks a small smile, says, thanks her, and admits the fight would have been a whole lot rougher without her. Our hero then asks her to break down how she decided to join the squad, and she just lays it out simple. She owed him one, so she's sticking with the squad until he makes his big play. Our guy's thinking she's got a real icy vibe from the way she talks. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. He's not getting any bad vibes from her, especially since he's gonna let her hang onto the world's shards. In the OG story, he rolled up on anyone who had a shard and straight up jacked it from them. But that only went down after the beef between the Freemen really popped off. Besides, he feels like he's got to ask one more thing, just to be 100% sure of where things stand. So he hits her with it directly. You got dragon blood in you, or what? She's just like, nah, and asks who put that crazy idea in his head. Our hero points out she was throwing down some serious power in the fight and asks if he was tripping. The woman just shuts that whole theory down flat. But listen, that doesn't mean she's one of them. She ain't got the dragon eyes, no tail, and definitely no horns. Then the thought hits, she's not a dragon at all. She just seems mad, arrogant. Turns out she's a descendant of a true dragon that went toe-to-toe with ancient gods. Wrapping up the interview, he said they could finally chill. Now everyone's just quiet, watching the girl dip out of the room. Leon hits up Kill, like, you know her? And Kill's like, yeah, I've heard the rumors. Word is she's some kind of secret member, but he's never actually laid eyes on her. Leon's completely lost, wondering what the heck Tilmy is. But he claps Moore on the shoulder and asks, yo, is she tough? I mean, they did fight side by side. He says, more chill this time, she's at least as strong as I am. Everybody in the room felt a cold shiver run down their spine from her power. After all, the word on the street from Miami to Seattle was that the nobles had serious muscle. A red room with low lights and a few cameras pops into view. In a corner of the cell, someone was laying there, and then she cracks her eyes open. She spots some dude with a mean mug walking up on her, staring her down. The girl, breaking free from the nightmare, bolts awake with a scream. You can tell a part of her is hurting bad when she remembers what she's dreaming about. Meanwhile, the white demons around the squad are just casually strolling through the yard. Kill, all ticked off, says Farvel's already a mid-level warrior and adds that he's sick of this mess. A whole year has gone by and he's still just a regular warrior, and now that Punk is getting a promotion, he basically says there ain't nothing to be done about it. What a load of garbage, right? If you agree, smash that like button. Farvel is an advanced mage, straight up. They treated him like royalty, and our crew hasn't clocked enough missions to level up. He keeps talking, saying after that mission with Heather, their rep got better, and now it's time to put their skills to the test. Liam, peeping the scene up ahead, said that maybe this really is the best spot for it. Let me know in the comments below what you think is about to go down. This mission's gonna drop him deep into the dungeon of one of the white demons, where they gotta take out every single monster. All the beasts, looking like orcs or ice giants, met the crew with jeers, then rushed him, yelling about how they're gonna be their next meal. We cut to Moore. He pops his triple destructive skill, Mirage, and dives straight into the monster squad. The monsters are yelling for him to wait while our heroes are storming the joint like it's a warehouse in Houston. One of the freaks points at our hero and screams that he's got divine blood. Blood. Then more laughter, as he says it's way too soon for them to be bugging out. Then he claims everyone in the crew is deep in this thing. After a while, deep in the dungeon, somebody points out there are yetis and demons here, but for real, this dungeon is a dope training ground. Kyo cracks a smile and says all the grinding is paying off. And with that, the crew steps into a room stacked with gold and treasure, all while Arya is wrecking demons and trying to keep her cool over all those gold bars. Moore figures the same god must have cooked up other dungeons just like this one. He was just about to say that this god got forgotten because he took an L in a big fight and lost his grip on the world. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. He bounces, saying that deity must have been a real heavy hitter. While Ariel Kami's keeping an eye on the crew, Moore's just like, this one's on them now. A minute later, we catch up with Leon, who's out of breath and admitting that last throwdown was a bit tougher than he expected. He's saying it was a close call, but totally worth the risk. It was a hell of a training session, plus they scored some decent loot. Out of nowhere, Moore pops up behind Leon, calling his name. He holds out a gauntlet, telling Leon to throw it on. Leon's like, yo, what even is this thing? My man explains it's a relic, a special piece that only works for cats with divine blood in their veins. The thing gives off a seriously cold vibe, and he tells him if he studies it right, he can sync it up with his own aura or impulse. Leon is totally blown away, and Moore's thinking to himself that beefing up Leon's power is a solid investment. The kid's leveling up like crazy, maybe he'll even find the matching gauntlet someday. Then Till chimes in, saying they don't gotta stress about being weak anymore. But Lion takes it personally and starts beefing, thinking the comment was aimed at him while everyone else is trying to chill them out. Just as our hero winds up for a smackdown, Leon squares up with Till, challenging him to a one-on-one later to see who's really the top dog. But before they can go at it, both Leon and Till get shook by the sound of a massive impact. Our hero got launched clean into the next wall over. But as the dust starts to clear, my man starts cracking a smile. He sees it, he's finally located the 16th fragment of the world. Morde walks up to this massive shard and lays a hand on it. Meanwhile, the crowd that was watching from a distance starts getting hyped, moving in for a closer look. And that's when the girl finally calls out our hero's name, clear as day. Then, with a dead serious look, she says they need to talk. He pulls her aside to a quiet spot, somewhere private like a back alley in downtown Chicago, and asks why she needed to speak with him alone. The girl gets a little shy and asks if he's heard anything about her from General Eldon. See, back on the day Morde got the offer for that solo mission, Ilvin had started dropping info about that same territory. He mentioned that Arya was in a deep sleep somewhere in the heart of the White Demon's turf. 3 dudes from the Far East were the ones who found her. They were running around, calling themselves half-dragons. Even though these guys had a deep-seated hatred for dragons, they ran all sorts of twisted experiments on Arya, putting her through absolute hell. They needed more test subjects, so the trio started snatching people from the nearby villages. This shady business eventually got the attention of somebody powerful who came in and liberated the whole area. But even though she was free, the trauma stuck with her. In the original timeline, even after getting her revenge, she ended up turning into a full-blown villain. The girl looks right at our hero and says, "All right, I get it. You don't need to explain." Then she asks if there's any way to get that world fragment out of that spot. Man, this is getting intense. If you're feeling this part of the story, smash that like button. And Morde asks her straight up, why does she want it moved? The girl confesses she's holding 3 world shards herself, one for each of the monsters that experimented on her. You can see her fighting to keep her rage in check. She says she can't stand having those fragments, hates having something inside her that belonged to them. For a second, you could tell it was more than just gratitude she was feeling. He tells her it's pretty simple, and she's shocked, asking, how? How do you do that? He lays it out for her. All she's got to do is give him the fragments. Morde explains that since he can act as a vessel for the world's shards, pulling them out of her body is actually no big deal. And if that's what she wants, she just needs to hand him over. To be a vessel for these shards, you've got to have one of 3 things: divine blood, the power of the ancient elves, or be a descendant of a dragon. Looking worried, she asks our hero if it's really that simple of a process. He looks her in the eye and says, yeah, I'm not playing you. I wouldn't lie to you about this. The girl studies his face for a second and then asks why he's collecting the world fragments in the first place. His whole vibe shifts, he gets serious, looks right back at her and says he's collecting the fragments because he wants to save the world. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. Yo, she shot him a look. It was obvious she wasn't buying what he was selling and was straight up tired of his same old spiel. Then, she hits him with the one question that mattered. So, are we gonna just jack the fragments from her if she ain't giving him up? Morde says nah. He ain't got a reason to roll on her like that. He keeps it to himself that he respects her choice. Cause the real play isn't to use them, but to stop some other fool from cornering the market on all the fragments. And if he scoops them all up himself, he'd be the one running the whole show. The girl just replies, I bet. She's down to hand over her fragments. Mordra's bugging, thinking it was way too easy, and asks her if she's for real. Arya claps back that a trash tutor is her vibe, and if he wants him, he's getting the whole stash. Our boy Mordre figured, in the source material, she was all about snagging them fragments, but he had no clue she straight up despised him for real. She passes him the pieces and then just lets out a wild scream. Like, what's good? Everyone's wondering why she's so shook, and finally, he feels something starting to pop off. Mordre's vision gets all blurry as he clocks a girl booking it right at him. The last thing he clocks, as he feels something basically swallowing him whole, is the girl's hands reaching out for him, and then bam, he's in a completely different spot. He's not getting what the hell is going on. All of a sudden, everything around him is torched, and a massive red dragon is towering over him while people are scattering for their lives. The dragon throws its head back to a sky that looks like it's on fire. Looking up, Mordre spots another dragon, a white one, just circling the outskirts. The flying one opens its jaws wide, charging up some serious power. It just unleashes its skill straight into the ground beneath it. The white dragon lets loose with its magic ice breath, and the red one spits flames straight up at the sky. Suddenly, some dude from behind calls him a fool and asks if he even gets what he's done. Mordre whips around like, "Yo, you dragged me here." And the old-timer says he's still not picking up what's being put down. That fragment Arya gave him was juiced with the power of some Eastern cat, and that power just straight up yanked him into the dude's own mental world. Then it clicks for Mordre, this old head is one of the cats who put that girl through it, and he's like, "Why'd you bring me here?" Our hero keeps pressing him, asking why they're making him watch this whole scene. And the old dude says it's all messed up, for real, and that dragons are just savage by nature. He said they did everything to stop this, but instead, they just wrecked it all. The old man, all shook, says he's gotta give the fragments back to the girl, the dragon's descendant, 'cause the second she opens her eyes, it's game over for everybody. But Mordre ain't having it, says he ain't giving him back just 'cause, and adds that the old man already took the L a long time ago. Like, what's even the point of showing him all this? Meanwhile, our boy is thinking this whole mind trip was set up by that Eastern dude ages ago, and he can't even tell if this old-timer is capping or not. Getting ready to throw down, he knew one thing, no cap. This old dude is just trying to run game on his mind and make him hate dragons. The old man, giving Mordre the hard stare, calls him a fool one more time. He pops a magic circle right under our boy's feet and is like, if you ain't gonna hand over the fragments nicely, he's just gonna have to take him by force. The old man figures there's no other way, and our hero feels something starting to brew inside his body. Next thing, a bunch of dragons fighting in the sky start dipping down, landing one by one on either side of Mordre. He was still locked down in that magic circle. The red dragon starts charging up its fire breath. Our hero sees this and is just thinking, yeah, of course, this is how it goes down. At the same time, on the flip side, the white dragon starts charging up its ice breath. Both of them collide right in the middle where our hero's standing, kicking up a massive explosion. The old man just laughed, saying this is his inner truth. He can do whatever he wants and is demanding even more world shards. Our hero's clearly bugging out, yelling, "What the hell are you even talking about?" The old man looks over at the dust from the dragon's tag team explosion. In the middle of the wreckage, Mordre fires up his level 2 divine blood and makes a beeline straight for the old-timer. Lunging forward, our hero thinks this whole mental world is a straight-up curse baked into the shard, and the girl's gotta live through it, too. Then he remembers, it's the same old story. Man, if you think this is wild, drop a dragon in the comments below. When they finally ripped her from that nightmare, freedom just felt like being dumped in the middle of Death Valley with no map, not even knowing her own name. She started going off the deep end when a whole crew of shady dragons slid in, promising to get her memories back. The catch? Arya became their attack dog, wiping out countless towns and people, no questions asked. Our hero then looks at the old-timer and is like, yo, it's all clicking now. It was his master plan that kicked off all this disaster. He finally gets his head right and swears on his life it won't happen again. But the old man just shuts him down, saying he can't stop it. In a flash, our hero closes the distance and straight up tells the vengeful spirit, zip it. Then, bam, he clocks the phantom right in the face with a clean shot. If you think that was hype, smash that subscribe button. The hit lands so hard that the whole world inside his head starts shattering like glass. And you can hear it. Our hero's name is getting louder, making waves. Next thing he knows, he's pulling himself out of that deep dive in his own mind and coming back to reality. The girls are all up in his face, tripping, asking if he's good and what the hell just went down. He also remembers that in the original timeline, the girl only gets a piece of her memory back and ends up a pawn for the dragons, never learning her true self. He sets a new mission. Ain't no way that's happening on his watch, giving a shout out to Eris for the world's shards. Meanwhile, In a whole other spot, think a hidden penthouse at 227 North Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, we see some dude giving a warm welcome as a stained glass window comes into view. The man in the hood asks, "So what's the deal with Elaine?" He ain't looking happy about it, not one bit. Another one of his boys says nobody could have seen that coming, and they got no solid reason to bounce today. Then the third hooded figure cuts in, ice cold, saying that's enough, talk about their personal drama. He adds that since the Silver Blood top dogs are in the house, they got big business to discuss, so they need to be on point for this meeting. Just as a beam of light cuts through the room, one of the guys asks if the talks with that backstabbing dragon army panned out, but it was a big nope, because those scaly freaks are a tough crowd. Eleven replies, basically laying out what they learned. The Misera crew is planning on crossing the sea sometime in the next 3 years. Another dude says it's a good thing their expansion got pushed back. They're already dealing with enough heat from that cat with the golden branch. Then, one of them pipes up that he had a seriously weird dream. Another guy says that considering his boy's psychic game is so on point, this could be a legit threat and asks him to spill the details. The dreamer's like, "It was all fuzzy, but I saw the three of us, right? But yo, there was a fourth person in the mix. This fourth cat was trying to make a move, and the three of us were going all out to shut him down. It felt like some real high-stakes trouble. After that, my mind's a total blank." Another guy jumps in, like, "That's heavy stuff to just shake off, given what's popping off now. Hit us up if you have that dream again." Then they switch gears, asking if they really got to talk about that whack-ass poem again. So who's taking the heat for the mess that went down in White Silver over the last 24 hours? One of the hooded dudes chimes in, saying that blind monster Gilder must really be riding for that kid. The main hooded figure scanned the list, his mind stuck on the name Morde Vern. Meanwhile, way out in the boonies, probably some off-the-grid training zone like one you'd find near 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA, a girl is leveling up. Day by day, she's getting straight up savage. Frel and Killer over here wondering if she can even get a handle on that power, and Loun's just like, "No cap, that's exactly what I was thinking." Leo refuses to call that beatdown a loss, swearing he don't know what he was tripping on when he suggested they spar. The only cat who could hang with her was Morde, and only when things got real heated. She dead stops the training and asks him what's good. Then she flips on him all heated, like, "Yo, why ain't my man here froze solid?" Saying everyone else she's thrown down with has already turned into an ice cube. He just tells her she ain't using her gifts right, and she snaps back hard. "You calling me weak?" He's like, "Nah, you're strong, your whole vibe is power, but that eye trick is just a little taste of what you're really capable of." And he's betting her true power won't fully pop off until after Aiden gets taken down. But our hero is connecting some dots, thinking the whole dragon collapse situation is tied to who she really is. Peep this. Some otherworldly being slid through to this world with a native creature. It was a legit ice dragon, and Aereo is its direct descendant. Her eye powers are low-key weak considering her bloodline. So Morde tells her that learning to use them for real will put her on the path to finding herself. The girl with the massive stick asks him if that's the whole lecture, and he just scoffs like it ain't even worth trying to explain. Then they're saying to really figure out what she's about, they gotta try a whole bunch of different stuff. All of a sudden, she's sold. "I bet. Maybe you're right. I'll run with it." Our hero quietly thinks, "It's been a whole year since I started living this Morde life, and so much has flipped." He figures he's already snagged fragments worth 24 years total, and if he can merge them, phase 1 of his grand plan is a wrap. Y'all feeling the grind? Drop a W in the chat for our boy. In the original lore, it wasn't until Adam finally pieced together a whole section of the world from 24 fragments that he was able to hit that next level. And just like that, outside the busted-up training grounds, somebody shouts out Morty's name loud and clear. Heather rolls up, saying the training arena is completely trash and Morde should be thanking his lucky stars it's not a total loss, like a condemned building at 404 Error Avenue, nowhere, Kansas. Morde, though, clocks another warrior posted up behind the guy. This dude, Uric, is a newly minted top-tier warrior, now running his own squad on indie missions. Uric steps up, all like, "Heard a lot about you, fam," and reintroduces himself as a vet in this game. Morde just says he's a mid-level warrior and asks him what the deal is. Uric cuts to the chase, saying he came to ask for a solid, straight-up asking our guy to back up his team. Our guy asks what kind of backup they need, and Uric says all the red tape is handled because it's a major mission, and he'd be clutch for the team. Morde's thinking back to the last solo mission, how he scooped up a few world fragments and figures this could be another score, so he's in. Just then, someone from behind them calls out, "Captain Uric." The captain just smiles, saying he was about to make the intros anyway, but it looks like Morde already recognizes the dude. The guy who yelled, rocking some fire-red hair, definitely knows Morde, asking, "Yo, is that really you?" He fixes his cap, busts out laughing, and says he had no clue they've been training on the same turf for 2 years. Meanwhile, all the hype just drains right out of the red-haired kid's body. His whole vibe just tanked. He's thinking back to how hyped he was for his first gig. Then it hits him. He never in a million years imagined he'd be rolling with this dude for it. He still gets flashbacks to the day Morde laid him out so bad he was stuck in a hospital bed. Now he can't shake the thought, what if our boy decides to run it back? Just then, our hero looks him dead in the eye and asks, "Yo, how you holding up?" The guy's all surprised, asking what went down with his bald head and his face. Our hero's like, "For real? How'd you even end up in this outfit?" The redhead starts spilling. Said when he finally got discharged from the clinic on 125th Street, the whole world was different. He also remembers that the instructors all got the boot. Morde asks, "You mean actually fired, not just sent off to some retirement community down in Florida?" The redhead says nah, he was straight up kicked to the curb because of that whole god of battle spirit drama. He adds that right after, the archives opened up a whole case file on him. All his business hit the streets, and the redhead had to go on the run, too. He was basically homeless for 8 months, drifting around, till he heard they were short on people up north, and that anyone with divine blood who rolled through would get a spot. That's how he wound up in this mess. He's griping that these independent mission squads are a real pain. Then he throws out, "Is anyone else even ready for this grind?" Rudy steps up, saying if grind means a shot at doing something big, then yeah, he's 100% ready. Our hero just cracked a smile and wished the kid luck. The boy was totally floored, definitely didn't see that reaction coming. He was just frozen. And that's when the captain moves to the front. He tells them to listen up, they need to canvass the entire city. This mission absolutely cannot go south. Then he rips off his mask. The enemy is a major old rival of the Vernar house. Their house's attack dog, the son of the sun, God Radis. This dude shut down anyone who dared challenge his god, paving his way to the throne over the bodies of countless enemies. For real, people said he was the living embodiment of payback. But somewhere along the line, someone popped up who kept stonewalling the Order's crew over and over, and everyone on the block knew, besides the son of the heavenly god, there was Arita, the Verar's own god of war. The beef between the god of war and the god of retribution just kept going, blowing up into a family feud that lasted for over 500 years. After a minute, the captain started talking again. He says he got intel that the Order clan wiped out the Royal Army's backup squads, and now they've dipped into this dungeon of demon transformation. He adds that the dungeon's already hit the 3rd stage of its demonic flip, and that means a breakout from this joint could happen at any second. The captain figured the Imperial Order's army would just post up and wait for the monsters to bust out, and then they'd bounce themselves. Hiding out first is always their move. Someone says they need more time to track the orders, because the breakout's gonna happen first, and the captain just snaps back. "You got a better plan?" Rocking a smirk, our hero says, "As a matter of fact, I do. Drop a comment below if you think he's about to cook something up." Meanwhile, somewhere deep in that dungeon, 3 members of the Order's crew are whispering. They're saying they've pushed in so deep that more backup has already been sent to hunt them down. One of the guys, Tifa Orders, says that those punks from the Ver Kingdom are probably fuming right now. Another guy apologizes, saying he feels like he led them all into a disaster. This mission wasn't supposed to be this heavy. A girl gently puts her hand on his shoulder and tells the captain not to be so hard on himself. Her name is Noah Orders, and she says they're real close to the dungeon's exit gate. She says for now, they need to find a place to lay low and catch their breath. Del gives the signal, and the captain turns to the girl, says she's right, and gives her a sincere thanks. Then the captain feels something off and says, "Hold up, someone else just stepped into the dungeon." 8. So check it, 4 of them are straight up OGs, and if they roll up prepared, it's like we're squaring up against 4 vets, not just one. Then the shorty looks at the captain, like, "Yo, what's the move?" The cap lays it out in a one-on-one scrap. Them vets got the upper hand, most of the time. The catch is, their crew is smaller. He says fronting on this squad is way too risky, so they bounced. The captain decided to hang back and wait for Ish to hit the fan in the dungeon, planning to use the monster to run interference. The second that thought crosses his mind, he feels the whole spot start shaking from the back wall. Next thing you know, the wall just blows wide open. Debris goes flying everywhere. Our crew dips out through the fresh hole in the wall. He straight up swore the Verrs would pay for all the dirt they did. To get a leg up, they cooked up a simple play to get there before the big dungeon breakout. The whole idea was mad simple, for real. They just clear out the entire dungeon, and then there'd be no way out. The Verrs would be flat out trapped with nowhere to run. The captain figured Morde's voice sounded so solid that he just gave the plan the green light. But he still had a weird feeling about the guy. You know, that strange vibe completely evaporated the second he saw how fast they were wrecking everything in that dungeon. Morde's crew took them straight to the heart of the dungeon, no hesitation. The moment they pulled up, they instantly and completely rolled the monsters. Even though the captain's unit was full of vets, they were nowhere near our hero's squad's level. He's still thinking that the talk on the street about this group wasn't even hype. On the contrary, the stories probably don't even tell the whole truth. Then the captain of the orders said he tried to avoid any extra static, but now he's got no other choice. He looks over at Tifa and Milden, like, don't make me go all out. He says they're gonna stomp out those Vera punks and bounce from that dungeon without a scratch. The captain says that's some big talk, adding that the one who's gonna get wrecked is him. Then he drops his name, Bayard Verer, and the other dude calls himself Deal, of the orders. Milden hollers at the tall one. Liam points to himself, all like, you talking to me? And she confirms it, saying she's calling out the tallest one of the bunch. She says she doesn't like his look, all tall and seemingly empty-headed, and promises she's coming for him. She introduces herself as Milden of the orders. A little salty about her comment, our boy Liam introduces himself back. Kettle started messing with Liam, saying he's supposedly always a hit with the ladies, but the warrior cut him off quick. Shut your trap. In their order, this is a kind of tradition. If you've got a weird tradition with your crew, drop it in the comments below. The Verers and orders always announce their names before a scrap, so the winner never forgets who they bodied. Looking at the three of them, Morde wonders who his opponent's gonna be, seeing as there's only one left. Both Morde of the Verers and Tifa of the orders get introduced. Ario, in the back, is looking hella sad because he got left out of the fight. The other orders' cats say the Verers are full of themselves and are also ready to jump in. Arya, who's just watching, starts powering up her ice magic, keeping a sharp eye on the other orders. All of a sudden, an ice barrier shoots up in front of them, blocking their path like a traffic jam on I-95. Then, standing on top of the ice wall, Heel told them, "Y'all have no class, trying to jump into some family beef." He goes on to say that their opponents are the rest of Morde's crew, Farwell, Heel, and Arya. The fight between the fam kicks off with Deal blasting some yellow lightning at the enemy. He was thinking he was already tired of these kinds of fights, so he's got to finish this dude quick and run to back up his homies. And then Tifa screamed out, "Dickel, help me." He looks back and sees his boy getting choked out too. Barely getting any air, he yells to Deal, "Yo, just run and save yourself." They're out here defending Tifa and getting her further down the line. Even facing a guaranteed L, he still puts his friends above everything. Dickel froze solid when he heard Morde say that Tifa of the Order's resolve is impressive. Bayard launched himself at Dickel, yelling, "Yo, where the hell you looking? You took your eyes off your opponent." And right before he lands on the dude, he screams out to Deal, "Focus on me." Morde, who was right there, watches as the dude's aura shatters the ground on impact. Our hero feels like something real strange just happened and looks over to where those two are throwing down. Deal loudly warns them not to do it. Our hero thinks this is the Divine Blood Awakening, the second level, but his gut feeling says it's something else entirely. If you think things are about to get real, smash that like button. "Yo, that's the mark," he warned, his voice low. "Don't let this dude power up on us." Parrick was slumped against the wall they yeeted him into, the whole thing behind him looking like a busted storefront at 125th Street, Harlem. He wasn't even processing what the hell was going down, but it was clear the captain was out of commission. Our hero's thinking, is it time to play that card? He knows the second he makes a move, he's got to drop this guy for good. And when he locks eyes on Dickel, the very ground and walls around the guy start to spiderweb under his boots. In a flash, the Orderer shot at him, palm open and aimed square for his dome. Standing face to face, the Orderer says he's going to handle his business first, cause he's the top dog of this crew. Then he clocks the commander with everything he's got, kicking up a smoke cloud you could lose a city bus in. Then, it all clicked. Del was just standing there, shook. Yurik had straight up stonewalled the hit, even with all that insane power behind it. But it wasn't the commander who stopped it. It was a new voice, insisting their captain couldn't fight anymore. Then looking Dickel dead in the eye, he lays it down. "From here on out, you're dealing with me." The commander's body was laid out flat, and somebody yelled out that he's still breathing. A couple of guys rolled up with a gurney, loading him up, while another one hollered, "Bounce him out of here, stat. Use whatever it takes." The rest of the crew started yelling they were gonna jump in and put the Skull Order on ice, but someone cut in, telling them, "Hold up." The mage then dropped the news, all anxious. "Dickel's got this crazy ability. He juices up every time one of us gets dropped. And if he keeps leveling up, we're looking at a 5-alarm fire." He then tells Lion they can't just blitz this dude. And Lion shoots back that he gets it. He's been clocking the whole scene from the sidelines. He peeped the switch up in Dickel and knew the score right away. The commander grimly hops to his feet. If you're feeling this breakdown, make sure you hit that subscribe button. He's holding a massive ball of pure energy, getting ready to unload on our hero, saying he's gonna get payback for Tethys. When the commander unleashes his blazing arrow storm, that energy orb shatters into a hail of projectiles. Weaving through the arrows, our hero gaps the distance to Dickel like a pro. The second he's in range, he unloads a hit that could crack the pavement from Bourbon Street in New Orleans all the way to the French Quarter. The blow lands square on the Order commander, sending him flying from the sheer force. He somehow manages to keep his lights on after hitting the deck, thinking he can't let Tethys' sacrifice mean nothing. With a look that could kill, he was dead set on being the one to settle the score for his homie. Then, a voice screamed his name from behind. It was Lien, stumbling and hitting the deck hard. She's apologizing, saying, "These cats are on another level," and pleading with him to dip out and save his own skin. Dickel yelled at her to hold on. To just wait a sec, he swore he'd figure something out to get her through this mess. A whole chorus of voices screamed for Lien to stop her before she cashes out for good, and our warrior just bolts forward, closing the space between them. The girl, with a weak smile, just tells Dickel, "You gotta live," and says she's sorry she can't do more. Then she puts the steel to her own neck, and all Dickel can do is watch, frozen. The Order commander is completely stunned, his breathing getting ragged. In his head, he's saying sorry to his crew, flashing back to Tifa looking even more wrecked while his friend was telling him to just book it. Suddenly, it hit him how Mill's crew is just no joke. He's gotta bounce. And right then, as a wrecked scream rips out of him, he thought they only took the L because he failed them as a leader. Moore throws his hands over his face as the raw power of Dickel's grief starts to pop off. He's screaming and just spiraling, standing right in front of him. He then says that bouncing ain't an option he can take. Keel and Arya were just staring, completely bug-eyed at the commander's last order. Lee Evan Farvel sized up the enemy shot caller, thinking they had no way of checking the girl. She was about to punch her own ticket, and if that wasn't messed up enough, the commander hit his level 2 power-up with that godly juice, and he's still rocking the weapons and that special gear the orders passed down. He capped off that thought with some real talk. He's definitely rolling with the orders. Tears are streamed down his face as he swears he's going to handle them all himself. Keel asks if they should jump in with our boy, but he just brushed him off and told them to fall back. The big dude asked if he was really trying to run a one-on-one with him. Lone and Moore confirmed it. Yeah, he's for real. Then, squared up face to face, the commander asks, "They call you Morde Vern?" And our guy confirms, saying, "For the orders." The enemy shot caller says he don't know where these freaks crawled out from, but he swears on everything he's putting them all in the ground right there. But our hero ain't having it. They both clash with insane speed, cracking the pavement under him at the Legion of Guardians base over on 242 Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts. Eldon feels two heavyweight powers collide. You got Morty on one side and the heir of the Order on the other. Then he's like, "We got eyes on us," and someone hits back with, "Yo, what's that even mean?" He gets all awkward, like, "My bad. I was just muttering to myself," and then asks what brings her around after all this time off the grid. She points out Ilvin don't look too hyped to see her, and he breaks it down for her. Every time she pops up, trouble follows. That's just facts, and it's better for everyone if they keep their distance. Then she drops that the Silver Bloods seem to be keeping tabs on someone up north. When she asks if he knows who, Ilvin says there's two of them, but he ain't dropping a pin on their location, even though he knows one of them. So the woman presses, "You gonna tell me who that person is?" He tells her he'll hit her up once he's had a chat with both of them. Leon's bugging out, saying, "Yo, this is wild," and Keel's right there with him. This throwdown between these two is war in the flesh. Every millisecond is a game changer, and he lands a nasty shot to the gut. The commander's thinking if it wasn't for this artifact armor, his insides would be straight up turned to dust. If you think that armor is clutch, smash that like button. He gets sent flying back from the force of that hit. He knows this scrap has to end, and it has to end now. Gripping his sword, he's thinking he ain't gonna let what happened to Mill and Tack be for nothing. Gritting his teeth, he channels everything he's got, ready for the next move. All of a sudden, he screams out, "Morde Vern," and yells that he's about to end our boy right there and now. Who do you think's taking the W? Drop it in the comments. As he channels all his juice into the blade, licks of fire start jumping up and down the whole thing. Then, dumping every last bit of his power into that massive fire sword, he finally flips the switch on his ultimate move, the Sword of the Last Flame. When Morde clocks the incoming attack, he's hyped, giving mad props to Deal for his grit. He's like, "Hey, bet, you gotta meet that kind of energy with the same heat." That's when our boy gets ready to pop his secret skill, the one only the real G's of the Verers who've hit the second level of that Divine Blood Awakening get to use. The move's called Skybreaker, and as Deal sees it coming, he's thinking it's game over. Their powers smash together, setting off a crazy explosion that just tore the ground to shreds, straight out a movie scene filmed at 1234 Compton Avenue, Los Angeles, California. When the smoke cleared, somebody was still standing. Deal, down on his knees, is Colin, our hero, a straight-up savage monster. He's screaming that our dude could have ended him whenever he wanted, but was just messing with him the whole time. But yo, our hero just claps back, saying he only wanted to give him a real shot to go all out. Deal gets it then, calling it that top dog pity, and in his head, he's saying sorry to Mill and Tiff. Man, what a scene. If you're feeling this breakdown, smash that like button and subscribe for more. Then the dude starts running his mouth some more, says his brother's coming for payback, tells our guy to get ready and wait for it. Our hero just chills for a hot second, then is like, "Aight, bet. I'll be waiting." Next thing you know, Deal hits the deck in front of him, totally smoked. But then, our hero feels something wild in the air. He's picking up on some crazy, off-the-charts energy, like a heavy hitter is watching his every move. This presence feels like it's straight from the top, the very definition of the cosmic rulebook. He feels some serious heat aimed right at him and wonders if it's cause he just dropped their boy. Then he hears a voice from behind him. Yo, that was a clean fight. And then Ver himself rolls up, telling the orders that the old heads need to stay out of the young guns' beef. Suddenly, Morde is back in the hall. What's the craziest comeback you've ever seen? Drop it in the comments below. Deal's body is laid out in front of him, and he's still trying to process what just went down. Then he says if he managed to get on the radar of a god who ain't even in his family tree, that means something big is about to pop off. The fact that he got the attention of the Order means he just stepped over a major line. So, it's time to level up, for real. A storm's definitely coming. Commander Eric thought he had a shot at the big leagues, but he let his greed get the best of him and blew it all. With a heavy look, he's second-guessing if he should have ever played that card. Faye pops into his room and gives him a shout. He asks if the commander's good and says as soon as he's back on his feet, their unit's getting a fat bonus. Then the commander asks if Morde was always that much of a beast, even back at the Grand Duke's estate on 121 Viridian Lane in Charlotte. He's like, nah, man, not on this level. Morde was always a savage, even for an outsider. That Grand Duke bloodline is no joke, it just hits different. The power gap is just insane, so big it's kinda demoralizing sometimes. Then the commander gets up and tells Faye he doesn't gotta kill himself trying to keep up. He says he spent 6 whole months sitting on his hands in a funk, but this new plan is solid gold, so Faye should just trust the process and have some faith. Tears started welling up in Faye's eyes when he heard the commander's speech. Smash that like button if you've ever had a mentor who believed in you. Then he rushes in and gives the commander a real hug, saying he's gonna go all out, 110%. Over at the Defenders Legion base, located at 4500 Patriot Parkway, El Paso, the sun's shining bright. The whole vibe of the place, even the old-timer warrior, seems to make you wonder what's really on his mind. Our hero says it's no big deal, and the general adds that things are about to get easier and that his whole crew is moving on up. Ellen mentions that the Empire sent over some portals to handle the body transport. See, there's this unwritten rule between the Grand Duke Verars and the big shots over at the House of Orders. When they throw down, the winning side bags up the fallen and ships him back home. General Lin says they specifically requested Morde for the delivery gig and asks him what the move is. You gonna roll out or what? What do you think?